All right, let's do this. It was weird. I hit the go live button and it usually is like instantaneous. It was delayed for like 15 seconds. I was just waiting. I think everyone is streaming. It is crazy. It kind of reminds me years ago, I had this black girl that was pretty based that used to follow me. And she said, just like every black guy in the hood has a mixtape, every white boy has a podcast. I thought that was funny. It is true. So this could be the white boy election. I'm preparing my funky dance. I'm not doing it yet. But things are looking pretty good so far. But there's still a part of me. It's like PTSD from 2020 where everything could be looking good. Then all of a sudden, oh, hold it. There is a water break. Everyone out of the voting area. We found some ballots. I'm just a little edgy with that happen again. I don't think that will happen, but until we know for sure, I'm confident, but I still have this nagging feeling the Democrats, they have no morals. So they will do some shenanigans. So guys, welcome. This is the RAMZPAUL show. Usually we do it at a different time. This is a special election week. I'm not sure how long we'll do it tonight, but we'll go through it. One of the things that amazes me, I voted in Arkansas, and I put a picture of myself up there. It's kind of funny. I had a Confederate battle flag hat on. No one cares down here. Rural Arkansas. Good turnout. And, okay, we're supposed to be in this backward hillbilly state, right? You go up there, there's these nice old ladies. They're always nice old ladies. And they wanted to see my photo ID. And then they double checked it. They said, okay, now we got to match where do you live? What's your address? All right. And what's your date of birth? And so they really check here in Arkansas. Other states can't do that. That'd be racist. Blacks don't know how to use an ID. But here in Arkansas, it doesn't matter if you're black and white. We expect you to use an ID. So you take the ID, you give your ID, and then they go, okay, and they write your name down. And then they give you a ballot. And you go into the ballot, and then you pick who you want to be president and some other issues we had here, something about casinos in Arkansas. And it's electronic. But what's really cool is after you vote, there's a physical paper ballot that comes out that shows you how you vote. And then they take that ballot and they put it in another box. So it makes a lot of sense to me. You have your electronic ballot, which can update immediately. This is why when the polls close in Arkansas, they're closed now. The official results will come out in an hour or two. Trump's going to win in Arkansas anyway. It'll be out like that. There's no problems because they have electronic. But if there's any dispute, they have the paper ballots too. So I think it's a great system they have here in Arkansas. It's easy. It's quick. It's hard to have fraud. You have to show your ID. The results. It's not like California or that county in Arizona. Oh my God, we don't know how to count votes. It could be weeks. It could be years until we figure this all out. What do you expect from us? It's like they all need to be fired. We need to get people in there if Trump wins and get some federal standards. You have to look at the IDA. You can't be totally incompetent. I mean, I'm hillbillies here, right? And these ladies that were working to check me in. I think one was a grammar school teacher of Abraham Lincoln. That's how, maybe Jefferson Davis. She looked that old, but she was there. Sweet old lady checking everything. Wrote my name down. So I don't know why they can't do that everywhere. So it went well here in Arkansas, the whole process. I guess other states, there could be some little shenanigans. And my prediction is if Trump does better early and it's obvious he's going to win, I think these other states are just going to say, fuck it. And they're just going to get in their results and they're not going to do this, take forever to figure out the votes. We will see. I'm speaking specifically of Arizona. I think Wisconsin has some issues. I don't know what the problem with these people are. Do they have a mental disability or what? They need to fix that, though. We have it figured out here in Arkansas. Many other states they haven't figured out. So that's my only hesitancy. That could still happen. So that's what's happening. So we should have a lot of fun tonight. And thank you all. If you want to interact with the show, we have power chats here. We have super chats on YouTube, a rant on Rumble. And I already got a rant from Zombie Cobain. And Zombie Cobain, thank you, $50. Thank you. If Trump and Harris have to prepare both concession and acceptance speeches, does that mean Ramsey has to prepare for a funky dance and a vanilla dance? I'm not dancing if Kamala wins, so it's just one funky dance. So we will see. We will see if Kamala loses. Will she have a concession speech, or will she be like Hillary? Remember Hillary? She was so upset she got drunk and she had to send one of her lackeys down. They had the whole stage, the glass ceiling, all that shtick. And she got her ass whooped and she was like drunk and out of it. That was hilarious. That was a magical time. I'm feeling the same sort of vibe right now in this election. So I feel pretty good about this stuff. One of the things I've been looking at, oh, by the way, in about an hour, Z-Man's going to join us. And we'll have more results in, and we'll get some analysis for him. If you don't know Z-Man, he has a blog and a podcast every week. Is one of the few people on the internet I read every day. He's Monday through Friday anyway. Then on Friday, he has his podcast. So check him out. He's around my age, a couple of years younger, but we kind of think the same. So it's good to have him on. He's a real intelligent man. We'll get his insights here in about an hour. He's going to be joining us. And we'll just kind of go through this together, what's happening. Let's see here where this is now. One of the key things I've been looking at is the poly market, because that shows the bettors, what they're thinking. And this has always been trending up. Right now it's at 71.5% for Trump, 28% from Harris. And this isn't necessarily the polls. I get it. This is where the money's going in by the bettors. So this was a lot lower earlier in the evening. So as people see the results, Trump keeps gaining in the betting market, which is a good sign. And let's take a look. We already got some data in, some results in, and I want to go over some super chats. Did you see the funky dance at Kamala's party tonight? They be dancing and it's sure funky. Maybe they could teach you some moves, Rams. Yeah, hunky dancing. Rams, my wife, Erica's stressing out over this. Can you tell her to calm down? She needs to laugh. Yeah, Erica, have fun. Whatever the outcome, it's not over. Either way, we have a lot to do. So even if Trump wins, it's going to be fun, but it's going to be crazy. And Kamala's, it'll be a disaster. But there's a lot of positive things. I see a lot more people that are really having our positions. Elon Musk was on Joe Rogan. They were talking about the great replacement, the Democrat strategy of replacing us, white people. This is mainstream now. So I'm seeing a lot more positives, the discussion. So don't get too down if Trump should lose. Right now it looks pretty good, but I know there's always late night shenanigans with these Democrats. Stephen Campbell, thank you. Just got back from voting for Trump and other Republicans a few hours ago. I'm not actually a Republican, more a monarchist. Yeah, I'm kind of that way too. Worse isn't better, so I vote. Accelerationists are silly. White pill, though, picture idea was required to get in. Yeah, I had to show a picture in Arkansas. So it depends on the state. Some states, they allow basically illegals to come in without not show anything. Oh, it's racist. You have to have blacks to show an ID. They can't do that. That's racist. But if they buy liquor, they have to have show an ID. But now to vote. So Arkansas, you have to show the ID. So it's pretty good. Pretty crazy here. Let's look at some of the data right now. And we'll go through this because a lot of the polls are closed in the East now. And I think they've closed in Arkansas right now, too. We should be getting the results soon. All right. This is, let me refresh this just to make sure I have the most accurate of updates here. The state Georgia looks like we'll go through these. It looks like Georgia, Trump is winning Georgia by 6. Georgia's a key state. If you remember, Georgia was one of those states I think he lost in 2020. That was the one. Didn't they have a pipe burst? A pipe burst! All the Republicans get out, and they found all these magic ballots. Who knows? Hopefully, there's not going to be any plumbing problems that miraculously give Kamala a bunch of ballots. We will see. Indiana is close. Trump won that. That's not a surprise. That was in my for sure state he was going to get. Kentucky, Trump won by 28%. Kentucky, love me some Kentucky. Daniel Boone, a lot of my relatives came from Kentucky and near southern Indiana. So good for them. They went for Trump, no surprise. South Carolina, 20% Trump. Again, that was a surprise. Vermont, what a bunch of cucks. 35% for Harris. What a bunch of cucks. It's like a white state, and they never been around diversity, so they love Kamala. It's just, what the hell. Virginia, shocker, shocker. Harris cannot lose Virginia. If she loses Virginia, she's fucked. Virginia looks like it's only +1. Trump is leading Virginia at this point. That's a shocker. The Democrats thought that they had that locked up. North Carolina, this is a key state for both Kamala and Trump. And I said it's going to come down to who wins North Carolina and Pennsylvania wins the election. And Trump is winning this by 5% with 40% of the vote in. That's a good margin. Ohio, we expected that. J.D. Vance, senator from there, they're up 8%. West Virginia, this is where Z-Man is from. Whoa, they put Kentucky to shame. West Virginia, 42% lead by Trump. Love to see that. Alabama, sweet home Alabama. I was just texting with Courtney from Alabama. Alabama, they pull through. Alabama has a lot of diversity, blacks, but the whites, they really pull through in Alabama. They vote as a bloc. All right, we'll just take a look at some of the cuck states here that closed at 7 p.m. And I think this is all Eastern time, I believe. And so here we go. Connecticut. Yeah, they're a bunch of cucks. Fuck Connecticut. Harris, 16%. Not a surprise there. Delaware. That is Joe Biden's state. By the way, have you heard Joe Biden is not going to be attending the election party with Kamala Harris? And that says a lot. He hates her. I bet he voted for Trump. But Delaware, that was Biden's state. 15% Trump. I mean, Harris. I said Trump. But even that, I would expect her to have more than 15% in Delaware. District of Columbia, they're just blacks and thieves in District of Columbia. That will, Harris will get that. Reagan didn't even win District of Columbia. Florida, look at Florida, man. 13%. That has turned into such a red state. Remember with Al Gore, that was like a battleground state. And with Hillary, they thought that would be a battleground state. Say what you want about DeSantis. He doesn't have a lot of charisma, but he's been a great governor there. The whole Latino Puerto Rican joke, that doesn't seem to have hurt the Hispanic vote in Florida, whatever. Illinois, my birth state. I don't consider it my home state. My home state was Colorado. What a bunch of cucks in Illinois. What a sorry-ass state. I'm kind of ashamed to be there. 20% Harris is ahead. Again, that was expected. Massachusetts, 43% Harris is up again. Massachusetts always has a reputation of being shit libs. They need more diversity. Mississippi, 14% Trump. Way to go. New Jersey, 10% Harris. That was somewhat expected. Oklahoma, 35%. State I used to live in, just west of Arkansas. Oklahoma's going to go to Trump. There's no doubt about it. Pennsylvania, they show plus 20% Harris. Trump's got to win that, but again, there's not much reporting yet, so we'll hold off on that. Rhode Island went to Harris, and Tennessee, Trump. So that's big. And Arkansas, They closed at 7:30, 20, about 19%. Trump's leading that, and that's going to be an easy one for Trump. Louisiana. So we'll have to see some of the states. Trump on Texas has got a good lead in Texas. Trump has a big lead in Wisconsin, but that's just early voting. That's going to change too, just like Pennsylvania. There's only 1% reporting, so we don't really know that yet. But Texas will go to Trump. That was a thing. New York, God, New York, that'd be a good state to get rid of. 17% reporting, 42% Harris. So that's sort of what we're looking at. The New York Times has just reported that Michigan, they are predicting either way. That could go either way. And that was considered, I put Michigan, probably Harris would win that. If Trump wins Michigan, well, then it's all over. New York Times reports Trump has a 77% chance of winning Georgia. New York Times, they hate Trump. So they don't like to report that 77% chance unless they have another water main break. Oh, no, it's a water main break. We found some ballots. Trump's going to take Georgia. Right now, breaking Trump here. Let's just get this because Trump has North Carolina. We got an update in North Carolina. And as more of the votes are coming in, the polls close in North Carolina. Trump has a solid lead over Kamala. If Kamala loses North Carolina and Pennsylvania or Michigan, she's fucked. She's out. It's over. Way to go. So Donald Trump's got a decent, really sizable lead in North Carolina. That is really good news to see there. This is, again, a shocker. This is a shocker. I did not predict Trump would win the state. People were talking that it could be in play, but I thought, not really. Virginia. And Virginia used to be a southern state, like General Lee. My middle name originally was named after General Lee. My dad loved him. We have some southern roots, so to speak. But then all the shit lives in Washington, D.C. They don't want to live in the city because it's this, diversity. So they moved to Northern Virginia. It doesn't even look like Americans in Northern Virginia anymore. Bunch of aliens that need to go home, need to go back to Calcutta. But Virginia's always been then now a Democrat state. But right now, with 52% of the votes counted, Trump is actually winning Virginia. That's a shocker. Now, it's not done yet. It's 52%. We'll have to see how this all pans out. But Trump's got I wouldn't say sizable lead, but he is winning in Virginia. So that is pretty impressive right there. And it just came in. We got another. They have just claimed, Trump has claimed, and again, this wasn't a shocker, but Trump has won Ohio. Ohio, J.D. Vance, way to go, Buckeyes. Ohio came in big time for Trump. He won the state easily. Again, this is a state that's part of the Rust Belt, the Midwest. J.D. Vance, one of the reasons he was picked, he's popular in that state. And I think J.D. Vance will be a future president. I'm a big fan of him. And so this is a huge win for Trump. This was expected, but I don't think they expected a win by this margin. And Trump destroyed Kamala in Michigan, in Ohio, I mean. Michigan's still even and go either way. And we have another state has been declared. And we'll take a look at this. Texas. Texas is officially gone to President Trump. Again, that was a must-win state for Trump. A lot of shit libs, trolls like on 4chan and stuff. They were saying, oh, Texas, Trump's going to lose Texas. Trump won Texas easily. Way to go, Texans. They held the state there, and I think they did it fairly easily. So Texas is officially, Trump has won that state. He was expected to win that, but that's a big victory for Trump in Texas. So it's good to see Texas is with Trump. So I love to see that. We're seeing a lot of stuff pulled out here. Louis Barrow, I live in Michigan and voted for Trump. You look younger tonight. I got my hair dyed. because it was like gray still. I got my hair cut. So I do that. When I get old, one of the advantages of getting old, you don't have to cut your hair as much because it doesn't grow as fast. So I went to get my hair cut today, and I went into shitlib Fayetteville to do it. But even Fayetteville has a lot of Trump signs this year. Now, Arkansas, obviously, they probably already called it for Arkansas. I don't know. But Fayetteville is a very liberal city. It's a college town, and you got some, the blue-haired lesbian types near the campus. And in this household, we believe in science. Black Lives Matters. It's like the Nicene Creed. It's the religion. But I've seen a lot of Trump things, and I don't know if I'd I'd probably wear my Confederate battle flag in Fayetteville. I definitely wore where I voted, because they're all like, I live in like the most rural county, probably maybe Z-Man's pretty rural in West Virginia, but I'm pretty rural. There's like no big cities at all in the county I live in. It has a colorful history of moonshiners and hills and hillbillies. And when I went to vote, everyone like has their pickup truck, a good old boys out there. So I felt it was great. I loved it. Let's see. Jar, I voted in PA and they refused to look at my ID. Wow, that's sad. We need to clean that up nationally. If Trump wins, we got to deport the illegals. We got to deport some of the legals that shouldn't be here. And we got to clean up the election process. It's outrageous. Every state, there should be a standard. They check your ID and they verify that you live in this state and that you're a citizen. They do that to me. They did that to me. It wasn't hard. The little old lady did it. It took like 10 seconds. And then I voted. So that was it. So let's just see where we are. Oh, the poly market. We have an update on the poly market, the betting. And it just keeps getting better and better for Trump. He's at a 73.6% chance to win. And again, this isn't a based on polls. This is based on people that are voting with their money. And money, money means a lot to people. And they're not going to bullshit around. They may bullshit with a poll, but when it comes to money, it is there. And so it'd be interesting. Hopefully Trump does get Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. They're showing North Carolina a pretty good chance. They showed North Carolina, Trump has an 88% chance to win that. He's in the lead. Virginia, they're giving her a 92% chance still. So I don't know. I thought it was closer. Michigan's like 50-50. Harris has a little bit. I don't know. Maybe the Groypers went up there to help that. Wisconsin, though, Trump has a lead on that. So, and again, when I show you these leads, these aren't polling numbers. This is just betting numbers, right? So, like, if you're going to do a bet, like if you want to put a bet that Harris is going to win in Arkansas, instead of doing that, just send me the money. You might as well just throw it down the toilet. But the poly market is saying there's a 99% chance Trump's going to win Arkansas. So it's not polling, it's the betting market, which is different. But I think it's still pretty valid. So that is pretty cool. And so I'm happy with that. Let me just see if I got everything in here. And I thank you guys all for being here tonight. We have a lot of fun and go through. Let me just see my rants. And it's fun to be able to do this. $10. XT001X. This guy, he did this comment on Rumble. And thank you, Rumble, for helping host this. We are on YouTube. I'm shadow banned on YouTube. And be sure to like and subscribe. Just helps me there. Rumble, I love Rumble. They've been nice to me. Be on Rumble too. And X. Oh, I love Elon Musk and X. I'm a fanboy. So RAMZPAUL and X is free to sign up to Twitter, or X, they call it now. Be sure to follow me. I do appreciate it. And so that's what I'm streaming on tonight. And this is key for Trump to win, is for selfish reasons, for a lot of reasons, selfish. One is I have a better chance of not being censored if Trump is in. If Kamala got in, she made it clear, her and Tim Walz, that they want to censor political points of view. They want to they want to push out Elon Musk on X. They want to go back to the old days where they censor people on X, the government. It's illegal, but that's what they did. So this is key for us. Oh, the other criteria I like to look at money, because again, money is about everything in life. And I've just checked my Bitcoin. Woo! Bitcoin! It just went crazy later tonight. And again, Bitcoin, because Trump is such a big fan of Bitcoin, he believes in pushing it. He thinks he's not going to fight Bitcoin. He loves Bitcoin. He went to the crypto conference, whereas Harris and her cronies probably want to do everything they can to eliminate crypto. So Bitcoin is just shooting through the roof. This means people in the market are thinking Trump is going to win and they're buying Bitcoin. Anyway, XT001. Thank you for everything you do. You're a part of my daily life, and you have done so much to open my worldview. Give me hope and let me be part of a great community. God bless and keep you all. Well, thank you. That really means a lot when I get these nice comments. It really does mean a lot when I get nice comments. And the $10, but the comments mean a lot. They really do. I meet people and I'm really humbled by it. So I'm really, thank you so much for that. And that is good to go. So let's see here. Let me just go back here just a little bit. And let's see. Yeah, Trump's at 73.9% chance of the poly market to win. I'm going to take a look at a couple of these other states here. And where are we? Let me see. I close one of my tabs. That helps me see this. Here we go. All right. All right, the New York Times projects that the Trump will win the presidency 287 to 251. And what do you know? Because what was RAMZPAUL prediction? Remember, what was RAMZPAUL's prediction a few days ago? I will show you. I did a video. Look who else said it'd be 287 to 251. It looks like the New York Times is following me. This is my prediction. My prediction is holding pretty. We haven't seen any changes from this. Looks like Trump is going to win North Carolina a little bit more easier than I thought. I hope he wins Pennsylvania. I think he's got a good chance there. Virginia, he could steal Virginia. Wisconsin, he could win, and Michigan, he could win. But those are up in the air. I haven't seen New Mexico yet. Colorado, my beloved Colorado, it used to be the reddest of red states. Then all the shit libs, they got, I want to get out of California. We fucked the state up. Let's go to Colorado because it's a great place to live. It's affordable. And they moved there and they voted in their shit lib policies. California, stay in your fucking state. Don't come to our states. And, basically, they're doing what I said. Can't think of anything clever to say, but here's $10. Thank you. Yeah, there's no reason to say anything clever. It's just good to have a community. And I hope we can have a celebration tonight. I'm feeling pretty confident now. But there's always in the back of my mind, oh, Trump's up to 75% chance to win now. There's always in the back of my mind that they could do shenanigans. And I hate to be that guy, but I just got burned in 2020. These people, the Democrats, they don't have any morality. Their motto is by any means necessary. And we'll have to see what happens. But if Trump wins by a huge margin that they can't do shenanigans, especially the eastern states and the Midwest, the western states may just throw their hands up and say, oh, the hell with it. There's nothing we can do. Trump, no sense doing shenanigans. And I think we'll get the results quick. So if Trump wins North Carolina and Pennsylvania, I think Arizona's going to say, oh, fuck it. We're not even going to try to mess with it. We'll just put out the data the way it is, the votes. So I've always said if it's a real close election, I don't know, oh, we're just waiting for them to count the votes in Arizona. Yeah, then we're screwed if that happens. A guaranteed loss if that happens. But hopefully that won't be the case. All right. And The other good sign we got is overseas in the embassies, all the globalist cucks and like Germany, and when they have all their homosexual parties and shit, whatever they do. And they maybe furries, and they canceled all their parties. They usually have watch parties, but were so upset they decided not to even do the parties tonight because they feared that Trump would win. So I think that is a good news for that here. Let's see here. Do we have things are looking pretty good here. Let me just scroll down, make sure I got all the chats and everything. So thank you. Win or lose, have a cold one on me. Druzel Tech and Games. Druzel Tech and Games. That's a great name. I'm working on a game, so I hope. Thank you. I'll have a cold one on. I'm having a little bit of wine now, so hope that works. Just got a text. I got to see if it's my producer. Oh no, it's someone else. So I keep my phone on because in case my producer says, you're doing a boomer thing, you're on mute. My producer is Sasha. She's also my wife, so that's. And actually, she's working now too, but she's probably listening. She can listen while she works. So, yeah. So hi, Sasha, and hope you're doing well. And I know Sasha voted today. I asked her, did you? Because I went into Fayetteville today to get a haircut, so I met Sasha for lunch down at Hammond Tree. If you guys ever been to Fayetteville, they have great sandwiches. They're grilled cheeses, and it's kind of shit lib central down there. A lot of homosexual flags, that sort of thing. But they have good sandwiches. And I asked her, when you voted, did you give a knowing look to like another woman and vote Kamala Harris? And Sasha laughed and said no. So Sasha said she voted for Trump. I am not saying who I voted for, but you could probably guess. No, I voted for Trump. So thank you for that. Let me just see. I want to make sure I get everyone here. And okay. So far it's pretty good. Let's do another update on the official board. We'll go to the official board. This is why I'm happy I did this stream later, because until about this time of night, there's nothing really to talk about. All right. What do we got here? Arkansas, the state I'm from. Trump is up 20%, and they got 34% of the votes counted. Trump will win Arkansas easily. Boy, Louisiana, Trump's kicking ass, but it's just 3% here. Trump, he's got a decent lead in Georgia. He's going to win Georgia. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina. Let me just see here. So hopefully Trump can get some traction in some of the states here. Trump will win Wyoming. I have no doubt about that. North Carolina now, 58% showing, and Trump is up 3%. Excellent news for North Carolina. And of course, the big state everyone's going to be watching is Pennsylvania. Shows Harris up 11%, but there's only 27% voting. And my understanding, more of the Trump votes coming in later, different counties and stuff. So we'll see that. It's going to be a close race. But hopefully Trump can win Pennsylvania. That's going to be a key state for him, I predict. And so we will see there. So I'd feel better once we get good news about Pennsylvania. I think that will be it. Let's see here. Yeah, the poly markets, they keep going up. 78.6% chance now for Trump to win. The money's going in on Trump quickly as bettors see what's happening here. So we will, the states I'm really, because really what it comes down to is, and let me show you my map that I created, my prediction. And Trump has a lot easier way to do this at this point. If he gets North Carolina, I always said, I think Pennsylvania is going to be key. But if he should win Michigan or Wisconsin instead, that will work too. So he just has to win one of these three states. I assumed he was going to win Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin and Michigan he would lose, but he could win those two states too. I have him losing New Mexico. I think he could win that state. Arizona, he looks really strong. So does he in Nevada. So there's not much of a route for Harris if Trump maintains his lead in North Carolina and wins North Carolina. He could even win Virginia. But if he wins North Carolina, he just needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and then it's done. One of those 3 states. And he could win all 3, but we got to hold our breath that there's no shenanigans. So we will see what's happening here. Another predicate, they do a lot of predictions. They're predicting a 73% chance of Trump winning at this point. So it's looking good at the moment. But again, that can flip quickly though. So Dr. Bungle, good luck from the UK. This feels like the last roll of the dice for the entire West, hoping we will be unburdened what has gone before after the election. Yeah, the United States, we really influence Europe a lot. And once Z-Man gets on here, we'll talk about that. But this will have a huge impact on Europe. In many ways, someone over there said, I forget, some shit lib, one of those World Economic Forum type people said, if Trump wins, that's going to be the end of globalism. And I'm like, I really hope so. He will end the Ukrainian war. They made that clear that no more handouts to Zelensky. They got to negotiate a peace. That's going to be ending. I think all of Europe is going to be in upheaval at this point. And it seems like you guys in the UK always follow us, that you're still in the hate white people phase, where it seems like in the last couple of years, we've gone out of that phase in America, and we don't really have that white self-hatred. A lot of whites have gone out, specifically white men. People have been saying, white men, go out and vote. And us white men have been going out and vote. We have identity to ourselves. And it'd be good to see if we're able to show that. Usually Britain tags along in the future, maybe Canada too. So this can give you guys hope. Maybe you could get and I'm not talking the Conservative Party, that woman Nigerian, but get a real party and get someone over there that represents the English people. That would be good to see. So this is going to be big for Europe. If Trump wins, it's going to really change a lot. AJ Anderson, what do you think of return to the land? $5. I'm not sure what do you mean by return to the land? I'm on my land right now. So is that like return to Europe, or what does that mean exactly? So I'm sorry, I don't know what exactly that means. But I like land, and I don't have to return to the land because I'm on the land right now. So, but thank you for that. New York Times announcement has now, and again, New York Times, they hate Donald Trump. They hate him with a passion of 1,000 suns. They are projecting he has a 70% chance of winning right now. 70% chance. Again, that is huge. That is huge. So, a lot of people, the poly market, they're like, oh, that's not a polling place. That's just a betting place. But, I'm more interested in how people bet than polling. But, okay, it's a betting. But now the New York Times, which does polling, says that Trump has a 70% chance to win. And I think that is the good news. So we're seeing good numbers all around. It's going to be interesting to see the demographics or the exit polls who came out and polled. I think the whole women thing with Kamala was overblown. I know Sasha, I know she's biased because she is a woman, but she got pissed about that. She hates these shit libs, and she said, not all women are like that. I know it's, not all, but most white women will vote for Trump. They will. So that's sort of the myth. So there is a demographic, the old cat ladies or the brain dead co-eds on college campus. They will vote for Harris because of all the lies. Oh, if Trump wins, he's going to make you have to have a baby, and all this sort of stuff. So I think it's going to be. I'd like to see the data, but I think the white men may have really turned things for this election. And it shows that we white men, we can still have an impact. We can't just be shit on entirely. And the Kamala Harris team, I think they recognize that, but they're not ever around any white non-gay men. They just don't know that. They'd have no idea because they spend all their time either in Washington, D.C., New York City, or San Francisco, or L.A., and I don't know, are there any white straight men in those cities? Presumably, I guess there are, but so they had to go to their Hollywood. Well, we got to make ads. We got to make a campaign for these white men in the middle of America. There'd be dragons there. We don't know really what goes on there. It's kind of scary. Can you do an ad for us? And so they put together the White Men for Harris, where they had a bunch of like literally homosexual actors prancing around acting like white men. Yeah, that didn't go very well. So it's good to see that we are a demographic to be contend with, you know, because all the talk was about women and they forgot about men this election. And us men, we still exist. And so this definitely could have made a big impact on the situation here. Okay, let's see here. And I will just do another update. Let's do another quick update here of the states as they come in. And so far, things look pretty good. Let's see here. This is AP I'm looking at. Georgia looks like a comfortable win for Trump. And again, he lost that state in 2020. Well, lost it, but it looks like a comfortable win now. Arkansas looks like a comfortable win. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina. I'm just trying to see if there's any things that are sticking out here. New Jersey, he did, you know, Harris did 7%. Trump did better than I thought he would. Tennessee's gone to Trump. I want to, Pennsylvania, Harris's lead is only 6% now. It's really gone down. It's only 32%. Now it's 5%. It's going down quick because I think a lot of the Philly bunch of shit libs, they came in early. Western Pennsylvania, though, where you have the Amish and good people, they're going to be coming in later. So that will be happening. Texas, Trump, 64% of the vote is counted. He's up 11%. Texas, God bless you, Texas. That will be good. And then we have, let's see, later on tonight, we will have, I don't know, California. They need to get out of the union. Let's see, Hawaii. I don't know why we have Hawaii. No, we need to keep California. We just need to reform it. Hawaii shouldn't be part of the United States. Hawaii and Puerto Rico need to go. They can be free, born free, be without the white man. And Alaska will go for, we keep Alaska. I think Trump will do well in Nevada. And I think he will win Arizona too. So I think it's looking very good so far for Trump. And even the hated New York Times is projecting that Trump has a 70% chance to win. And it's going to be very, very interesting, all that type of stuff here. So Kim in Finland, hey, thank you for staying up so late in Finland. It's got to be like god awful hour time. Hi, Rams. White folks in Vermont must be brain dead. There's no other explanation. Well, Kim, there's this weird phenomenon. White people that have never been around diversity, they look at diversity based on what their Hollywood TV tells them because they've never been around it in real life. So they watch and all the blacks, they're like Morgan Freeman, right? Just really wise and kind. And then when you live around it, like Sasha, she has an apartment around it. It's not a bunch of Morgan Freemans. No, I'll tell you that. So that's why you have the southern states like Mississippi, Alabama, really, even though they have a high black population, they are strong red because the whites, they know the score. So if you're a white person and you have to live around diversity, you quickly learn about diversity. You don't have any illusions about all this sort of stuff, all the nonsense, the lies. But in Vermont, they don't have any diversity. And so they like to, it's a similar situation in Washington and Oregon. Even though they're very white states, they tend to be very cocked. Minnesota was that way too, or they're starting to learn now because of the Somali invasion, what diversity is really like. So that's what happens. And it's sad to see that they have to learn the hard way. It's sort of like Sweden, they would always lecture the people in the South in America how ignorant we are. And then they imported all these third world people, and now they have rapes, attacks, murders. And we're like, yeah, well, I could have told you, but you didn't listen to us. You thought you knew better. And so things are looking pretty good here. Let's see here. So, thank you all for being here. Let me just see if I have any others. I just don't want to miss any chats. Pennsylvania is going to be the key state in Michigan and Wisconsin. And North Carolina. I want to make sure he's got North Carolina. And then once he gets those states, then the rest doesn't really matter. It's over. Because then we know, California is going to Harris and Wyoming's going to Trump. That's guaranteed. There's a few open like Arizona and Nevada. But if he gets North Carolina, Pennsylvania, I don't think it really matters. So we will see. We will see what happens here. But it's not in the bag, and they can still do these late night shenanigans. I have a different vibe than 2020. 2020 was sort of a dark time because of the COVID nonsense, all the violence, BLM, Antifa violence. And people, they looked at Joe Biden as being like the nice, old, kindly grandpa that would bring calm to the nation. And so I can understand, even though I question if he really won the election, I can understand why a lot of people would vote for Biden over Trump. And it turned out Biden was incompetent. He has Alzheimer's and he's very extreme. But Kamala Harris has always been very extreme leftist. And people have seen how the devastation of the economy, all the transgender bullshit they push. You saw at their campaign headquarters, above the American flag is, let me show you that. Oh, I got a bald guy creation, $10. Love you, Polly. Thank you. My middle name when I was born was Lee. I wish it still wasn't Lee, because then my name would be Paul Lee. That'd be kind of cool, but no, my mom didn't like it, so she changed it. But it's originally I was Paul Lee Ramsey. Yeah, that is what that changed here. Let me just show you the headquarters for Kamala here. And this just says it all, how they really are. I think there's been a change. And here's a Kamala headquarters at election night party. They have above the American flag, they have the homosexual flag. And I think people are tired of this. Whatever you think about it, I think a lot of people are like, oh, I don't care what you do in your bedroom, but we shouldn't fly your sexual perversions above the American flag, right? So why are you doing this? And I noticed it back in June because everyone's prepared. All the corporations do their homosexual stuff. And this last June, it was a lot of the corporations went away from it. People are tired of it. So I think that really sort of fits that will happen. Okay, here. The betting markets are now saying there's a 79% chance that Trump wins Pennsylvania. If that happens, it's all over. That's the betting market. And, just because you bet doesn't make it's going to win. But bettors, they don't like to lose money, so they tend to do things that will happen. So this will be, JD Vance said early that he thought it'd be an early night with an easy Trump victory. And JD Vance said he saw the internal numbers. And I'm a big JD Vance fanboy. I really like the guy. And I think he was telling the truth. And we may see that tonight. Let's see here. Oh, A.J. Anderson, return to the land as a white community in northern Arkansas. Oh, thank you, A.J. Anderson. I don't know anything about it. And as I'm for community building, as long as you follow the laws. The next super chat, it deals with what happens when you don't follow the law, what happens to you. You end up a federal informant. So you always want to be able to do everything that's legal. I don't know anything, and I'm not saying the Return of the Land is shady. I don't know anything about it. Maybe they're great people, but I would always very, very, I would caution you guys, don't fall into any weirdo groups that are trying to do things that could be illegal. And I'm not saying this group is doing that. I'm just saying in general. They just caught another kid, the FBI. Supposedly he was had a plan to blow up the energy grid. A white supremacist. And he didn't really have much to do with it. It was all an FBI plot. They put together a fake group and they lured him in. Some autistic guy. And he goes, oh, that sounds good to me. Now he's facing life in prison. So that, especially under Biden and Harris, that was their number one priority under the Department of Justice, to prosecute what they call white nationalist or white supremacist. And the ones they didn't prosecute, you have to go, wonder what happened there. But you got to be careful. That's my only thing. And I've always preached that. And I think I've been right mostly. And then speaking of it, what happens, Richard Spencer just posted a video on Twitter telling white men to support Harris, and she will make America stronger. LOL. He's a clown now. Richard Spencer, he got into legal troubles because of Charlottesville, and when Andrew Anglin, who I think is also compromised, put together, we're going to have a skinhead march on where Richard Spencer lives, and we're going to attack that realtor or something like that. He got sued. He always disappears, though, mysteriously. But Anglin, they never can find, mysteriously. But Spencer, they were able to find. They took him to court. He lost a huge judgment. And since he lost that judgment, he's become a total shitlib. And I suspect, I can't prove this, it's just me speculating. They said, okay, Richard, you were like the number one head of the alt-right, neo-Nazi, the leader of it, public enemy number one. We want to demoralize the right, so we want you to turn out to do a 180 and become a total shitlib. If you do that, we won't try to collect this judgment because you have your trust fund and you don't want to lose that. So you're our bitch now, and you're going to play by our rules. I think something may have happened to Nick Fuentes with January 6th. There's a video of him agitating people to go into the Capitol. Even though Nick didn't go in, him agitating people to go in, like others did. Others did not go in the Capitol. They just agitated people to go in, and they got long prison sentences. Nick Fuentes was like the number one target at the time. And then mysteriously, they dropped all the charges against him. And now Nick Fuentes is going after Donald Trump. In fact, Nick Fuentes put out a video saying he didn't vote for Trump. I think it's a lesson you learn when you're a dissident that the Irish IRA learned when they fought the British. If you get involved with the legal system, you got to consider the person compromised. They may not be, and maybe Richard isn't, maybe Nick isn't, but just the fact they got in the system, at least if you were part of the IRA in Ireland, they were that revolutionary terrorist group. If you were caught by the British, they were like, they may still support you, but they're like, we can't trust you anymore because you've been part of the system. They know you could be compromised. So I'm not surprised Richard Spencer has done that. He's been on the left now for a couple of years. Sasha thinks it's, he doesn't even want to do this. He looks like a hostage video. Yes. Okay, here we go. David C., you have the best Twitter account, and I love your content, even though your girl banned me from chat. LOL. Oh, David C., let me know. Send me your name, and I'll get you unbanned. I'm sorry you got banned. Sasha does a good job. She's a little bit harder core about banning people, but that's good. I need someone like her. She's pretty protective, and I don't know why you would have got banned. Usually she allows everything to be said, but if someone is just like real insulting, she will ban them. So, but thank you. Cameo 64. Maybe I'm white pilled, but funky dance incoming. It's looking likely. Even the New York Times is showing that it looks likely. I hope that happens. But again, until it happens, until it's officially announced, I just been gun shy with all the shenanigans they can do. Laura, thank you, Laura. $10 super chat. I won't say your last name, Laura, but thank you. I had a pleasure of meeting her once. She's a real sweet lady. And thank you, Laura, for that. And Trump's up to 80% now in the poly market. That is good. Let's see here. Republicans, new. This is just broke news. Republicans now favored to win the House. That's good news. So if Trump wins, he will have the House. I hope he gets the Senate too, but this isn't loading. But Republicans are now favored to win the House. So that is good news for the Republicans. It looks like a very strong showing from the Republicans. I was worried because of 2022, they were predicting a red wave and that never really happened. And then it was like a red trickle. And part of the reason was because of abortion. And a lot of people were worried about women, wanting to kill their children. That would take precedent over the health of the nation. But that doesn't look to be the case. That looks like that didn't happen. I thought running on abortion was a strange thing for Kamala to do. Kamala she was a horrible candidate. She never did well in her life. The only reason she got first into politics, literally because she gave sexual favors allegedly to Willie Brown, the San Francisco mayor. She was his mistress, and he was married, but she was the mistress, and he gave her these appointments. Then they appointed her senator because California is a one-party state, so it's not really competitive, and that's how she became senator. And then when she ran for president in 2020 in the nomination, she couldn't get 2% of the vote. She had to drop out right away. She had no traction among the Democrats. And Joe Biden just picked her for vice president because of DEI reasons. Literally, I'm not saying this, I'm not being mean. He said, I'm going to pick a black female. He picked her because she's black and female, allegedly black or Indian or whatever she is. And she was one of the most hated vice presidents. The rumors had she had a hard time keeping a staff. She's supposed to be foul-mouthed, very angry woman, lazy woman. Mostly she just played solitaire, they said, during her whole term. She was appointed the border czar, but she's too lazy to actually go down to the border. Then, Joe Biden drops out because he starts to drool in a debate. Man, this year has been crazy election-wise. It's been crazy. And then, at the last minute, they decide to put her in because, we got to put someone in. And then they try to really promote her. And then she picked as her campaign manager, some woman, Hispanic, that has no experience in this. And they horrible chances. Their strategy's been really bad, the Democrats. I think if the Democrats had like RFK Jr., or even Shapiro, or God forbid, Gavin Newsom, they would have easily won this election, or pretty good chance. But they had a really bad candidate. And Joe Biden, he must be really pissed right now. That guy must be pissed because they stabbed him in the middle of the night in the back. And they said, you have to sign this letter. Otherwise, bad things will happen to you. So he did. He gave up running. And they said, this is our only chance is to have Kamala run. You can't win. For the good of the Democratic Party, you got to give this up. He goes like, no, I want to run. I want to run. Remember that? He kept saying, let be clear, I'm running. And then a day later, he's dropping out. He's got to be pissed. He hates Kamala, supposedly, and I can see why. Pretty much everyone that knows Kamala hates her. She's a horrible woman to be around. Weak candidate. Rams, my man, thanks for being there for us every day. In my opinion, it was confirmed that Fuentes was compromised when he said that Kamala was a good candidate during the DNC. Yeah, I mean, some of it may be just Fuentes' personality. I always thought it was strange when Kamala said that she was brat, and Fuentes says, oh, I love it because I'm brat too. And then he said, let's face it, Kamala's like a hot, messy bitch. And that's what I am. I'm a hot, messy bitch. I'm like, man, that's okay. I don't know. That's not how guys down here where I live talk that are straight, but maybe they talk different in Chicago. But yeah, so who knows? But hot, messy bitches. Yeah. So Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer, who are both labeled the leaders of the evil right, are supporting Kamala. Funny, hilarious. You see, and it's funny because both of those people called me Cox for years. Cox. Richard Spencer did. Well, who's cock now? Who's cock now, Richard? Not me. Who's a cock now, Fuentes? Yeah. So there we go. That's what happens. All right. And then Z-Man should be joining soon. It should be great to see him here soon. I always follow him every day. He's got great insights, and so I keep an eye on once he pops in. I will jump him in there too. Milo, someone mentioned Milo in the chat. I would never trust Milo, but he's funny. He's like he's one of those funny gay guys, but he is funny. But yeah, that's Milo. All right, here. Let me just take a look here at. Let me do an update again of the race, because it's 9:00 Central Time, so we should be having a lot of updates here now. Hey, we got Z-Man on stage. Hey, welcome to the show, Z-Man. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you perfect. And hey, congrats. I see West Virginia went for Trump easily. Huge.
We were very disappointed. You know, I mean, we were hoping for a 50-point win, but you know, we'll take 40. You know, actually, yeah. I live in a county that in 2020 was the most pro-Trump county in the whole country.
Wow.
And I mean, there's a guy that we have one left-wing guy in my area, and he's got a rebel flag that's probably, I don't know, 10 feet by 12 feet, something like that. And his big Dodge Ram pickup or something like that, big trailer, is actually decorated like with the Dukes of Hazzard. He's our lefty, you know, he's our left-wing guy. So it's a different experience from Baltimore. Let me tell you.
I bet that. I don't know if you saw, I tweeted today. I voted. I live in probably a county just below yours and Republican. It's just all good old boys in my county. I don't live in Washington County where Fayetteville is. In the county I live in, I wore my Confederate battle flag hat and everyone loved it. And Arkansas is going big time for Trump. Z-Man, I first of all introduce you. And I tell everyone, you're the one person I read every day, and and I listen to your podcast every week. A lot of people ask me about YouTubers, and I have to admit, I don't watch a lot of people. I know about them because I just don't have the time. But you're like a tradition. Every morning I get up and read you, and so I want to plug your blog because part of it, you're a few years younger than me, but we're not that far apart, and we kind of think alike. And it's good to have someone on the right that hasn't gone totally goofy. And we were just talking before you jumped in. Someone said in a super chat that Richard Spencer put out a video urging white men to vote for Kamala Harris. And then Nick Fuentes had his meltdown. So you had these two leaders, both, you know, first Spencer of the evil right, alt-right, Nazis, whatever you want to call it. Then Fuentes. And now they're both like in that camp. How do you figure that?
Well, you know, I actually, back in 2015, I think it was, I met Spencer at Amran, and somebody wanted me to meet him. And I keep in mind that, I mean, I had only been writing for a couple of years, and I didn't think about having an audience. It just never occurred to me. And all of a sudden there's, you know, John Derbyshire came sprinting across the room, like, oh man, I love your stuff. It was so flattering. I was completely, you know, blown away by the fact you just don't think about these sort of things. And I'm not a guy who really enjoys that kind of attention anyway. So this person wants me to meet Richard Spencer. And Spencer was getting famous with the alt-right business. Yeah. You know? I'm like, geez, I wonder why this is. And I had dinner with him. And I'm thinking, as I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, this guy's an idiot. What the hell's going on here? What am I missing? And he starts talking about German philosophy. Now, look, I'm not a philosopher. But I've read all that stuff, and and I realized that I don't think he actually read this material. He read the Cliff Notes. So I'm just trying to be a nice guy about it. So anyway, the person who introduced me to him later on says, "What did you think about him?" And I said, "Can I be honest with you?" He says, "Oh yeah, I'd like you to be honest with me." I said, "I think he's a moron. I don't know what the hell. What am I missing?" And he just laughed and he goes, Yeah, I thought so too. I started to realize that was a lot was happening. That sort of view of things. So anyway, I said to him, I go, you know what? I'm going to bet you. I'm going to bet you at some point in the future, he's going to be the reformed Nazi on some TV talk show circuit. Talking about his bad ways. And I think about that conversation because it was like 2:00 in the morning in Tennessee. It's dark as hell. All we could hear was I couldn't even see the other guy. We were just voices in the darkness. And I think, man, I wish I had recorded that because I just hit that. I mean, I hit a home run with pegging Spencer, and that's because he's a narcissistic dilettante. He's a guy who pretends to know things. He gets up in the morning, he Googles himself. He goes on social media, see if people are talking about him, and I don't know. I mean, you and I are about the same age, and you're how old are you? You just turned 60, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you're a couple years older than me. I'm 58, so. This is 2024, right? So yeah, I'm 58. And but we both have a corporate background.
Yep.
We were in a STEM world,
Yes.
and especially when you come out of a STEM experience, you recognize. I mean, first of all, in your work life, what did you do most of the time? You fixed your own errors. So there's a certain humility that comes along with that kind of world. But after a while, you kind of. I mean, in my life, I've seen this act before. It's David Duke did this act. Then you have Spencer and I mean Nick Fuentes. I mean, I have been joking around with friends privately that a couple years from now it's going to be the Dick and Nick show with Richard Hanania, and he's going to be juggling poodles that he stole from an old lady in the parking lot or something.
Yeah, it's my first experience with Richard Spencer. I met him too, and I thought he was well spoken and everything, but just a character thing because I wasn't raised rich. I don't think you were wealthy when you were a kid either,
No.
but Spencer was, and just how he treated the staff. Like he went to get a drink and they had the bartender at like Amran or whatever, one of those things. And then he got mad at him because, damn it, man, that's not how you make the drink properly. And he just berated the poor bartender guy there. I'm like, geez, this is a guy that's never worked a day in his life. He's been a trust fund baby. And I don't want to be, I don't want to act like I'm trying to like a JD Vance or something. But when you come from a background like your first job, my first job as a kid was washing dishes. I was a dishwasher. I just get a little resentful to these guys like that. It's just a character flaw in my opinion, and I don't know. It just doesn't sit well with me. And I that's the trouble I always have with Nick Fuentes. He started really shitting like if you're a blue collar worker or work with your hands, you're just a dumb shit, or if you're from the South. And early on, I was telling my wife Sasha because I mean she's from the South, and I'm like, who's he trying to appeal to? This should be his base, and he doesn't like guys that work with their hands, or I mean that's kind of I
don't like guys who have girlfriends either.
No, girls are gross. I know.
Paul. Here's where you see the age difference, and I do struggle with this a little bit. I've gone to Fuentes events, and I've been around a lot of his young fans, and I think much better of them than I do of him. And I've been very generous with Fuentes because. In my work life, you see these young guys, they've been poorly socialized. They socialized online. I feel bad for them. And often in a few cases, I found myself being a mentor. We're helping them out. And that's a good thing. That's what old guys are supposed to do. When I was a young guy, there was old guys to help you out.
Yep.
So I've always been kind of generous about it. But this whole business about not liking women in that kind of way, I find rather off-putting. And I guess it's a generational thing because, I'm going to guess that when you hit 14 like me or around that age, that's the only thing you could think about is girls.
Yeah. That's why you try to get a driver. That's why you try to get a driver's license so you can take girls out. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and it was funny because around that age, I had a much older brother and some older, guys in the neighborhood. As soon as as soon as they noticed you looking at some girl's ass, they put their arm around you and like, all right, let me explain to you, what the rules are. And then my dad did that. It was just normal, right? That's the way it was. And then of course, you get older, you start to look back on it. You kind of, it's quaint. It feels, I don't know. It's like it's a one little bit of nostalgia that I have thinking back on that time. And I'm thinking, man, how awful it must be to not have that, experience and to not have that even, that thought. And then the next thought that comes to my mind is, how weird that is.
Yeah.
It's so strange, to want to like just play video games and Google yourself. And I don't know. I mean, I try to be sympathetic to the younger generation because it can't help how they're raised, especially middle class kids. I think that's a bigger problem. I mean, even when we were young, middle class kids are starting to get pretty soft,
Yeah.
and I think it's gotten really bad. And I see it in my work life. I can't raise my voice anymore.
Hmm.
The other about a month ago, this was like one of my old clients. They have this young guy they brought on. And he screwed something up. I don't know what it was. And I just kind of got mad for a second. You know how that is. You're not really mad at somebody. You're just kind of like mad at this
Right.
crap. I thought this guy was going to cry, and I'm like, oh, geez, I can't have that. So, I've learned how to manage these situations now. But he just doesn't know any better. He was raised by a girl. He went to school, and it was a girly sort of world. And so I try to be. I don't know. I try to be. I don't want to be a grumpy old man. I guess that's really what it gets down to. I don't want to be that guy who complains about younger.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember that we were the same age. Every older generation. Oh, you kids, you're just worthless, and it's just.
Especially the baby boomers. I went to a nice prep school, and I was one of the scholarship boys that got in, and so I had kind of like this twofer problem. I had all the upper middle class rich kids that I had to figure out how to navigate, and then we had all these our teachers were all grad students mostly, and or post grad. They were waiting, because how it is in academia even back then. You got your PhD, so you're doing postgraduate work. I mean, they were actually paying their bills teaching me calculus. And, so those guys would give you the business about, your generation, a bunch of slackers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, God, I don't want to, it was awful, and I don't begrudge the boomers. I'm not a real boomer basher, but the thing is I don't want to, I said, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm going to be that old dude that the young guys say, yeah, he's all right. He might be a hard ass, but he's okay. And I try to, but boy, it's hard.
Yeah, there's been a big divide in our thing, whatever you call it. I'm like you, because originally it was alt-right, but then that word got poisoned. Then dissident right, I think you were one of the early people, but I know you said you're tired of that phrase now. And whatever we call it. But there's been this strain of being anti-women. And don't get me wrong, women have their issues. I'm not for the 19th Amendment, and I've been around women my whole life. If you've been around women, there's the old saying, men are stupid and women are crazy. That is true. Women are crazy. But, we need women. But there's been this like real woman strain among us, and also generational, like stupid boomer, and it just gets all so tiresome. Like my comments, it's just, oh, you're a boomer Jew, and I'm like, well, I'm not Jewish, but whatever. You know what? It's just so.
I've been called Jewish a lot. I don't understand that. I mean, clearly I'm not.
I know. Ironically, they probably. I'm sure they didn't like me. I'm kind of hard on him, but yeah, it's just there's this strain that just makes it crazy, and and I think part of this too, you bring up a lot, is you need to keep someone to keep you humble, and I always have people in my life to keep me humble, including my wife. And so it keeps you, level-headed. But a lot of these people, I think they just start to see themselves in too much of, like, they're the reason that Trump won in 2016 or all this nonsense. And it really goes to their head, and they think they're super important, and they don't really understand where they are. And that leads to trouble if you don't stay humble.
Yeah, I think it was when I first started getting attention, and it was a weird thing. I didn't even. I started doing my site entirely just because I don't know, I just felt like doing it. I didn't think about it too much, and so Greg Johnson actually contacted me.
I know Greg. I've had dinner with him.
There was some. I had been interviewed by some Canadian guy. God, I can't remember his name. Kevin something or other. A nice sort of paleocon guy. Had been on the radio. Nicest guy. He contacted me and said, "Hey, I want to interview you." I'm like, I don't really want to do that. It's kind of weird. He's like, "Well, I think you're interesting," and I'm like, "Well, okay." but I don't know how to do any of this stuff. He goes, oh, look, I worked in radio for a long time. I'll show you all those tricks to do podcasting right. That'll be my payment to you. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll get to learn some stuff. So he did. He taught me all the little tricks to, fiddle around with audio and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a fun thing. I enjoyed it. So then Greg Johnson heard it. He said, I want to have you on. I'm like, oh, okay, what the hell? I'm on a roll now. And he said, well, what is your political influence? And I said, well, work. And he had nothing to say. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, I've worked in large organizations my whole life. I've learned everything about politics from seeing lots of people try to manage lots of people. That's just what I know. And he didn't get it. And I thought, well, maybe I didn't explain it right. But over the years, I realized that there's people who are just in politics and they only understand it that way. And then there's people who've had lives outside of politics. And when they get into politics, they think about it in the way in which you thought about all the bullshit corporate politics you had to go with, or how you manage people, or, that guy who might be really smart, but he's really weird. He doesn't actually have as much impact on the corporate culture as the guy who is maybe not that smart, but he's really good with people. You start to figure that out. And that's why when I see somebody like a Spencer, when I met him, I'm like, I've seen this before. And this guy's a weirdo. It's going to end poorly. I mean, it's just not going to end well. And the other thing about that, though, is that I don't, especially as I've gotten older, I think I have less patience for eccentric people. I know there's too much important stuff that needs to be done, and I'd like to see some of it done before I die. So I don't have time to screw around with some guy who thinks he's, Hitler 2.0 or whatever. I'm not interested in that. And I'm not interested in people who just want to be internet clowns.
Right.
You want to be an entertainer, that's fine. Take up juggling or be a mime or something. Don't pretend to be a politician at the same time. So I don't know. I'm starting to sound like a grumpy old man now.
No, in fact, I steal a lot of your stuff. Like, I love how you use the term carnies to describe the Hollywood celebrities. So I start using that back on them. Like, I don't really care what a carny has to say about it. They probably hate to be called that because they think they're so important. But yeah. Well, just a little bit about the election here. Trump was just declared the winner in North Carolina. What do you make of that? And what do you make of his chances right now?
Well, you know what? I'm gonna do a Mike Cernovich and pat myself on the back and say that I predicted that Virginia would be the bellwether state, and the reason I did is that, well, first of all, this was back in like August, is the fact that I know a lot about Virginia. Actually, I lived there for a while, and I followed the Glenn Youngkin campaign rather closely. And there was a revolt in Loudoun County that really put Glenn Youngkin in the governorship. And it was a revolt over cultural issues. It was a revolt over the whole tranny business. It was a revolt, all that kind of stuff. I remember that. And it was, and people don't realize Loudoun County is rich as hell. It is one of the, if it's not the richest county in the country, it's in the group. It's 1, 2, or 3. And these are people. Every household. I think the average household income is over $1 million. I mean, it's crazy rich county. And so you're talking about rich people who like to indulge in all the sort of shit-lived fantasies about stuff, and here they are, they revolted against that. And it's because they were coming for their kids. But there's been this rural revolt. I see it all over the place. I see it in where I am. I see it in Pennsylvania, Maryland, Western Maryland, which is not far from me, and in Virginia. And I started looking at, they weren't doing a lot of polling, but I started looking at stuff that was being polled, and you could see it. It was all showing up. And I didn't think Trump will win Virginia. I mean, I think he's just a little behind now, but it's so close. It's razor thin. Right
now, I just brought up the actual data, and according to AP, was 65% of the vote in. Trump is winning in Virginia by 1%. So it's neck and neck.
Yeah.
But that's amazing that he's doing that well. I thought I'd put that in Harris camp. Before
he lost by 10 points in 2020. And he
so
lost
him
by
to be up
6 points in 2016.
Yes, so him to be up at this point with 65% of the votes counted, he's up 1%. That's pretty amazing.
But Virginia is kind of an interesting state in a way, because you kind of have all these bits and pieces of how they slice and dice the American electorate. You have a large black population that's concentrated in places like Suffolk County, Chesapeake area, Richmond. You have shitlib galore in Loudoun County and I forget what it's called, place is called in north of Richmond.
Mhm.
You have it's a very diverse state. It has a little bit of everything. Of course, you have this very rural, very sleepy part of Virginia that hadn't been really politicized. The one issue they would get politicized over was guns, but all of a sudden they're starting to get politicized over culture, which and frankly, I think they lack the language for it. When I talk to people, I've seen this in where I live now, but it's really the anti-white stuff. It's
Right.
the ads. It's the stuff on TV, and so you have all these things coming together. And I'm thinking, you know what? We'll find out what's really happening in this election in this state, because it's a good little hothouse. It's a good little microcosm. If on election night or running up to the election, it's less than 5%, Harris got big problems.
Mhm.
Because the same mentality will flow out to Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and all these other places, and it's proving out. They thought that North Carolina would be close. North Carolina's not that close. Yeah, he's won North Carolina. Georgia, I think he's won by 3 points.
Yeah, Georgia, he won by 5%.
Yeah, I mean, Florida's a blowout. I mean, it's not even close. Texas is a blowout.
I know. I remember when Florida used to be a battleground state. Remember with Hillary Clinton, that was a battleground state. And just for people listening, Pennsylvania now has 52% of the vote in. Trump is winning by 2%, according to the AP. So I said going into this, if Trump wins North Carolina and he wins Pennsylvania, it's a hard path for Harris to win this.
Yeah, because Pennsylvania also models really well with Michigan, Wisconsin. And, my dream just doesn't, everybody's got their kind of like weird stuff that's in their mind. I want Trump to win Minnesota because I've come to detest Tim Walz.
Oh, I hate that guy. Talk about a weird guy. I swear they use that weird meme on JD Vance, which, by the way, you probably know I'm a JD Vance fanboy. Yeah. I don't know. I'm partial to people. To me, he sounds like a little bit of like your background, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you grew up, but he grew up very poor, and then he was intelligent. He made something out of his life. I kind of root for people like that, and I like how he handles himself. So I think he's been really good. I don't see anything weird about the guy. Now, Tim Walz, that was the guy that started a homosexual club for boys in high school. I mean, that's weird. I'm just saying that's weird. And other things. And when he did his Elmer Fudd, again, I stole that from you, but that was funny. He did look like Elmer Fudd out there. He's just a strange dude. He really is.
I think I'm going to try. I don't want to use any bad words, but the old white shitlib is the most awful person. I mean, there's nothing likable about him,
Yes.
When I was a kid, I used to, my grandfather was a great influence on me, and he was a crotchety old guy. And he always used to say, hey, look, get all your bad ideas out of your head when you're young. Because when you get older, you need to know better. It's embarrassing to have. And when he would like confront somebody, or we'd see somebody, like an old white shit lib, he just said, it's embarrassing. You don't want to be like that. And it always stuck with me because it is true. It's immature. Tim Walz is an immature man. He's not a guy who is worldly and that his experience has taught him the reality of life or anything like that. He still operates like a child. But the big thing for me is he reminds me of this guy that when I played freshman football in high school, this guy would hang around the showers in the gym a little bit too long.
Yeah.
And we all like, why is this dude watching this, And, it just seemed a little weird. And then, I don't know, a month into the season, we didn't see him anymore. And looking back on it, there was a reason, And so every time, as soon as I saw Tim Walz, I think, oh, Jesus, I wonder if that, I actually Googled him. I'm like, is that the guy? And because I couldn't remember that coach's name. And, but it wasn't. But yeah, I would love to see Uncle Fester lose because I mean that debate. I'm sorry, politics is entertaining in a lot of ways, and that debate with Vance. I mean, Vance was so smooth. He did such a great job, and Walz was so weird. If he put a light bulb in his mouth and sat down and started playing with model trains like the Addams Family and just blew it up,
I know. He's definitely a strange guy, and a lot of the stuff is amazing where we are in this country, just because Harris had almost all the media and all the celebrities, and they covered for them, and because Tim Walz had that scandal. I guess he slept with a Chinese girl, which everyone was shocked that it was a girl, but I guess he had that affair. But despite all that, it doesn't look like they'll be able to carry him across. And ironically, part of the reason they got Tim Walz, I think, is wasn't he supposed to help with the Muslims, right? And they're worried that Josh Shapiro being Jewish would hurt them in Michigan. And it looks like it may not really matter now. So it was, I can't think in my life, and I'm old. I remember Dukakis. I remember Mondale. Wasn't Dukakis the guy that made the stupid ad in a tank? Us older guys will remember that. He thought this would be a good look because he had to look tough. He just looked so silly. But Kamala's been one of the weakest candidates I've ever seen, and this is one of the worst run campaigns I've ever seen. Their white guys for Harris just got mocked, and it's like they don't know regular white guys. They went to Hollywood and they put together an ad, and it turned out the guys in the ad, most of them were homosexuals. It was so bizarre. It's like they don't understand mid-America, or they actually hate us. They live in New York City and San Francisco, LA, but there's, where we are, it's like, there be dragons. We don't even know. And they have this view of like everything's like Deliverance. So when they try to act like us, it just seems so weird. And I know, didn't you say that when you were younger, I don't know if you ran the campaign or you worked on the campaign, so you know a little bit about campaigning, right?
Yeah. In my corporate career, I ran, this was back, gosh, man, I'm an old guy now, so 25 years now at least. I had this client down in Virginia who was a super connected guy. I mean, he knew everybody, and he was really, and he owned a bunch of land. He was really like an old Southern family guy. Anyway, he turned me on to the fact that I think it was Tim Kaine. They had this campaign brewed up where he was going to fool the rubes by them having him pose in his Elmer Fudd outfit with a shotgun and his dog, and all this stuff. And he was so proud of this. And I remember saying to him, I go, "Do you think this will work?" He goes, "Oh yeah, this is going to work. This is going to be fantastic." He says, because and they had a weak opponent. Well, they all got convinced that this worked. They did the same. They used actually the same printed material for John Kerry. If it was done in this age, they'd use AI to put his head on the same thing.
Yeah.
But it was the same thing. And they had John Kerry. I remember him going into I forget where, maybe in Pennsylvania, and say, "Can I get me a hunting license?" Like he was, in a John Wayne movie,
Yeah.
partner. And they had Kerry actually say that, when he was deer hunting, he used to like crawling on his belly, sneaking up to him, like, I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, but they keep sticking with this, I don't know. I mean, it's because, like you said, these people, as far as we're concerned, we might as well be on another planet. They have no idea who the hell we are. We're just, we're what they know about us is what their advisors tell us about them. And you know what though? I mean, the thing with Walz is that I think in the end, she ended up with him for two reasons. One is that it's the old line. You heard this in corporate life. First-rate managers hire first-rate men. Second-rate managers hire third-rate. You know how it is, and it's true. You remember this. You probably had weak managers in your life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it was funny. You could it's like the first day you knew, all right, this guy sucks. And you just waited it out or whatever. And that's what you see with Harris. I think she just picked Walz because he may be the one guy she felt superior to. But I think nobody else really wanted the job either.
Well, there's a theory that I propose, and I think a lot of people did, so I'm not taking credit of it. But people like Gavin Newsom and Josh Shapiro, they won't necessarily shed too many tears if Kamala loses. Maybe officially they will, because they got their eyes on 2028. And it's almost like Kamala Harris was the B team. And do you think there's any credence to that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, these people are all scumbags.
They are.
I mean, Josh Shapiro, if he thought it would help his 28 chances, he would drive his car over Kamala Harris, right on like national television. These are ruthless people. And you also have Karen Whitmer up there in Michigan, and she's got motivation to, maybe have the Detroit vote not turn out. So
I
I think that's part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the Gretchen anymore because after two women have lost Hillary and assuming Harris loses tonight, I don't know if they go to a woman again. I kind of doubt it. I think the Democrats won't.
Well, my
Um,
theory is that they're going to look at New Mexico, which is which Trump, according to CNN, is up 5,000 votes after a third of the vote is in, and obviously it's a close state because he went out there. They're going to realize that Hispanic males do not want to vote for a woman,
right.
and they want a strong white guy. That's what they want. And I think that I mean that means they can't run Shapiro. And so Gavin Newsom right now is probably feeling pretty good about his chances for 2028 if he's looking at these numbers.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the case. And just to update the people, I know people are trying to keep up on what's happening right now in Wisconsin. 50% of the vote has been tallied, and according to AP, Trump is up 1% in Wisconsin. So again, I had that as a Harris state. So if he wins that state, that's just going to add insult to injury at this point. And
Look at Iowa. Iowa, the shitlibs were all saying that this, they were all buzzing about this. Iowa is going to be this bellwether. Trump is cruising. He's up 10 points with half the vote in.
Yeah, AP said after half the vote in, about 10 points, 9%. So, yeah, that was, I caution people because before the election, there's a lot of shills out there that put out fake stuff just to try to keep their side motivated. And when I saw that with Iowa, that was an outlier poll. I didn't believe it. And it'd be nice if these pollsters that make all these wrong predictions will ever be held to account and people will disregard them, but they'll just forget. They'll be making polls in 4 years from now. But yeah, it doesn't right now look good for Kamala. Ted Cruz easily won in Texas. It looks like the Republicans will win the House now, and they are doing really well. So this is going to be a crazy time because Trump could still be sentenced to prison here in a couple of weeks. I'm sorry to laugh about it, but it's just like he probably will because this is just a clown world year. The most bizarre thing that happened will probably happen. So, does he serve his term in prison? That would be new. How does that work exactly?
You know what? It's terrible of me, but it wouldn't break my heart is that they put him in the can and say, well, we're going to put you in jail, but up to inauguration day. So the presidential limo shows up at Leavenworth, and it drops him off in Washington to give his inauguration speech. I mean, it is. I mean, we live in such a ridiculous age. I mean, look, I've come to admire Trump. I said this earlier today, and I've said this on my Friday show. This guy is quintessential American. He's got a lot of flaws. He's got a lot of faults. I mean, we all know this stuff. But this is a guy who's been shot. There was a lunatic in the bushes who was trying to shoot him.
Yeah.
And, he had to know that was a possibility for a long time. Yet the guy keeps just plowing along. I mean, he really is what – I think I said this before. I don't know. But maybe this might be the first time. He's the Ben Franklin American. Ben Franklin Americans are people who just keep grinding. You just keep grinding. You just keep trying. Get a little better today, a little better the next day. There's no miracles for you. There's just all you can do is be better tomorrow than you are today. Well, that's Trump. That's who he is. I mean, that's who most people are. That's who most Americans are. They wake up in the morning and go, how can I make a little bit more out of this day than I did yesterday? And
yeah, I've never seen anyone like him in my life. It's weird how so many people hate him and then they end up on his side. Well, hell, J.D. Vance and a lot of others. He's got a indescribable quality that most people don't have. And I can't describe it. It's more than charisma. Bill Clinton had charisma. He's a good old boy. But Trump just has this magical quality that is hard to put your finger on. He's like larger than life. And I admire that. I think J.D. Vance is smarter and more articulate than Trump, but he doesn't have that X factor that Trump has. And that is something, it's hard to describe. It is something that's really real.
The closest I've come to somebody like this, when I was a young guy, I had this, I was working at this job, and this tells you how old I am. You remember this. the company was divided between Lotus 123 and this
Yes.
new thing called Excel. And I knew how to write macros in both of them. So I wound up having this job in the finance department. And basically, I was like the universal translator. I would take the one camp that refused to let go of Lotus because they said, this is the standard. And the Excel guys, it was just completely nuts. But anyway, so I was doing all this financial work, and I was very fortuitous. I wound up working with a couple of guys, MBAs, corporate finance, taught me all this stuff. I knew all this, stuff about corporate finance from, like it was like an apprenticeship. And so they had this big meeting for corporate budgets. I mean, the nationwide corporate budgets. And I had been the guy who put all this stuff together. I knew all the math, and I'd figured all these formulas out and all this stuff. And I had created like reports of my own and stuff. Well, one guy, I don't know what happened. He did something really stupid. I was never sure what it was, but he just disappeared one day. So he was a director or something or other. So they had this big meeting, and I was there, just support staff. I was a kid. And they said, well, you're going to have to explain what's in his book to the big bosses, CEOs of the company. And this guy was the CEO of the company, and everybody was it wasn't terrified. They were in awe of him. He had this weird quality. I mean, it was wild. I was a young guy. I'd never seen anything like this. I mean, all these impressive people, my boss's boss's boss was like a little child around this guy. And the funny part happened is that he picks up the binder I have, he opens it up, and everyone moved away from me. And he said, I want to know who did this. And I was like, holy shit, I'm going to get fired.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I figured, what the hell? I'm going to go out with a bang. So I put my hand up and go, boss, I did this. He goes, I don't understand what you have in the front here. So I started explaining to him, this is some stuff I was working on my own and all that. And he looks at me and goes, you know what? If everybody in this room was as conscientious as you, this company wouldn't be I'll go ahead and say it. This company wouldn't be as fucked up as it is.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, everybody starts moving close to me again.
Yeah.
And I'm looking around like, what the hell's going on here? And the guy actually, he took me to dinner. And, he's one of those guys. He's like, I want young guys to be ambitious. I want you to take chances. And he was a great guy. And I'll never forget that. It was a very generous thing he did. But that enormity of that personality, this guy that was just larger than life. And he was a guy who had a very interesting background, and Trump is like that, And I think in the corporate world you see those guys. Ross Perot, didn't you work for Ross Perot?
Yes, Ross Perot. I met him. I admire the guy. He was from Texarkana. He had that cowboy spirit that we're kind of lacking. You see a little bit in Elon Musk, but yeah, he had that vibe about him.
Yeah, I mean, Ross Perot was the kind of guy who says, boys, we have to get this done by Monday, and everybody said, okay, we'll get it done by Monday.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see that with you don't see that with any politicians.
No, and Trump, you see how even Elon Musk is now like a fanboy of Trump, and Trump just is like a king that holds court, and he just has a quality about him, and it is amazing to see. How's this going to impact, assuming Trump holds on and wins, how's this going to impact Europe? I saw it was a good sign that Trump was going to win, because in Europe, all those dilettantes, they canceled all their election watch parties for tonight because they had sour looks on their face. They probably knew what was happening. How will this go over in Germany, France, Britain, and how will this impact, especially the little war over there in Ukraine?
Yeah, I think it's kind of sad what's happened to Europe. I've been following the Ukraine war since it started. And honestly, I followed it for nerdish reasons because of the mechanics of it, drones and all the different kinds of stuff.
I did too. I'm that way too. It's like, it's a guy thing. Sasha gets all bored with that sort of stuff. I love drones and yeah.
And just how it's kind of like a weird sort of chess. Okay, you have drones, so now we're going to do this different thing, and like one of the weird things the Russians figured out is that, instead of having armored vehicles approaching these defenses, they put guys on motorcycles and
ATVs. Yes.
No. And honestly, I mean, I hate to say it, but you can't. You think, man, that would be so cool to be part of this scheming and figure this stuff out. I mean, even though it's horribly dangerous and all that stuff, again, it is a male thing, I suppose, but. But one of the weird side effects, though, is that following this, I started to realize that the political class in Europe is terrified of being alone. they depend on America so much. They go along with all these stupid ideas because they're terrified of being in charge of their own countries.
Hmm.
It's like they're like a bunch of middle-aged women are afraid that their husband's going to leave them. I mean, that really is how they carry on. And Trump is going to leave them. I mean, his record with women is not good, so they should definitely think about that. I don't know what happens. It's kind of sad, really, what's happening. I mean, the Germans. Is it even a country anymore? I mean, it's just. I mean,
Yeah.
you talk about we talk about America as an economic zone, but Germany. I mean, I was in Germany a year ago, and I was talking to some locals, and there was two kinds of locals. There's the local who is like really based, if you know what I mean,
Mhm.
and he's based in the old way,
Yeah.
the old German way.
Yeah, I
And then
understand.
and then there's just this like citizen of the world knucklehead that all they really want to do is consume product, American product, and you're like, man, this is just awful. This is not a country. This is a museum with people living in it. And but that's true of all of Europe. I mean, you used to spend a lot of time in Europe, right? You used to go. You used to do a lot of like you used to go to like some of the events like Finland, right?
Yeah, I did. Well, God bless her, rest in peace. Tina Vik invited me to Finland to speak up there, and had a great time. And I spoke in Sweden, and I will tell you this: the nationalists in Europe, we make fun of them like Swedes being real cuckish and all that. But the most hardcore nationalists I ever met, and I really loved, were the Swedes. They were great people, so I was really impressed.
I have a Tina Vik story for you. She was. And I got to say, it broke my heart when I heard what happened to her, and because I came to think of her like a little sister in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But we were at this event, and Uncle Jared was there,
Mm-hmm.
and she had interviewed me. I think it was actually on your show. Actually, you had me on with Eunice and her, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
So she heard I was there, and it was one of those times where I don't really think about who actually listens to me, but a bunch of graduate students from the Netherlands had heard I was going to be there, and they got in a car and they drove to, where the hell was this? Denmark? No, maybe it was Finland. I don't remember. It wasn't the damn Scandinavian countries. It was Denmark. Well, I don't remember anymore. But anyway, so I was feeling like I was feeling good about myself. I was flattered, but at the same time, I'm like, this is kind of, I don't know, freaking me out a little bit. Well, anyway, Tina Vik sees me, and she runs across the room. She's dressed like a fairy princess from like a Disney movie.
Yeah.
And she jumps on me. And fortunately, she was just a little thing. Well, I come to find out that she had been drinking quite a bit, and her and Eunice were on the outs.
Yeah.
So as the day went on, they were quarreling with each other, and it's none of my business. So he disappears, and we all go out to dinner. And Tina is not doing so good, and she's starting to get belligerent. So I pick her up and I carry her outside out of the restaurant, and all these people in the restaurant start clapping. Right? And come to find out, all the things that she was saying was every Finnish curse word that apparently exists in the Finnish language.
Yeah, Tina was a lot of fun.
So I got her outside. I got her in a cab. I sober her up, and I was like, we're going to find Eunice, and we're going to take care of it. I'm going to be a gentleman here and help you out. Well, she it turned out they were staying in some place like, I don't know, 1 million miles away. So she starts sobering up in the cab, and she looks over at me, and she says, "You know what I love about Americans?" And I'm thinking, man, cowboys, big gentlemen, and all this stuff. And I said, "No, what?" She goes, "You have Kentucky Fried Chicken."
That's something I like.
I just started laughing. And then she says, "Is it because you have so many colored people?" I started laughing so hard, I thought I was going to hurt myself because you can't say colored people.
Well, she had that. It's funny, when we did a Happy Homelands together, she would talk about colored people. And then she asked me, well, why can you say people of color, but not colored people? Because, I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't make sense, but it's one of those weird rules that we're supposed to internalize. And yeah, she was funny. I was with her at a sauna with Jared Taylor and Eunice. And it was funny because Eunice would, he could talk slow and she just glared at him. It was... Yeah, so God bless her. I miss her a lot. We kind of parted ways because of the COVID stuff, but then at the end we got back together and we became friends again. We are going to do stuff together, but then she passed away, so it was really sad. But yeah, I always loved her, so I was sad to see her go. So
Yeah, her
uh,
husband Eunice it was a solid guy. We
yeah,
were
very
in
intelligent man, definitely. Yeah, but he's very different personalities. She was very like a type A personality,
yeah.
and he was like a. And I don't mean this as an insult because maybe he's not, but he almost had that stoner vibe. You know what I mean? Just real mellow.
We were in Denmark together, and we were surrounded by a bunch of antifas or whatever they call them
Hmm.
there. And you find out a lot about people when you're in physical risk. And Eunice, he was a good guy. He
He's a
was
good guy.
just
I love Eunice. He's a straight up good guy, and I have nothing but good things to say about him. But he was a
yeah.
very different personality than Tina. They had quite a bit different personalities,
Well, like
and
the Finns are a really eccentric people.
they
You get a
are.
lot of really crazy. I had a business dealings. I used to do business with a company in Finland, and they had this weird habit where they'd say, well, you'd work really hard all week long. They were really hard workers, really conscientious. I mean, just do all this stuff. And then Friday at like 4 o'clock, they go, now we're going to go get drunk for the entire weekend. I mean, they 8 o'clock on Friday evening, they're already hammered. I mean, they just this binge drinking. And it was almost like the Japanese. The Japanese have that same sort of culture, where it's just these extremes. They work extremely hard. They play extremely hard. And you know what? I mean, they're the happiest people on earth, so they must be doing something right.
Yeah, I really do miss her. She was a good friend, and she was a good co-host. We had a lot of fun together, and she was a very feisty girl. And yeah, that is a shame about that. Assuming Trump wins, are we going to see a repeat of last time with anti-fall violence? I've been telling people, I get the vibe that they're just out of energy, or maybe a lot of them transitioned and committed suicide. But it's because it's been how long has it been? Like it's been over 8 years
Well,
ago. I
a
don't
lot
know.
of them, like the SPLC had to clean house with a lot of people because they were pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel
Oh
guys.
yeah,
And there's a big overlap between that left-wing anti-Zionist world and the Antifa, shit lib world. And
yeah,
you know, it's the progressive stack. You
yeah,
can hate white people, but not white people. As Jared Taylor would put it. And they threw was her name Claudine Gay over the rail for being insufficiently supportive of Israel. If they're willing to throw a black woman with a PhD over the rail, they're not going to worry about Antifa. And you know what? Look, Trump held an event in Madison Square Garden, and there
yeah.
was, thousands, tens. I mean, there was like 15,000 Trump people in the area going to bars and all that stuff, and nothing happened. So I don't know. I think it's kind of what it is too. Is that you're noticing that rich people are tired of this bullshit too?
Yeah.
I mean, I think guys like when I saw Jeff Bezos say, I'm sorry, Washington Post, we're not going to endorse anybody. That's a rich guy saying we're tired of the horse shit.
Yeah, even Zuckerberg has had a kind of change of heart with a lot of this stuff. So I think a lot of support. I think people are tired of the riots. So maybe this will blow up in my face. But assuming Trump wins, and it looks like he will, I don't think there's going to be there'll be sporadic, but I think people are tired of it. Someone wrote in, James. He wrote a question for you, Z man. Assuming Trump wins, will he make good of his promise that he will end the war in Ukraine before he takes office? I thought that was a pretty bold claim he made that I kind of skeptical of. What do you think about that?
Nah, I just don't see that. What he's going to do is he's simply going to cut the purse strings and leave it to the Europeans, and the Europeans don't really have a great answer as to what to do. And which is probably the right thing. I think Trump is. I think his instincts about foreign policy are actually weirdly good. The
Yeah,
best thing he could do right now is simply say, you know what, this didn't work out. Or, just treat it like a lost leader. And he's
yeah,
a businessman. He understands
yeah,
that.
exactly. Yeah,
And just say, well, it didn't work out. We're just going to cut our losses. And you guys, if you guys in Europe want to figure it out, knock yourself out. And but I think I think the end game, and this is awful because I know a lot of Ukrainians, and I've been to Ukraine. I'm kind of a Ukraine sympathist, in a way. I think the end game is that the Russians finally, probably grind down the Ukrainian army. They're doing it slowly to some degree on purpose because it's a huge problem. Because once the army collapses, then the politics collapse, and now they own it. They own Ukraine, and what do you do with it? You've got all these problems. The Russians have mentioned the fact that we ran into the same problem in Iraq. All of a sudden, we defeated the army, and then we had this huge insurgency, and they don't want that. So that's why they're moving so glacially. But I think that's the way it's going to go. At some point, the end game is going to be that there's going to be a Ukraine that's a rump state that has no access to the sea, that's just an agrarian economy that's demilitarized. It's something like Moldova. And it's a shame in a way. It shouldn't have to be this way, but that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah, I think once Trump is going to go to the table with Putin, and Zelensky is not going to have much of a say anymore. It will be, yeah, I think Zelensky's not going to be long in Ukraine, maybe not his life. And they're going to, because if the United States cuts off our funding, Ukraine's done. I mean, it's just, they can't hold. I mean, they're losing, even with our funding, they're losing. Without us funding them, without our ammunition, they're out, they're done. They can't go on.
Well, the bigger problem that Trump is going to have is that no one in Russia trusts anyone in Washington. They flat out say it. They said, they don't care who wins the presidency because they don't think that the president actually controls foreign policy. These guys have gotten wise about actually who runs things in this country,
right?
And they're oddly subtle about it in a way, because one of the things that people don't realize is that the Russian oligarchs ain't exactly Russian, and a lot of them have come to bad ends as they've slowly kind of cleaned this problem up. And the guy who I think his name is Kominsky, I think his name was, who sponsored Zelensky. Another guy that doesn't take Sundays off, and
yeah,
and the Russians they understand this, but so do the Chinese. I mean, the Chinese told Anthony Blinken to his face, "We can't trust anything you people say. You just lie all the time." So Trump's going to run into a huge problem there, and I think he's smart enough to. His instincts are that cut your losses and move on to something else. And he's a China guy. He wants to do a deal with China to solve the economic problems in this country. And that's a good thing. We should do business with China, but do business on terms that are good with us. And I think Trump is right about that. We don't need to go to war with China.
Yeah. Someone in our chat said that Seattle Police Department just crushed an Antifa riot at the Formosa. So they were kind of chimping out tonight about the election. And the Seattle Police Department was not having any of it. So I think there has been a change in the philosophy with a lot of this bullshit. And it's really easy to stop these riots. You just threaten them with like 20 years in prison, and that stops that. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, it's disappointing to me in a way because my secret fantasy has been that Trump wins a close election. The crazies all show up in D.C. on January 6th, riot. And on the 20th, when he's sworn in, he pardons all the 2020 January 6th people and appoints a special prosecutor to prosecute all the 2025 January 6th people. So, we have this complete reversal of roles, where, that would be awesome, especially maybe we can get like Greta Thunberg to show up so that she gets thrown in jail too, it just, I don't know. Obviously it's crazy, but it's fun to think about.
It is fun. The New York Times is now projecting 87% chance Trump will be the next president. So if the New York Times is saying that, it's not looking good for them. So I think Trump has a pretty, I felt that Trump would win, but I was always a nagging doubt that shenanigans may happen, a plumbing problem and new last minute ballots coming in. But if he wins by such a degree, I predicted if he wraps up all these other states, I don't even think they're going to bother to do shenanigans in Arizona. They'll just call it straight.
Yeah, Arizona is like a really wild state in a way. They had between 2016 and 2020, a 38% increase in voter turnout. I mean, how in the hell is that possible? Why didn't somebody say, well, this is such a weird thing that's never happened before? Maybe we should ask why this happened. It's going to be interesting to see what the final vote totals are for 2024 compared to 2020. I mean, I looked at 2020 compared to 2022, and it was close enough to where you'd say, all right, well, maybe 2020 is legit, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to be surprised if we don't see like a dip in turnout.
I think that, yeah, I think a lot of the shit libs were really not motivated by Kamala Harris, despite all the gaslighting. And I think Trump, I'm going to predict, I bet he wins the popular vote too. I really think he will. So,
the thing with Carol, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that she's going to underperform with men at a historic level.
Yes.
For two reasons. One is that she put ads on football games.
Yes.
that is a terrible idea. Look, I'm not a huge sports fan anymore. I mean, I used to watch sports a lot more, but I'll tune in for a college football game. And I think it was last Saturday. I sat down, put on the television, and the very first thing I see is she's standing there with her beauty pageant voice saying gobbledygook. I'm thinking, I hate this woman.
Right.
I just wanted to veg out and watch, dudes beat each other up on a football field. I don't want this. And then it hit me. I'm like, wait a second. If I'm like, the griller in the suburbs, I'm the average white dude who this is his time. He gets to watch football, and his old lady goes and does other stuff. The kids, she takes the kids out, and what I mean?
Yeah.
We all know what that is. That's like that private space that men have. And it's probably 80% of football watchers are men. And all of a sudden, you got this horrible woman who reminds you of your mother-in-law. I was like, this is idiotic. And the best part is that right after that was a Dudes for Harris sort of ad.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, this is the dumbest campaign ever. I mean, because it was all gay dudes for Harris. I mean,
well, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It was horrible. It was one of the worst run campaigns as she picked the Latino feisty woman to run it. And I'd have to say this, the Republicans, they ran a very good, they had a good ground game this year, and they took it seriously. And say what you want about them, but they got their act together in the battleground states. And just as an update, Trump currently is winning in Michigan, Wisconsin, and I know it's early. It's only 9% of the vote in Minnesota. That would be hilarious.
I would love that. It would be the best thing ever, because it would ruin Tim Walz forever. He would just be, he would be the guy that he'd be Mike Dukakis. He would be that in that kind of category, or Bob Dole. You remember Bob Dole in 1996? He fell off the stage and everything.
Oh, yeah. Bob Dole, what I remember about him, for you young people don't know him, he always referred to himself, remember, in the third person, which is kind of weird. Well, Bob Dole would not tolerate these tax increases. It was the weirdest thing. You remember that?
Yeah, I do. That was great. And even after Saturday Night Live used to make fun of him, he still did it. I mean,
there was a lot of bad candidates. Another thing, and I hate to be a simp for Donald Trump. I have a lot of criticisms of him. The man has changed the Republican Party. Wouldn't you agree with that? It's just a radically different party now. It's his party.
Yeah, and look, he's turning Vance into a protege. And
yes.
Look, I'll give a little bit of I'll show a little ankle here. I know some people with some connections to Vance. I was early on. I wrote about Vance. If you go into my site and you put it in the search box when he was running for Senate, Vance really did have a bit of an epiphany. And when he was, doing well for himself, he started to realize that he wasn't really being lauded by his peers because they didn't see him as peers. They saw him as a guy that, he was sort of a Pygmalion sort of character. This guy that they were, that they made, he didn't make himself, they made him. And he was, in a way, sort of an ornament for them, like a lawn jockey.
Yeah, he was basically a hillbilly they reformed, just to put
Yeah. Yeah. They allowed him to walk and talk like a regular lady. Where's that from?
It's kind of like they do with some blacks. They put him
Yeah.
up like, look at, we formed this guy. We got him out of the ghetto. We cleaned him up. And they kind of did that with JD. He's like, okay, this sick boy, we cleaned him up. He went to Yale and look at him now.
And when I read his book and I started to get to know him a little bit or know about him, I was reminded of something that happened to me when I was in high school. I didn't have any family support. I got into a nice high school, for just through test scores and I had the world was my oyster as far as colleges went. And one of the old school liberal schools, they contacted me. They wanted to give me a scholarship and all this stuff. They were all excited about me. And the person said to me, and I'll never forget this. It's kind of one of those moments where I started to kind of grow up as a young person. That it was a woman said, "Well, we're really good with people like you. We had a single mother who went to our college once."
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I have gone through a lot of back doors in my life and as a help. And I know what that's like being a poor guy. And I'm not ashamed of it. But at least the people are always appreciative of the fact that I was honest. I was working hard.
Right.
Or this person's treating me like they're doing me a goddamn favor.
Yeah.
And you can probably tell, resentment is still with me all these years later. That is what I sort of sensed with JD Vance. He felt that. He felt that sting. And so I've been on his side ever since. I know a lot of people say, oh, well, he married a Hindu girl and all that stuff. Well, you know what? That actually doesn't bother me too much.
It doesn't bother me either.
Yeah, I'm okay with our white males going out and spreading our seed all over the world. That's okay with me. The way I've always looked at it is that, look, there's bakers and there's ovens. White women are the ovens. I care who's running the ovens. The bakers, well, they got free time too,
Well, JD Vance says stuff that a lot of, I think you would pick up on and I pick up on, and someone like Ben Shapiro should have picked up on. When JD Vance, he quipped, a lot of people, normies, didn't pick up on this. He goes, America's more than just an idea, it's a people.
Yes.
That was profound, what he's saying there. A lot of people don't understand that. And could you believe I used to be called like a right-wing extremist, I still am, but more so because of they're trying to replace us through demographics. Well, guess who says that now? Elon Musk, Joe Rogan agrees with it. JD Vance is saying this. I mean, come on, this is a white pill of how far we've moved. That this used to be verboten. This is something RAMZPAUL would say, but now they all are just saying that.
10 years ago, I know this about you 10 years ago, and I think you've said it, but we would have to pull our punches in public statements for fear of not being able to get on an airplane.
Yes.
Now people running for office call us pussies. I mean, the world has changed in a lot of ways. I mean, and I'm not complaining about it. If in the end I turn out to be the dove, the soft guy, the accommodationalist, I'm okay with that,
Yeah, and I've always said my philosophy in life, you don't have to yourself be a great person, but sometimes you can help plant seeds in people that end up great. And sometimes you don't even know it. Like I used to read Joe Sobran in National Review. I'm really old. My dad used to get National Review in the 70s. I used to read it. I love Joe Sobran. But I never met him, but he planted a lot of ideas and shaped my philosophy. And so you never know how your words, and really the left understands how dangerous words are and ideas. That's why they try to censor. And in a sense, they're right. Words and ideas are powerful and they can be dangerous because you can plant it in people's minds. And sometimes you don't even know right away. You may have someone, they hate you, but you just plant a little seed in there. And then years later, that could sprout and they start to think different ways. And I really I'm happy when I see this happening. I'm happy. I joke about him. I'm like, Vivek, I'm like, shit, he's sounding like RAMZPAUL. I mean, what's the difference anymore? And I just love it. So that's a great thing when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Ronald Reagan, I'm going to sound like a boomer now, but Ronald Reagan had this expression that I always thought was a great one. It says, if you don't really worry about who gets the credit, you can accomplish a lot. And I've lived my life that way. It's weird. It's funny. You started out doing YouTube videos because it was fun.
That's it. That was before monetization. There was no one did it for money. It was just fun. Yeah.
Yeah, and yet, and it's a weird thing. I've actually said this to young people. I was in Detroit with Fuente's crowd, right? And I said to one of these young guys, I said something about mentioned you, and the guy goes, "Oh, he's such a boomer." I go, "You do realize that this is the guy who invented the thing that you watch all the time, the whole YouTube thing?" And he goes, "Really?" I'm like, and I started explaining to him, and he's like, "I never knew that." I'm like, "Well, that's okay. You're young. You shouldn't know that." But that's just how it happens, though. It's a weird thing that happens. You don't realize that you could be the butterfly that flaps his wings and causes the typhoon that changes the world. And that's it's that humility. I think we talked about this earlier. This sense of humility. You just try and do what you're doing as well as you can, and always trying to do things that need to be done well, of course. And good things will come from it. If in the end no one remembers anything about me, but they remember that libertarianism is terrible or that the neocons are awful, I'm okay with that. I will rest in peace knowing that.
Yeah. And it's been so good to have you on. I'm a big fan of yours. You're when I read your essays, sometimes I purposely read them slow because I hate to see it come to the end. If you ever read a good book like that, you hate
I've
to
done
read
that before. Yeah.
You're like, oh, it's so good. I don't want this to end. And sometimes your essays are almost like too short, but that's great because you want more, so it's really good. I really love your material.
I listen to your show every day at lunch. It's a weird thing. I'm not trying to, flatter you or anything like that. It's just, when I first started running, I wasn't really a big consumer of YouTube stuff. And somebody said, "Oh, you like this guy?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do like this kind of guy." And then over time, it's just kind of one of those things. And when you start doing the daily show, I was like, "Okay, well, I eat lunch at noon. You're on at noon at my time, so I listen to RAMZPAUL while I'm eating my tuna salad or whatever, And it's funny every once in a while, you see I'll chime in the comments because you know how it is. You kind of listen with those two brains, like I'm like doing, I'm doing some work stuff, like this week I have to catch up on my accounting for the business. So, I'm doing that and I'll hear you mention my name. I'm like, oh, hey, wait a second. And of course the great thing about the technology is you can kind of go back and but it's not like the old days of listening in your car, but but I think, there's a very weird Gen X sort of world. I was in Atlanta. Greg Johnson had some sort of event that he invited me to. And all of a sudden, I didn't realize it until somebody pointed out. He goes, all the Gen X guys are all standing over this one area together talking, and everybody else was all spread out all over the place. It really is kind of an odd thing, being a small generation, I think, and sandwiched between millennials and boomers and, all that stuff.
We were the very cynical generation.
Yeah. And I'm not even really sure if it's cynicism. It's just realism, it's one of those things, and, so, I think there's a natural attraction there. So I thank you for having me on. I really enjoyed this.
Yeah. And before you go, I just want to give you these numbers and you can give your final prediction. But according to AP, Pennsylvania, 72% of the votes in. Trump is up 4% in Pennsylvania. Arizona, 50% of the vote in. Trump is up 1%. Iowa, 74% of vote in. He's up 14%. That wasn't close at all. Michigan, 28% in. Trump up 5%. Minnesota, Trump is still holding a lead in Minnesota. There's only 12% in there. So Wisconsin, 62% of the votes in. He's up 3%. Do you think it's safe to call it a Trump presidency?
Yeah, it's looking that way because, like a Wisconsin, Milwaukee reports first, so, that's where all the blacks are.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is the same way,
Philadelphia
reports. Yeah. And, he only lost Pennsylvania by like 100,000 votes. So, if he's up,
now.
4%. Yeah, that's a tough hill to climb. I think there was some expert that was on Twitter earlier saying that Harris would need to get 700,000 votes out of Philadelphia.
Yeah, I saw that.
Biden, Biden got 400,000. So
yeah,
I think that's the way it's going to be. Although 4 years ago, I went to bed thinking, "Geez,
I did too."
To pull it off again.
I know that's why I know you never know what will happen. I guess one last thing because I keep thinking of things to ask you is I've told people if Kamala loses this in 10 Walls, they are done politically, nationally. Do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, she's going to be at some truck stop somewhere in California, and Tim Walz is going to be back. In the locker room at the boys' high school.
Yeah, exactly. Hey guys, let's start another gay club. How about that? Yeah.
I gotta see. That's one of those things. He's our age. First of all, he's our age. He looks
Yeah.
like our father. I mean,
Oh, he does. He looks. It's just horrible. I know. And he's in the 90s, who starts a gay club, a boys club, gay boys club in the 90s as a high school teacher? That'd be Red Flag City. You know, it's just like,
that's not too far beyond our high school years. And
Yeah.
I remember how we were about. I mean, here's a story about how homosexuality was thought about back in the 80s. We had this guy, they hired this teacher. I went to an all boys school. They hired this teacher who had kind of a little, I don't know, he was a little light in the loafers, and he had kind of a lispy sort of accent.
Yeah.
It was so rough for him that he quit midway through the semester. And they actually they brought all the boys into the auditorium, and our headmaster said, look, this is not acceptable. We can't do this stuff. And all the teachers are smirking. And it was just like they put on the show. It was like, come on, nobody believes this. I mean, this is just the way it was. But they just didn't want to get sued. So that's what they did. So this guy offering to do a gay club back then, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure that if we wait long enough, there's going to be some guys come forward and say, yeah, he was a little too handsy, at the football camp.
Yeah, I definitely get that vibe from him. And what do you think Biden's thinking tonight, if he's thinking at all? He didn't go to the party. He refused to go to the election party with Kamala. I think he hates her.
Yeah, I do too. Okay. Yeah, look, I met Joe Biden in the 1980s. I mean, briefly, because I worked for a congressman, and I just ran errands. I was a high school kid. I ran errands. And it was a fun job in a way, because I got to meet a lot of people. Because I was a kid, nobody gave. This was before smartphones, so no one had to worry about me recording them. So they could just say whatever the hell they wanted around a kid who was going to believe me. And the thing about Joe Biden is that he was known as being this affable, stupid guy, just being dumb. And everybody had these Joe Biden stories, these crazy stuff he said. And whenever I see him now, I'm thinking that most likely he's sitting in a dark room, just kind of staring out into the nothingness, reliving all these fake stories he told about himself in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. He's living this weird Walter Mitty life in his last few years. So right now, that he might not even know that there's an election going on, or that Kamala Harris was his vice president. But the best part is that if Trump wins, Biden, being such a dick, is probably going to congratulate him in such an over-the-top way. He's going to do that, guy to guy thing, he does, just to kind of have like one last chance to stick the knife in Harris and twist a little bit.
Just a quick update. Trump did officially win Georgia. New York Times predicting Trump will win the popular vote. And New York Times is now saying 89% chance Trump is the winner of the whole thing. So New York Times is not a fan of Trump. So I think it's looking good for Trump. And guys, it's still going to get crazy because he still gets sentenced. I mean, we have this craziness happening. So Z-Man, I always love to have you on. I could riff all night with you, but thank you so much for joining. I know you probably have to get up and write your thing for tomorrow. Have you already done that? Or are you waiting for the results?
No, I write everything. When I get up in the morning, I just decide whatever the hell I'm going to write. That's it. My routine is I get up in the morning. Mm-hmm. I look at the internet for a few minutes. I feed the cat. Then I sit down and kind of figure out what the hell I'm going to write. That's it. There was never any plan, and it takes me an hour or something like that. So when the posts are really terrible, it means that probably somebody started sending me emails from work at 6 o'clock in the morning. So it means my concentration, my routine was broken. So I just have to slap something together. But that's it. That's what I do.
All right. Well, guys, check out his blog, and his podcast every Friday is a must listen to. When I drive back to Fayetteville, I listen to it. So check that out. Thank you so much, Z-Man. I really appreciate it.
All right, man. Talk to you soon. Have a good night, and enjoy the ride.
I will. And thank you, Z-Man. And we'll be here, guys, still, and we'll talk. I'll just do some updates here. Hopefully Trump will have an acceptance speech. I want to catch up on some of your questions you guys have. And let's see here. Tony Ramsey Z-Man, the male-female dichotomy. Does it seem like young women are veering to far left and men to the right? Yes, we are seeing that. Is there any reconciliation to this? Yes, and men just need a lead. Women will follow. Why are young women veering to the far left? Women, they follow fashions, they follow the herd, they follow more celebrities in general. I'm not saying all women. And that's it. Too many are single unmarried women. Yeah, I mean, I'm not into the whole sex battle and stuff like that. Women naturally will follow men. If men take over the culture, women will follow it. That's why I usually don't get too upset about what women will do. Women will, like, especially young girls, they'll just follow what's ever fashionable. That's why fashion is targeted more to women than men, because women are more concerned about that sort of stuff. Men are not. This is Will Rams, my man. Thank you for being here for us every day. In my opinion, it was confirmed that Fuentes was compromised when he said that Kamala was a good candidate than NSC. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Stephen Campbell, another guy that doesn't take Sundays off. That's a great quote. And you know, then I someone else I knew came up with the God's All Stars. So it's kind of funny. I'm gonna take a cue and start to steal some Z-manisms. Yeah, God's All Star. You said that too. Yeah, that was the one I had. People are using. Yeah, it's kind of fun to use those euphemisms. So thank you for that. Yeah, I've used the carny stuff a lot. Z-Man calls the Hollywood people carnies, and it is good. Wonga Bonga from Tonga. I heard it's customary tip streamers who dance. Although you're not hot woman in a bikini, you deserve it. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to do a dance. I will dance. So if Trump wins, I will do a dance. Later in the week, I will do that. I think he will win. I'm really confident. According to the Poly Market, he has a 94% chance to win now, the bettors are saying. Angela, what do you think about Ron Paul and Team Trump? I love it. I love it. I am a Ron Paul fanboy. He's the only politician I've ever donated money to. I've always been a fan of Ron Paul. I think he's a good man, and he is one of my favorite things. If Trump wins, what will be your favorite? I'm going to change this German word to guilty pleasure to read and watch the morning after. Will anyone from MSNBC need the rubber room? A lot of their crazy is performative, but some is real. Yeah, like some people were saying they're going to leave the country. Bono of U2 said he was going to drive his car off a cliff. So I'm going to remind Bono of that we expect him to follow up on his words. So we'll see that. James, right here, Lewis. Good to see you and Z-Man covering the election. Yeah, I really like Z-Man. Assuming Trump wins, and Trump has said that he can. In the Ukraine war, we talked about that. Trump, he's not going to do everything he says. He's a lot of bluster, but he's still be a lot better than Kamala. But it's not. He will wrap up the war quick because Ukraine can't do this war without the U.S. backing. So that will happen here. Let's see here. So let's just see here. I'm going to switch over real quick just to see when Trump will do his acceptance speech. I don't think it's been called yet. I'm going to bring it up though, so I'm ready for it in case it does happen. This live videos. Watch live. Trump delivers remarks on election night. Okay. They said in 11 minutes he's going to be talking. So we're going to watch it, and hopefully he'll do his. I expect he'll do the same thing that, we're all Americans. We got to get along with the Democrats. I disagree with that. I think we need to go hard after them. Make sure they never do this again. And, but I don't think the election has been officially called yet, has it? But I don't really, I don't see much of a path now for Kamala unless something radically changes, because Trump is winning in Pennsylvania. He's winning in Michigan. He's winning in Wisconsin. And somehow he's winning in Minnesota, but I would assume that would change. But he's winning in Minnesota here. Hang on, my producer is texting me here. Oh, you missed one. I think I got this. Trump losing in Iowa is laughable outside of Cedar Rapids and Des Moines. The entire state is blood red. Yeah, that was a what they call a gay op, showing that Kamala was 10 points ahead in Iowa. That was to try, it was a lie. The left always lies. And right now, with 80% of the state reporting, this is according to the AP, right? So they're shit libs. They have Trump winning Iowa by 12% right now, with 80% incoming. And the New York Times is predicting that Trump will win the popular vote too. This has been a historic victory. People, I think white men and white people in general have really come out and supported Trump. I don't think the abortion issue really got that. So I think this election, in my opinion, is too big to cheat at this point because he's got too much. And this is what had to happen. So we're not going to be left, with some secret count at 3 a.m. in some basement in Georgia. And Trump again has a lead and 76% of the votes have been counted in Pennsylvania. And Trump has a 3-point lead, 3% lead. That's pretty significant. And again, they usually count the shitlib places first, like Philadelphia. If Trump does win, he won North Carolina. If he wins Pennsylvania, I don't think there's a path for Kamala to win. There just isn't. And it's more than not just a path. It's just how much she gets blown out now. This is a historic. I would be willing to call this almost a landslide at this point. Polymarket has Trump as a 94% chance to win now. So yeah, looks like almost a guaranteed Trump victory. This is so cool. I am so excited about this. I'm excited about all of this, and I know Trump's not perfect. And as I said beforehand, it doesn't, there's going to be a lot of stuff to work. And Trump is just giving us more time, but that's what we have in life. And there's still a lot of work for us to go forward. There'll still be a lot of struggles, and that will be the case. And Bitcoin has gone crazy. Thank you, Trump. You've made me quite a bit of money tonight. So thank you, Trump, there. By the way, Z-Man, I could have him on every night. It was fun reminiscing with him. I kind of heard that one story about Tina. Tina was, I really enjoyed her quite a bit. And I miss her, but I wish she was here to see this because she was in 2016. In 2016, I was in Budapest. And I went to bed thinking Hillary was going to win. And I woke up. In fact, I already did a video about what it means for Hillary to win. I woke up and Trump had won. So Trump's lead is holding in Wisconsin. I saw in the chat too. And I will go over they said that Trump is going to speak in 7 minutes, and we're going to cover that. I'm going to wait, and we'll cover that together, and we'll listen to that. And I think he's going to... I haven't seen it called yet anywhere officially, the election. I'm trying to keep up to that, but I think we're almost at the point of calling the election officially for Trump. I don't really see a path here for Kamala unless something weird happens, and it requires something weird, really weird to happen. Just some of the data that was surprising, even in the so-called heavy blue states, New York, right? Shit lib blue, heavy blue. She only won by 13%. I mean, for a shit lib state, that's not a lot. Colorado, I'm ashamed what happened to that state. She's leading by 12%. So that's it. She's in California leading by 24%. Yeah, whatever. California, stay in California. We don't want you elsewhere. And New Jersey, she only won by 5%. So these are really, and Illinois, only 9%. So a lot of these states that she should have really done a lot better in, she was a horrible candidate. And they're going to throw her under the bus. They're going to say she was just a bad candidate. It's going to be fun to see the epic meltdowns of the shit libs. I hope to see a lot of crying, women on TikTok saying now men are going to get them pregnant. They're going to have babies. I wish. That's going to be fun to see the epic meltdown. Europe will have their meltdown. Ukraine, Zelensky's packing his bags. Darth Wizzy Wizard, thanks for the show, Rams. Hey, it's been a lot of fun, and we're going to stay on here for a bit until we get... I want to listen to the... I think it's going to be an acceptance speech by Trump here soon. They said it's going to start in 5 minutes, so we will cover that again. It should be pretty cool. I think Donald... I haven't been on Twitter a lot, so let me just see if Trump has tweeted anything. Donald Trump Jr. Yeah, Donald J. Trump. No, he hasn't really said anything yet. He's just saying to the people in the West to go out and vote. So if you guys are in the West, it's pretty much all over. So if you're a shit lib, there's no reason for you to vote. It's over. If you're a Republican, go out and vote. Support the president. They're saying that Kamala Harris headquarters silence has descended upon it. Trump officially won Iowa. So a lot of good things happening here. I'm very excited about this. This has given me new energy. I am really happy about this. And the betting markets have him a 94.4% chance to win. So I don't know who's going to bet on her now. I guess just in case there'd have to be some wild shenanigans for her to win at this point. It's going to be interesting to see what the election wasn't as close. It looks like the shit libs claim it was going to be. So much for the polling data, right? How about all these polling data that said that, and all these shills that they paid to go on 4chan saying that everyone loves Kamala. What happened to Michigan? Trump's leading in Michigan, and he's leading by quite a bit. He's leading, let's see here. It's 33% of the votes. He's got like a 6 point lead. So the Fuentes Groyper War 2 was an epic fail, it looks like there. And that is crazy. No 3 a.m. ballots. I don't think there will be. I think it's just too much now. I went in saying that if the election was going to be close, Trump would lose because they can do their shenanigans. They could do the 3 a.m. ballots. They can do that. Oh, we got a leak. We got a leak in the boiler room. We got to recount the ballots. All the Republicans out. Remember that? So, all right. I got this ready to go here. This is exciting. So, let me just show you this here. The Trump's about to speak here. I'm going to bring this up a little bit. They're playing the ELO song, though. I don't want to bring it up when they have ELO on here. Because YouTube would be like, that's copyright. That's copyright. So once they start talking, I'll mute it. But there's a lot of good energy. Thank you for everyone that went out to support Donald Trump. I appreciate it. This was really for the survival. And I'm not just saying that. I think of the Republic. It would have been very difficult for us to survive. Elon Musk would have been forced out of X. I would probably be forced off social media. So many you want to be able to hear our voices. He saved that. I think he's going to stop these wars. And I think the economy already, the Bitcoin has gone through the roof, people are excited about what has happened here. And I think it's you guys going out and helping to support him. And thank you for that. I know it's, I went out even though I knew it was more symbolic because let's face it, Arkansas, I knew was going to go to Trump. But it felt good to go out to see that. And let me just do an update here. And I'm keeping an eye on. So we'll get to the speech when he is speaking now. They're just playing music, and I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube and their bullshit copyright crap. But let's take a look at the AP stuff again. And where this is up to date. Key state I want to look at here, Pennsylvania. Trump has a 3-point lead. That's huge. And how much is that reporting? Pennsylvania? That's with 76% voting in. Arkansas, 84% counted. Good Arkansas. 31% to Trump. Way to go, Arkansas. I helped that. Part of that 31% is me. So good to see that. Excellent to see this. Michigan. Trump has a 7% lead. Minnesota, he's got a 13% lead, although that's only 25% of the vote, so I don't think he'll win it by 13%. That'd be amazing. 67% of the votes in Wisconsin, and Trump is winning Wisconsin. This is historic. Trump is literally winning almost every battleground state, it looks like. And he's winning Arizona. That was a battleground state. It is quite amazing what is happening here. So hopefully that Trump will be speaking soon here. So this has been amazing. And let me just see if I get some more updates on people. It's a good vibe that we're having right now. And it's great to everyone being here. And I'm going to see if Elon's tweeting or X or whatever he calls it. And let's see here. Yeah, so Elon, oh, this is a great thing. Did you see this? This is Elon with Trump in consultation. Elon Musk is going to be tasked with eliminating waste in the government. And here he is right here with Trump. This is pretty damn cool. Yeah, this is going to be pretty cool with that. That was a good thing. Daniel, moron. Rams, I'm so happy. I am too. Months ago, I was blackpilled thinking all was lost and Trump was heading to jail. Now he's going to be president. He's an amazing man. All these obstacles and he overcame them. I thought it was impossible. I did too. I predicted Joe Biden win a year ago. I didn't know how Trump could navigate all this legal stuff. He went through 2 assassination attempts. The man is, you won't see a man like this again in your lifetime. This guy is charmed. And, I'm a big J.D. Vance fan. I think J.D. Vance is smarter and more articulate. But J.D. Vance doesn't have this unusual ability that Trump has. And it is amazing. And as long as we have hope, as long as we have life, you should have hope. And no matter what happens, I would have said that even if Kamala wins. As long as I have breath, I'm going to fight for the people I love. I'm going to fight for my nation. I do love my nation. I didn't really care for the government. But I did love the nation. I love American people and I love the community. I'm proud of the people here and it touches me. And it's good to see people coming out and vote and care about their nation. And we're getting an awakening in our country. White people are starting to wake up and it is really good to see that. Where just a little bit ago, you wouldn't have saw that. So I think we're seeing a lot of good things here and it's exciting here. So very good. And again, I'm waiting for Trump to speak. They have the video on now. I'm not going to show the video until he gets on the podium because they're playing like copyrighted songs. I don't think YouTube would care because I don't make money on my monetization on the videos, but I get super chats, but I don't make it on the video itself. But if you have if you have a strike, they don't give you a strike; they just take your any view money. But I don't want to risk anything with them, so it looks like it's really going to be a fun time. It's almost like 2016, 8 years ago. I was in a different place in my life at that time, that's for sure. And it's been a journey, and it's kind of makes you look back in your life during this time, how far we've come. As Z-Man said, we're kind of a couple old guys. We're used to the things we would say. We would have to worry. Yeah, like he said, could we get on an airplane? And now you hear the vice president, soon to be vice president, J.D. Vance, talking about America is just not an idea, it's a people. And we don't, the Democrats' idea of trying to replace us as a people. And we need to secure the border. And by the way, all you guys coming in the caravan, there's more caravans coming. Get the fuck away. Don't come to the country. We're going to send you back. You're going to go back. Don't bother come here. We're going to ship you out, so keep your asses out of our country. The days of you mooching off of us are over. So don't even bother. That is happening. And this is great. So Elon Musk is saying game, set, and match. He is calling victory. And yeah, it is. It is something. So Elon is very confident about this happening. I'm at this point pretty confident that Trump is going to win. And again, I want to hear Trump's speech. I don't know if Kamala will speak or she'll be too drunk or whatever. She tends to hit the wine a lot, I think. But I just need to see this. The New York Times again is predicting Trump will also win the popular vote. And that's one of the reasons I voted, because I wanted Trump to have the popular vote, because I didn't want to hear that bullshit like, oh, well, he won the electoral vote, but most of the people voted against him. So we won't hear that. And it's going to be glorious. We're going to see liberal tears are going to make me feel wonderful. Chad, Afghanistan. Hey, Rams, great news with this awesome win. Definitely. Another good thing is we have 4 more years, but this is 4 more years that these old elites are going to age. George Soros will be 98 in 28. Sadly, his evil son is taking his place. Schumer, 78, and Schwab is 90. Yeah, a lot of evil people are going to die, but there's a lot of evil people coming in their wake. So we got to fight against them. We got to dismantle these NGOs. We got to prevent them from working in our country. We got to throw people like Soros and his organization in jail. We got to crack down on this. So it was good to see. It's really good to see what is happening here. So we got 4 more years of either Trump or Vance. Trump should die or something weird happens. He's going to be sentenced. That's going to be hilarious. He's a great guy. I'm excited about it. I think a lot of people should be excited about it. Virginia's still in play too. Let me take a look at this. As Z-Man said, Virginia was a good test because that was supposed to be pretty solid blue, or, at least leans blue. And Virginia, where is Virginia? Let me just take a look at the map here and see what the latest data coming out of Virginia. Virginia, Harris is winning by 3% with 80% in. So she still may win Virginia. But that is a closely run thing. That's still in play. Trump still could grab Virginia too. It depends where the votes are coming from. If the last 20% are from rural areas, maybe Trump can win Virginia. But we will see here what happens. And so it looks pretty good here, what is happening. Yeah. Okay, it's only 11 p.m. and the Kamala headquarters is putting a lid on the night. So they sent out the email. They sent the email out to their campaign told their supporters to go home, get some sleep, and get ready to close that straw tomorrow. So they pretty much gave up here, and I think we're going to see a Trump situation win here. And Trump won Iowa by 13 points officially. And there's that bullshit poll that the shills were pushing out that Trump would lose, that Kamala would win Iowa by 10. That was a lie. It was just to, I think, get that out there. We still have a lot of work to do. We got to deport a lot of people. As we saw what happened in Virginia, we got to send a lot of those people in Northern Virginia back to their homelands. But there's a lot of work to do. A lot of work. We're just getting started. And but I'm excited about it, and I'm excited. And just so you guys know, because it's a late night tonight, I am tomorrow be going to do another evening stream just so I have time to get my thoughts together, because I like to prepare for my show. So no midday show tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow evening. Again, this week has been kind of strange because of the nature of the elections and everything, but I think it's been pretty good here. And let's see here, just refreshing everything just to see when things are coming in here. And it's going to be epic when Trump comes out and meets everyone. I definitely want to see the speech. And I don't know if Kamala has called Trump yet, and or not. To concede, I haven't heard that yet, but she probably should. I don't think there's a path now for Kamala to win, but we will just have to see here coming in. But thank you for like Joe Rogan for supporting Trump at the end, and Elon Musk and everyone that stood good and tall. We saw the people that caved, like Fuentes and Richard Spencer, how they sold out. Embarrassing. So, and you remember, I understand why Fuentes is upset at Trump, because Trump insinuated that Fuentes may be compromised, may be a federal asset now, doing what he's told. And it'd be interesting if Trump could pull away his protection, because Trump's not going to pardon Fuentes. He'll pardon the other January 6th. So Fuentes may have some legal issues still. ETNM, most swing states haven't been called yet. I remember what happened on election night 2020, so I'm not going to bed yet. There's still a chance, some shenanigans going on. But as we go further and further in this, I don't see it as being that likely. But you never know. Things could still happen. So let's see here. I keep refreshing to get mostly I want to see where Pennsylvania is. That's my key state I've been watching. Trump has expanded his lead in Pennsylvania with 81% of the vote. He's got 4% lead. I think that will probably end it for Kamala. But just for good measure, Trump is winning in, let me see what other states he's winning in. Michigan, Trump has a 5% lead in, and that's going to be huge if he gets that. Wisconsin, Trump has a 3% lead. So all the key battleground states, Trump is currently winning. So I think that is a thing that's good to see here. And let me just see here. All right, let's watch this here. We're going to watch some of the video.
For Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump now has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed to win. Let's go to Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, CNN is now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. This is the first of 7 battleground states that the campaign is watching with eagle eyes.
Yeah, Jake, remember what I told you a few hours ago, that it was going to be seen as a gut check for the Trump campaign? Listen here, it's a bit of a delay, but your call is playing right now over the loudspeakers in the room, Jake. You can hear the party here, the partygoers gathered at the convention center here in West Palm Beach cheering as your call is coming on the screen. They have been glued to CNN for the last several moments, watching John King at the map, going over each of these numbers. But North Carolina is an important benchmark for the Trump campaign because they were watching it to get a gut check for how they believe the rest of the evening could go. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing from Trump campaign sources is they are increasingly confident as the night is going on, still not certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin as this is moving forward. Jake, I will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was watching the results come in with his constituents back in Shreveport. He is now headed here tonight because he is predicting a bigger Republican margin in the House, a Republican takeover of the Senate, and he says he believes a Republican is going to win the White House, therefore Donald Trump, Jake, obviously.
It's good to see a bunch of white people in a room together like that. Yeah, it does look like Trump, the Republicans will win the Senate. They'll get back the Senate and they will expand their lead in the House. And Donald Trump, it looks like, unless something drastic happens, will win. We still got to get a call on the battleground states, but he's literally winning every battleground state, some by pretty comfortable margins at this point. And we don't really see much radical. North Carolina was kind of a bellwether to see where he would be. And even Virginia, that should have been an easy Democrat state, and they are hanging on barely in Virginia.
That portends well for the future. We don't know what it means for the other states, but what we do know is it's even more evidence that that blue wall is the path for Kamala Harris.
And that path is just more and more narrow, I think we're seeing as the night goes on. But also, so many people thought that perhaps this would be an election that in tenor and tone would be closer to the midterms, a big conversation about abortion. That is not where it's going. It seems like they're seeing that male turnout is starting to produce what the campaign wanted.
You know, I think a lot.
It's really good to see the male coming out and vote. Men, I don't like the word males, so it's good to see men exerting themselves. And I think the abortion thing was a little bit astroturfed. I think a lot of women, I mean, really, for an average woman, is an abortion that big of an issue? Most states still allow abortion. I mean, how hard is it to get birth control or have an abortion in the first trimester? I would think for a lot of women, their concerns are the economy, immigration. But the Kamala, they try to make it all that was about abortion. I was always skeptical. I was always a little bit skeptical about that.
It is interesting, and yeah, and then the fact that we're calling it at this point is also significant because I don't think North Carolina was called last time 4 years ago until maybe a week after the election, or it was certainly after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania came on Saturday. I think North Carolina was Sunday or Monday. The fact that we are making this call now suggests that there's a bigger gap than there was last time. And Donald Trump won it last time by something like 75,000 votes.
Generally speaking, he is overperforming what he did in 2020, and she is underperforming what Joe Biden did in 2020, and that ends up with a narrow edge for Biden.
Yeah, so I think we're listening to the CNN there. So I don't think there's, and we'll get back to that as I'll keep an eye on it when Trump is out speaking. So let me just do another refresh just to give you it all where we kind of stand right now in the battleground states and up to the minute. Where is this here? Let me refresh this. Come on. Uh-oh, that crashed. I don't know why this crashed, so let me try this again. All right, let's see here. Okay, I'll have to try to fix this, but it looks like Pennsylvania, Trump still has his, let me just show you guys this, because this is actually the key state. I had two key states going in to the election, Pennsylvania and North Carolina. North Carolina has already been called for Trump. Pennsylvania, 81% of the votes are in, and Trump has a 4% lead. I don't think there's a path now for Kamala. Because just to remind you, is if we take a look at my prediction a week ago, which is becoming, I was probably underperforming. I mean, I didn't give Trump enough credit. I predicted that Trump would win North Carolina, Pennsylvania, but he would lose Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. It looks like now he did win North Carolina. Looks like he will win Pennsylvania, and he may win Michigan, and he may win Wisconsin, and who knows, Minnesota. So I think it's going to be, I think he's got a really clear path right now, and I think we're just going to continue to see that. Let me just see if I got this all. Okay, let's see here. The AP site looks like it crashed a little bit, some of their results. So let me just see here the live updates. Yeah, right, results, come on. Here we go. Okay, we're finally back into it, so I'll show it to you. It crashed for a second, so I want to get these up to date for you. And let's just take a look at this. Let's see here. So this is, let's look at the key. Again, North Carolina with over 90% of the votes. They've called that for Trump. Let me just see here. Pennsylvania, Trump has a 4% lead here. They still haven't called it for him, but that's a pretty damn good lead. Arizona, Trump's winning by 1%. Michigan, Trump's winning by 5%. Minnesota, Harris is winning by 8%, but that's still not decided. New Mexico, Harris is by 5%. Trump was hoping to win that, but I didn't think he would. Wisconsin, Trump is up by 3% with 72%. So I think we're getting fairly close. I'm going to take my jacket off here. I'm getting kind of hot. The lights. So I'll take my suit coat off a little bit. So I think we're slowly getting to that point where we may have Trump in here. So this is Watch Live. Trump delivers remarks on election night. Let me just see if they're saying anything. So they're just going over the other results here. So I think it's I think that's pretty cool here. And let me just see if I got any more updates there. So it looks like a good night overall for the Republicans. But again, I would rather see this end tonight than go on, drag on for a couple days. California Tune, I see a funky chicken dancer in your future, Rams. This is exciting, but cautiously optimistic. Yeah, I think I will be doing the funky dance here, but I'm with you, you know, until we see the final stuff come in, because the Democrats, they can always do shenanigans. But I don't I don't get that vibe anymore just because the Harris campaign, they sent everyone home. So it sounds like a bad news for them and good news for Trump. So we will have to see here. So let me just do another refresh of this. You would think hopefully they'll be able to get these votes counted pretty quick, but you never know. Sometimes they take a while. Okay. Refresh. You get stuck and it doesn't show the stuff. All right. While we do that, I'm going to look at some other stuff on X and see what's trending here, and get a vibe of what people are saying here. And yeah, New York Times is saying that it looks like Trump is going to win, but that's not official yet, so that's good news. And Trump looks like the betting market. Yeah, the Republicans just took the Senate, so the Senate will be the Republicans. And U.S. will control the Senate, so that is good news. Let's see here. Trump won North Carolina, and let's listen to Joey Reid about this. She's starting to break down. So we're going to listen to some shit lib tears, and that's always a lot of fun. And we got to take enjoyment in their misery, because these are mean people. These are unethical people. So let's get some enjoyment from their pain and misery.
Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not.
Yay, white women voters. So blacks, they did their thing, but white women, they saved the day. So thank you, white women. This black woman is all salty about it.
That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get.
Well, 12 weeks, that's the first trimester. Why would you need an abortion after 12 weeks?
Get women to focus on not putting in place, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy.
So thank white women. She's blaming white women. So I want to thank you, all the white women out there that voted for Trump. Thank you. I know most of you did. I know most of you want what's best for our people too. And I'm not going to be like some, ooh, girls are gross. We need women. And so thank you of all you done there. And it's good to see them salty about that. So that is good news. And let's see here. Let's take a look at the, it looks like Trump has done pretty well with a Hispanic vote, and that is good. And so that is a good thing here. So let's listen to Elon Musk talked about how critical this election was for censorship and how they were trying to shut down X. And they're trying to shut down you from hearing people. They're trying to prevent you from hear other points of views. Because X, just normal people like me can get on X. And the Democrats, they don't like that.
Yeah. Well, X is, I think, the one place where you can find out the truth.
Yes.
And
the only place.
Yeah.
So how much pressure, to the extent you can say, has there been on you to shut it down or to censor it?
Well, I mean, apart from the multiple Democrats saying that I should go, they want to put me in jail, take away all government contracts from my companies, nationalize my companies, deport me as an illegal, and have me arrested because I'm apparently Putin's best friend. Nothing besides those things.
How can you not like Elon? That was funny. Except for all those things, the Democrats were real. That was a great thing. So, uh, yeah, good statement from Elon there. This was key. It was a key for free speech, and we're all about speaking freely in America, so that is a good thing. Uh, as Yeah, so let's take a look some more about this here about uh, the review of the women. Some people are commenting on this because white women, it looks like they saved the day in a lot of ways. So let's take a look here.
Libby, I mean, women, female voters, Kamala Harris probably thought this abortion issue, she could get maybe the younger, the white, rich, liberal women in the suburbs. But I guess economy, safety of their kids, those are kind of things women care about as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more things that women care about other than the right to kill their babies before they're even born. So yeah. I think that backfired spectacularly. It's also a hard sell for a lot of men who have daughters, who have wives, who have sisters, all of.
Well, the abortion, I don't really think, I think Trump has a lot of good sense. And he said, okay, we got rid of Roe versus Wade. It's a state issue. I'm not going to put a federal ban on it. California wants to have it, or Illinois, you can kill your baby to the 9th month. I'm not going to stop that. But, you know, if Arkansas or some other states just wants the first trimester, that's up to those people. So for Trump, this was no longer an issue. The Democrats were trying to scare women, make up a lot of bullshit stories. Like on my roundtable, a guy said he heard from a woman that said, oh, but under Trump's policy, if you have a miscarriage, you're going to go to jail. Just lies.
Of whom have mothers who look at that and say, you know, that's not the most important thing to the women in my life. The most important thing is the grocery bill, is making sure that they can get their kids to school, you know, without breaking the bank on a tank of gas, and making sure that our crime is down in our communities and that our border is secure. So there's a lot more that women care about other than this one issue that Kamala Harris has staked her in.
I was talking, again, I went to Fayetteville, had lunch with Sasha, and she brought up the same thing. She said women are concerned a lot more about other subjects than just abortion.
Entire campaign on. And I think, you know, I think that's pretty great. We've been saying for a long time on the conservative side that just because you're part of some identity group and you check a specific box, that doesn't mean you vote as a monolith or that your interests are all, you know, what they're prescribed to be by the powers that be and want them to be that way. So I think that's really great. And I'm glad to see that so many women did come out for Trump.
White women did. So good for white women for coming out for Trump, and that was definitely good to see. So was happy to see that quite a bit. And let's just see here some more stuff. Yeah, Europe, this will have a big impact on Europe, and this would be pretty crazy. So I think this as well. And yeah, they're all salty. They're blaming white women on MSNBC. They said the press room at the Trump party looks like a funeral. All the media, because they're all Democrats, they're all upset. Republicans got another Senate seat in Ohio. That's huge. And so that is good. CNN is doing basically a eulogy for Kamala. And so that is good. So we're seeing a lot of good progression there. And I think we're getting some good movements there at this point. And it is a good news, really good news of things that are happening here. So I am pretty well optimistic about this, but we will have to see. So, this was funny, Milo. I don't know what the oxygen deprived, a total Groyper victory. Well, I don't know how's a Groyper victory when Nick Fuentes put out a video saying he wasn't voting for Trump, and Groyper War II, you remember, was to send these groypers to Michigan to convince the Muslims not to vote for Trump. Yeah, he's just looking ridiculous at this point. Yeah. We will see there. That is hilarious. All right. I will bring up some more stuff here and refresh what we have on the states right now. Come on, everything kind of hangs up. Let's just, while we're waiting for that, let's take a look some more at some of the, check in at the Trump headquarters, see what's happening there.
Donald Trump won the blue wall. Donald Trump won North Carolina. Donald Trump won Georgia. Donald Trump won Arizona. The only difference would be Hillary Clinton in 2016 did carry Nevada. Donald Trump leads there right now when you come back to 2024. But it's just, sorry, 2024. Let me come up here, do this, and hit this, and you go there at 2024. So that's the one, it's just a dramatic change when you come here. And so Donald Trump is remaking the map again at the moment. And the question is there any way for Harris to come back? Again, we've given Donald Trump North Carolina. So let's see where we are in Georgia. If Donald Trump also carries Georgia, the vice president cannot afford to lose Pennsylvania. Yes, Nevada's out there, Arizona's out there, Michigan and Wisconsin are out there. 19. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. So can she come back in Georgia to stop that from happening?
All right, so this is CNN. So this is on Fox News I'm watching, but they're feeding CNN. So CNN is obviously depressed about all this happening. And this is where we're at. And I will try to bring this up again, some of the results. It takes a bit. Let's see here. Trump is still winning Georgia by 2 points. He's won North Carolina. So we're getting some good results there. Let's see here. I want to hear this. Here's a post on Twitter. It looks sort of interesting. Let's take a look at this.
For people. Mike, what happens with a Trump Justice Department? This is always where we sort of end in our interviews because I want to vision cast for people. Because we just walked through the litany of what President Trump has been through, starting with the mugshot and going well beyond the Mar-a-Lago raids. What does a Trump Justice Department look like? You are clearly a legal architect for the vision of...
He's got to go after his enemies hard. He's got to go after them hard.
What Trump justice would look like in this country. Can you expound?
So I want President Trump to pick an attorney general who's going to bring back dignity and justice to the Justice Department. I'm not going to do it. As you know, Ben, I can't get confirmed anything because I go on your show and say crazy things that makes me unconfirmable. But President Trump, that's probably President Trump's most important appointment is the attorney general. And we need an attorney general who's going to go over there and clean house and get rid of these partisan actors like Jack Smith, who should be fired on day one on January 20th at noon. His entire office should get fired. And you know what? I would say to Jack Smith today, it's election day, so I'll say something controversial. Right now, you're the hunter. Jack Smith, after today, you're going to be the hunted legally, politically, and financially. So lawyer up.
I hope so. Yeah, lawyer up. A lot of people on the left, they need a lawyer up because I hope Trump goes after them. That is definitely something that needs to happen. The New York Times now projects a victory for Trump. They are saying it's likely 301 electoral votes for Trump to Harris 237. And let's just take a look at that, what they're saying right now, the New York Times. All right. Michigan is showing 67%. Trump will win that. Trump is winning Wisconsin. Pennsylvania's got a big lead. Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, they called for Trump. Georgia, they're about to call for Trump. And once they call Pennsylvania for Trump, it's over. And it's a 75% chance Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. 72% he will win Wisconsin. 66% chance he will win Michigan, despite the Groypers trying to throw that to Kamala. So it's going to be it could be a landslide at this point here. This is really, really good to see what we're having here. And they did call Harris, Virginia to Harris. That's too bad. I was hoping Trump could sneak out Virginia, but Harris did get Virginia. Again, there's a lot of people, aliens in Northern Virginia, that need to be shipped out of our country. I think that's very obvious. And so hopefully that. New Mexico, I was hoping maybe Trump could snatch that, but that's not going to happen. And Minnesota, it was close, only 3.5%, but it looks like she will have that. And I think Trump definitely has the rest of the states in play. So this is the states that are still in play, basically, that matter. Obviously not like California, because who cares about California? But this is what we have right now. So, yeah, it's this is where we are right now on the map. So hopefully we'll get some good news, and we'll get better there. I'm going to refresh this so we can take another look at things. Yeah. I'll take a look some more at what's happening. Let me just take a look to see if you guys have some comments. Oops, I closed the tab. Let's see here. ETNM, if Kamala actually ends up stealing the election, then she will prove once and for all that she's black. Yeah, that would be something if somehow they stole this one. I think that would be difficult to do, but who knows? Who knows? Anything is possible. But I'm skeptical if she'll be able to win the state, get back into the election. But we will see. We will see here. Let me look at the poly market now has Trump at 97% chance to win. So it's basically over unless there's some miracle from the Kamala camp. But it's I don't know if that is coming. It's going to require something spectacular. CNN's trying to put a good spin on things. Well, there's still time. There's still time. But I'm getting pretty skeptical that there's much time left for this. So once they call, the key is going to be Pennsylvania for Trump. And Trump's leading by 1.9. Trump's got a good lead in Arizona by 3.8. Let me just show you some of these numbers here. Hang on here. All right, let me just. And then we'll take a look at some of these forecast tools I have here. This is the Needle, the New York Times Needle. And they have likely Trump winning in the likely Trump. So that's really out there. And they have likely Trump 301, Harris 237. They have, it looks like Trump will win the popular vote. And again, they have a likely of these states that are going to come in for Trump. North Carolina's already Trump. Michigan and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona is a big one, and Georgia. Georgia's almost 100%. They're probably going to call Georgia soon for Trump. And then Pennsylvania is going to be the key one to get that state called. I feel better once that state is called. I will feel a lot better about things. So, all right, let me just see what the updates are. And there was a screen here. Let me see if I can get this screen because it's all right. Okay, well, this is another way we can look at it. So let's look at it this way. And here we go, the states, and they have North Carolina has been called for Trump. Georgia is, I think, going to be called for Trump very soon. 95% of the vote is in. I mean, they're just waiting, but it's probably going to go Trump very, very soon. Michigan is 87% in, and Trump is leading by 3, so that's probably going to go soon. Michigan is 51% in, and Trump is leading by 6. But again, maybe they have some shit lib areas they still need to get into. Let me just see my Arkansas. What do we do? Arkansas is in, and Trump won 64% to 34%. So 30% increase. Look at this. Look at Arkansas. We just kicked her ass. Thank you, Arkansas. Thank you, Arkansas. That was really good to see. Wisconsin, that is 77% of the vote is in, and Trump has a 4-point lead. Minnesota has, it looks like it's going to go lean to the Democrats. And that is, she's got a 6% lead. Now, part of this, what we have to know is we'll have to figure out what counties still need to come in. Are they the shit lib? Or are they more of the traditional rural areas? That makes a big difference. Okay. New Hampshire, they haven't called yet for Kamala, but it looks like she's going to win that. That's very likely. So let's look at the key states again. Georgia is very likely it's going to go to Trump. Pennsylvania leans to Trump. Michigan leans to Trump. Wisconsin leans to Trump. Minnesota likely Democrat. New Mexico, very likely Democrat, because they got how much percent of the vote? 88%. Yeah, I don't think Trump's countering that. Trump leans in Republican. That's a real close vote. And 53% of the vote. And Nevada, we don't have anything in there. Nevada is all kind of screwed up there, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see where that is here. And Hawaii, of course, is going to go to Kamala Harris. Hawaii shouldn't be a state, honestly. So that's where we stand right now on the forecast. And let me just get back to the AP forecast. What happened is I got my let me see if I can find that again. Somehow I got off on the wrong thing. So let me see if I can find the AP forecast. That was the New York Times we were looking at. So let me just bring that up again. And we could take a look at the AP map just to get another view of this. And here we go. And it is showing the same thing. Georgia, I think that should be a solid red by now. And Arizona, New Mexico, they're calling Donald Trump. They're calling in New Mexico. They've called New Mexico for Kamala Harris. That's too bad. I was hoping Trump could win that. And they're called Kamala Harris as one of Virginia. They haven't called Trump yet in Pennsylvania, so that gets me nervous. Then we have Michigan. Then we have Wisconsin. So we'll have to see here. But hopefully it gets me a little nervous. You just never know what could happen. Last minute stuff happening. But the polling looks good so far. And let me just check your comments. I want to make sure I haven't missed any of your comments. All right. Pam, hi. Do you think this will break the spirit of the left for at least a few years? Maybe cause the Democratic Party to do some introspection? I think you may have missed some rants from earlier too. Okay, I'm going to check my rants. I don't know. I don't think the Democrats will do that. They'll probably rationalize it that Kamala was a poor candidate and Biden was bad as president. And I do think they will nominate, assuming Harris loses here, they will nominate a man in 2020 like Gavin Newsom or Josh Shapiro. But it would be interesting if you got some more moderates in the party saying, hey, we need to reach out to men, specifically white men. But I don't know. Their whole party now is so woke. They're based on hating whiteness and hating men. I almost don't see that happening. And let me just check through the rants to make sure I might have missed some. So I want to get through your rants that you guys got. I do appreciate them. Okay, Wonga Bongo, we did this, a dancing thing, yeah. I think I got all the rants. Let me just roll through just in case I missed some. Pam Hyde, also I love the podcast, Z-Man, yeah, he has got a great podcast. Pam Hyde, $10. Harris' message to men seemed to be, vote for me so your daughter can legally kill your granddaughter in the future if she feels like it. Yeah, that whole abortion thing, I think, was a mistake by their part. I don't think that really went very well. And so thank you, Pam, on that. I'm glad I was able to scroll through and get your messages there. So I appreciate that. And let me look at the stream elements here. All right. Yeah, they're saying now that the Associated Press server, the map is having problems, and that is the case. I thought it was just me, but their server's having a problems, the AP server. So, yeah, that's what is happening. But they do have another maps here, so they suggest using this one. So let's look at an NBC. And it's kind of like what we already saw here. Again, I want to see Georgia going. It should be going here soon. I don't know why they haven't called it yet. And they should call Pennsylvania hopefully soon. And 87%'s in. Michigan, still a lot to go. It's only 52% in. Wisconsin, 78% in. So we will have to see. Kamala did win Colorado, sadly. It's so sad that Colorado has become so cucked. But Kamala won Colorado. They haven't called New Mexico yet, but it looks like she'll get New Mexico. So we will take a look at this. What will happen is we just kind of have a waiting game right now. What I'm going to do, I got to hit the restroom real quick, but I will be right back, and I will put on this stream here that they're showing of the Trump headquarters. So I'll be right back. I've been here for a couple hours now. I just need to, I'm going to get a Coke or something too. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes, probably a little quicker than that. Let me just put this on for you guys.
I mean, hate to say it, but like, you're looking at this, and like that's the best of the three blue wall states. Let's go to Wayne County right now. Let's go to Detroit, where we find Jim Sciutto as an update on the vote count there. Jim?
Jake, there have been a lot of questions and some consternation as to why we haven't seen more data from Wayne County yet. And I just spoke with the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and we believe we have the answer here. I asked her quite specifically. And she said the reason is that Wayne County, in part, given all the scrutiny on this county as it impacts the outcome of the election in this state, is not reporting partial results. It's waiting until it has either all or the vast majority of those results in before it, in effect, gives that batch and makes it public. And I just want to highlight one point that's going to happen in the next hour, perhaps even the next few minutes. A nondescript U-Haul van is going to drive in one of these doors behind me here with the last remaining outstanding absentee ballots in Detroit, part of Wayne County, about 4,000 we expect. That's the final batch, not just, we are told, of absentee ballots outstanding, but the final outstanding votes in Detroit, a part of Wayne County. So when that truck comes through the door, they begin to tabulate those. That gets us to the point where they're going to have, in effect, all the votes they need to count and get to that point where they're going to be ready to report those final figures. We were told it could be in the next few minutes. We'll be watching. We'll report back when it happens. But that could be the point when you get that big batch reported publicly.
All right, Jim Sciutto in Detroit, Wayne County. And you were noting that we don't have Wayne County to the granular level, that we can't see Dearborn and other places where there were a lot of uncommitted votes during the Democratic primary. But just to remind our viewers, during the Democratic primaries, as a protest of President Biden's support for the Netanyahu government of Israel and its war on Hamas in Gaza, 100,000 Democrats voted uncommitted, presumably most of them as a protest vote against Biden for that issue.
Yes, absolutely. And most of them were located here in Wayne County. Again, you have Detroit, progressive city, but also Hamtramck and Dearborn, just to the north and to the west. Large pockets of Arab American communities there that are very angry at the White House. And then the next one, you come out here, again, this is Washtenaw County, where I've been 4 times, maybe 5 times, no 4, in this election. You go to the University of Michigan and talk to people out there, and again, we're at 71% right now, so the numbers could change, but she's at 66%. This is Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. Again, we have a big college campus. It tends to be a very liberal pocket, progressive pocket. You're saying, wow, 65% of the vote, 66 if you round up, that's great.
Oh my God.
73%. And the math, 157,000. To 103. Again, we got 30% of the votes still to come in, and maybe the percentages change as well. Maybe all the votes that are out are from the campus, and and it juices up the number a little bit. But if you're looking at that now, you're underperforming the President of the United States, and Donald Trump's at 32% and 26%. That's if that gap holds, and if his improvement like that holds, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's a big deal.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things you hear from the Arab American and Muslim American community in places like Michigan is not that they were going to vote for Donald Trump, but they either were not going to vote or they were going to vote for Jill Stein or Cornel West. I'm not sure if Cornel West is on the ballot in Michigan, But I mean, these numbers don't add up to 100 here, so I'm guessing that there is a better than, my guess would be, educated guess would be there's going to be a better than average showing for Jill Stein in Michigan than in other states.
Right, and she worked it hard. She was out there quite a bit. Every trip I was out there, you saw activity, either she was in the state or had just been in the state.
Yeah. So just to explain it. Now, one of the other things I heard about people talking about Michigan is everybody in the media, all you talk about is the Arab American, Muslim American vote, but really the issue in terms of a big sizable, bigger chunk of votes is white working class voters, union voters, because the Trump campaign ran ads slamming Harris's position on electric vehicles, EVs, and that is actually going to be more significant ultimately. That was, this is just their projection, than the Arab American, Muslim American vote. Is there any way we can gauge that, how well or poorly she did compared to Biden when it comes to white, non-college educated union voters?
David would have the exit polls. We could look at union households. That's a question on the exit polls. I can show you some counties where we were. 3 times I went out there to talk to union auto worker groups. And I want to just say this up front. There are more automobile manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point during the Trump presidency. I repeat, there are more auto manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point in the Trump presidency. However, the EV debate is a debate. Stellantis just laid off 1,100 people, right, and in part because they say they have electric vehicles sitting on the lot. The union says that's BS, it's corporate greed, they're not keeping their word, but this is a conversation. Are they going too fast? At a minimum, are they going too fast? There are some auto workers who say, why are you forcing this on us? There are others saying the infrastructure is not in place. Culturally, people aren't ready for it. Why are you going so fast? So one of the places you'll find that is right here in Macomb County. We met.
All right, I'm back, and I think we're going to get a special guest on. And let me look her up here. All right, we'll get Sasha to join us. I think she's just about finished work, so I think she's going to be, let me just send her a text, tell her I sent her the link. Hopefully she can join in. And I took a little break here. Yeah, I'd like to get her input on what's happening here on the election. And hopefully they'll call Pennsylvania and Georgia too close. They still got Pennsylvania too close to call. We will have to see. And just a second, actually, we get Sasha on here. All right, she'll be joining here in a second. She just got back to her apartment, so she'll be joining us, give some perspective. I feel better once they call these states because, we got bit in 2020, so there's still a little worry about some shenanigans will happen. I hope not, but you never know. They pull something out here. So hopefully that does not happen. And once Sasha gets in, we'll talk about some of the, the woman vote, what were the big issues, and it should be interesting. I keep refreshing the NBC site and all these to try to figure out really what's happening with these key states, because I think once he officially gets Georgia and Pennsylvania, then that will be it. And meanwhile, I'll take a look at the power chats to see if I get more rants or power chats. I do. Wisconsin extended voting times per governor. So Wisconsin extended their voting times I'm not sure how that will impact things, but that's an update. I would hope to have a resolution here pretty early tonight, or it's already late, but I hope this doesn't go on for days. And I hope, strange things don't happen. That would be horrible if Trump should somehow lose this after all this lead. I don't think that should, hopefully that won't be the case, but we will take a look here. And Sasha should be with us soon, and we'll talk to her, get her input on some of the stuff that's happening today. But it should be good. Should be good. Trump is going to address his supporters tonight. Harris is not going to address her supporters. Obviously, they told everyone to go home. That has been the case. So that is a good sign that all the Kamala's people have left the building, but Trump is in there. Obviously, it looks like it's going to be a Trump victory, but until we get the official word, I always have a little bit of nervousness because who knows what they're going to pull out at the last minute. And I hope that's not the case at all. But it could be. It could be. I'm a little cynical on all this type of stuff. It's, they got most of the votes in, but these very final votes, when it's this close, that's where you have to worry about shenanigans happening. And that definitely could happen. So let's not celebrate yet. It looks good, but anything could still happen. Hopefully that won't be the case, though. I think we should give Rams a pass on the funky dance. Well, I'm not going to do a funky dance until it's official. Put it that way. I don't want to celebrate until the states come in official because I've been, we were burned in 2020, so that's it. Mike, Isabel, what the fuck? Just 12 weeks taking their rights away? People have rights to kill their babies? Yeah, it's ridiculous. The baby's not the same as the mother. And you have a right to do with what you want to do with your body, but not someone else's body. Did they stop counting on Arizona? Been 50% for 30 minutes. Arizona is always a screw up. They were saying in that one county, it could take them weeks to count. So they have a county that is horrible. Ramsey, this is, thank you, SPQR. Thank you for speaking the truth even when unpopular. Today we have won a battle, but the war continues. All we can do is fight and hope. Yeah, I hope we won this battle. Again, I'm not going to celebrate anything. I feel really good. I will be honest with you. I do feel good about this. But until we get those, once I see Pennsylvania officially on the map, I will definitely feel a lot better. But we're not at that point yet. So until that happens, I'm going to withhold my celebrations. But I do feel really good at this point. I do predict that Trump will win, but we got a ways to go here. We have a ways to go. It's sort of you got to finish the game, right? You're almost there, but you got to finish. And if anything is close, we know how the Democrats can do their stupid shenanigans. So here we go. Oh, I think I got Sasha on. Hey, Sasha. Hey, Sasha, I don't see your video, or I can't hear you.
I can see my video.
Oh, there you go. There, you came in late. Okay, now I see you and hear you. So how you doing?
Good. Are we live?
Yes.
Good. It's been like pins and needles all night. I probably won't stay on here too long because I need to take a shower. It's like freezing cold out.
Yeah. So what are your initial impressions of the evening so far?
I still like to think that Trump will win, but at the same time, I'm kind of nervous. I don't understand why it takes Pennsylvania so long to count the votes. I mean, they're an hour ahead of us. Don't pretty much all the other states on that side of the country already have the votes counted?
Yeah,
I mean, what are we waiting on still?
Yeah, I think at Pennsylvania, they're at the last, and Georgia too. They're like at the last. Oh, well, they just called. There's just been an update. They did call Georgia just now for Trump. That is
Yes.
officially Trump. So
All
Georgia won
right.
for Trump.
Fuck yeah.
Pennsylvania is 88% in. They're still not calling it. Trump has a 2% lead. I don't know why it's been stuck. It seems like at 88% forever. You know, it's like when you're loading software and you get to 90% done or 95% done, then it just stuck. It gets stuck there. That's kind of the way that is. I think
So
what it
he just
is
Oh, sorry.
certain counties, because the counties send in the votes, and some counties are better at sending them in quicker than other counties. You remember Arizona? They have that one county that's infamous, a bunch of cucks that say they'll take them weeks to count anything. I don't know what the fuck their problem is. So sometimes if they're having to wait for a county, that could be a problem. And it's also tough, you know, what counties are they shit lib areas? Are they rural areas?
Right.
But hopefully Trump will I feel better. So he did get Georgia. If he gets Pennsylvania, then that will be, I think, it.
How's he doing in Nevada? 'Cause
Nevada,
in Nevada, but then I haven't heard anything about Nevada.
I'm showing 0%. Too early to call. They're only 2% are in. They don't have any data
Well, I
yet,
guess
according
they're
to
what,
MSCC.
2 hours behind us?
Yeah, they're Pacific time. Although they already have they already called California, Oregon, and Washington for Harris, and Colorado. Nevada doesn't got anything in yet, so I don't know what their problem is.
I don't either. Why is it always swing states?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I wouldn't care if it was California or New York because we expect her to get those, but the
Right.
states that Trump needs to win, it's like pins and needles. Like, come on, I'm not going to be able to sleep. And I was talking to Brandon at work tonight, and another lady, who, by the way, voted for Trump, because I'm getting sick of hearing about how white women are the blame to all this shit. And then when we do get out and vote, then the shit libs blame us because we didn't vote for their people. So it's kind of like you can't win. Like somebody always seems to hate us. But she voted for Trump too. And we kind of talked about it. And like she said, her daughter's brainwashed about the abortion thing. And she had to explain to her because she didn't understand that Roe v. Wade was sent back to the states, that it's a states' right thing. It's amazing. I guess they don't teach any kind of civics, or these young people. They're all in college, by the way, all these girls. Because I told you this earlier today when we were out. I said the only women I see that are voting for her that are white are these stupid college girls that are brain dead, or these old boomer women. Because we saw this old haggard boomer lady with her little Watts sign, and Paul got upset at me because I was calling her a moron through the window. And like, those are the people that I've seen that are supporting her, because like people around my age that are normal, they're like, yeah, we care about more than abortion. And a lot of the women that watch you, I know, are voting for Trump as well. So there's quite a few of us, but she had to talk to her daughter. It's just amazing how the propaganda gets these people. And I said, it's kind of sad that people's whole voting thing would be about if you could scramble your baby's brains before it's even born. You know, the abortion's just like this thing, and all women got to stick together to vote for. No, screw that. You know, people at one time thought slavery was okay, and now you look back on it in history and thought, you know, maybe that wasn't such a good thing, and it's not good to do that. Well, I think someday maybe I would like to think we think the same about abortion, but I don't know. Maybe these women are too far gone.
Yeah, it's good about Arkansas, our state. I just look at the data. Double amount of people. Trump won by a 2-1 margin. 709,000 voted for Trump, and only 379,000. So it's like double the people voted for Trump in Arkansas than they did Kamala. She just got wiped out here.
She was just such a bad candidate.
Yeah,
the Democrats just don't run good people. I mean, if that had been RFK, I was talking to Brandon about it at work. I said if they had ran RFK, he would probably beat Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then they don't. They run like Kamala, like word salad queen. I mean, they get the dumbest people, and they get Joe Biden, who had Alzheimer's.
Yeah,
it's like these are the people they run. And it's like, word of advice, guys, next time maybe don't get somebody so crazy or stupid or a dementia patient. Like you always talk about that Gretchen Whitmore. No, that's the same thing as running Hillary or running Kamala. Yeah. It's the same thing. I guess these people in Michigan, did y'all forget how horrible this bitch treated you during COVID? People have really short memories. Remember, she had it blocked off where you couldn't get in certain parts of the store. Like if you went to Walmart Supercenter, you couldn't go in the garden section. You could only buy groceries. Remember that? Because she was such a fucking Karen during COVID. So it's like, I don't know. I would think a lot of people would remember that and go, I'm not voting for her. Like they're all crazy. I don't know. If you were going to run a woman, run one that's not so insane. Like Tulsi would have been good for them, but no, they wouldn't.
She's
they
on
ran
that.
her off.
Yeah, she may be on the Republican ticket in 2028. It could be like Vance Tulsi. I heard that theory, and I could see that.
Well,
I
is she
don't.
better on the Second Amendment and things like that, though?
Yeah, she has done better. I don't think I was talking about this. I don't know with Z-Man, but I don't think the Democrats are going to run a woman again in 2028 because they've had bad luck with Hillary and now potentially Kamala. We'll see what happens here. But if they have 2 defeats with women, I think they're going to go with Gavin Newsom or that Josh Shapiro will be there probably. I mean, who knows? 4 years is a long time from now. A lot can happen. But I would think those 2 would be the favorites for the Democrats to run at this point.
Yeah, I just wish they would announce it because it makes me nervous. Brandon's like, oh, it doesn't matter that much. He went and he voted for Trump today too. And he's like, and I said, it does kind of matter though, because the economy, there's so many things like the border. And then me and this other lady, we were kind of going on about like, yeah, it is kind of important, but I think he just wanted to be like, calm down. It'll be okay.
All the financial markets have really super jumped. I think I told you Bitcoin has gone through the roof. I mean, through the roof.
Well, that's good. And then I hope my eBay store picks up because that's another thing. I can tell, like when Trump the first time, well, when he was in before first time, the only time when he was in before COVID, the economy was really good. And I remember I was making a lot of money like selling stuff online. And now I haven't sold anything in a week. And this getting close to Christmas, I mean, I know we still have a month, a little over a month, but still like now is the time I should be making money. And then I've heard other people say the same thing, that people just don't have as much money. And every day it seems like I'll just see the news feed and it's like, oh, another store is going out of business. And it's almost like more things are closing than opening. And I don't know if everybody's selling stuff all the time and nobody's buying anything, it's not really helping the economy.
Right.
So I'm hoping Trump can get in there and at least maybe fix that and we can be energy independent again.
Yeah, I think that's the economy was a big point that the Republicans ran on, Trump ran on. You're right. Harris has ran on pretty much on abortion and saving democracy, whatever the hell that means. But Trump ran on specific things that people cared about. And I think that did potentially made a big difference. So the betting markets are now showing he's got a 97% chance to win. So I don't want to celebrate. I'm kind of like you because we got burned in 2020 and I don't want all of a sudden, we have a problem with the voting machines in Pennsylvania. Hey, we found all these ballots over here. I don't want any of that bullshit.
Yeah, that's what kind of scares me. And I'm like, am I going to be able to go to bed until he wins enough that I know that he's got it in the bag? I'm probably going to stay up.
Oh,
unless it's going to be like 6 a.m. or something.
Louis Barrow, next we need RAMZPAUL, governor of Arkansas. Thanks, Louis. I don't really have any aspirations to run for office. Someone actually, I won't say who, asked me to run, and that's just not my thing. Everyone has.
Well, they just wanted you to pay them when they don't know anything about running a campaign because they need money, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean.
They ask if I want to run. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, there's no way in hell I would run for anything around here.
No, it's a different talent. It's a different thing, and it's not anything I'm interested in. But
I'm not extroverted enough to do that. You'd have to be. I mean, I'm not educated really. You need people that can get up there and kind of bullshit, and I'm too much of a straight shooter, I think.
Well, and as I told people, even here in Arkansas, we're like a one-party state here with Republicans, and like I'm sure Womack won. I didn't look, but I'm sure he won.
Oh, sure.
They gatekeep at the Republican Party level. So we had that Kumar guy. Remember him? He wanted to try at the Republican to run against Womack. But how do you do that when they have all the money and everything? It's just it's not.
Well, that's another thing. How would we run? I don't want to spend my savings trying to run for something and lose all your money.
We got a fundraise, but then
then who's going to give?
We're not going to get money from Walmart.
No, right? And that's who they all get paid by Walmart. I'm sure Sarah Huckabee gets paid by Walmart too.
Yeah, I mean, they all get their.
They've ruined our state.
Mhm.
Like, let's just be real. Like, my boss at work even said that. He goes, Walmart has just ruined this area. And it has. I mean, in some ways, I guess it's helped because it does bring money into the state. But the state used to be a lot more rural. And now I read that there might even be more people moving in the Bentonville area because I guess Walmart, if you work for them, you have to live so many miles within the home office or something. And so these people that were working remote from other states are going to have to move here. And they said we could get 20,000 more people. It's like, screw that. We're already growing so fast. The traffic's crazy. Everything's expensive. It's almost like some of this stuff, like the state of Arkansas, it becomes just an economic zone for these people and they don't really care.
Right.
Like, we get a lot of people from India there too. And Mosca said when he moved out of his apartment, he said it was like almost all Indians living there. And that's like, it didn't used to be like that. When I got it, used to be like super white. Like, even when I was in high school, it's crazy how demographics change so fast.
Yeah,
you wouldn't think, you look back and you're like, holy shit. But it's like, so Walmart's helped to kind of ruin it. I guess it's good if you want to make money, but the people that are already living here, most people can't even afford to live around here. They have to move like you out in the middle of nowhere because good luck living in Fayetteville unless you make good money as far as buying a home, because it's like, I could never afford to buy a home here.
Well, this is worrisome. This was from Crowder, and I don't know if this is legit or not, but they're saying Pennsylvania alert: the fate of our nation is in the mysterious box truck convoy. New workers are coming, so they have. It looks like the Democrats are bringing in some magic ballots, like they do. See right here.
Yes.
So let's just hope that's not fraudulent ballots they're bringing in and trying to. And this is in Philadelphia, so that doesn't look good. So let's just pray that's not the case, you know.
See, this is what makes me nervous.
Yeah. And again, I don't know if that's a real thing but that's what Crowder's
So if he
reporting.
loses Pennsylvania, would there be another path if he won maybe Arizona?
If he wins Michigan or Wisconsin and he's winning those. So
okay, well, let's just pray to God. Like, yeah, I was listening to Gavin and Kumia last week, and he's like, God, I don't want to bother you, but if you're not busy next Tuesday, can you please just let Trump win the election? That's how I feel, because I just feel like if she gets in, that they're going to legalize all these aliens. There's going to be more crime. Everything's going to be more expensive. We're going to have to listen to her. We're going to probably throw more money at Ukraine. I mean, who the hell knows? It's not going to be good, though.
Pennsylvania right now is at 90%, but I don't know. I just hope those boxes aren't, you know what I mean?
Me too. Hopefully he's not just, I don't know, trying to
Michigan's I don't know why Michigan is going so fucking slow. They're at 59%. And Wisconsin, they're at 84%. So I don't know.
Do they have like machines that count? I'm like, how does it work exactly? Do they have people actually back there counting all the votes up, or do they have?
I don't know how they do it in other states. And when I started the show tonight, I was telling people I'm really impressed with how Arkansas does it. And just Sasha knows because she voted, but I'll explain to the other people because I've been doing the stream for quite a few hours, so you might have missed it. But I voted today. And what you do is you go into a machine and you electronically vote, but it prints out, at least in the county I am in, a paper ballot.
Same here.
Which you hand in. So what they have the electronic vote, which matches the paper ballot, and the paper ballot's is not the one used for counting, but it can be used for an audit. So you have the real vote. And I think that's just perfect. So because it's electronic, they get the votes in right away, instantaneously after the polls in. You know, they have all the data. And if there's any questions, you have the paper ballots. And you have to show your ID. And I don't know why every state doesn't do that. It'd all be wrapped up. The entire election would be over now. We'd have the data right now. There wouldn't be any there shouldn't be any physical counting. I don't understand what they're trying to do, you know. So, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I wish they would get it done.
Oh, did you listen to my interview with Z-Man? Did you like that conversation?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Good. Yeah, it was kind of fascinating going over all this stuff and what will happen. I enjoyed having him on. I thought that was pretty good. Someone said, to get to 270 with Georgia and Pennsylvania, he's still 3 short, so we need to get Nevada, Arkansas, Michigan, or Wisconsin. Yeah, or one of the states, and he's winning Arizona. So I think And Arizona is getting pretty close, so we'll have to see.
Buddy,
But
well, he's just crying up a storm. You hear him?
yeah, I know.
Buddy, come in here. Here he comes. Come on. It's all
Come
right.
on, buddy. You got to give us luck for Trump.
And I know people in the chat are bitching about Trump, and it's like, I get it. But at the same time, like, do you think that bitch is going to make it easier? Like, supposedly, like, all these financial people are saying Trump will be worse on inflation than her. I don't see how. Like, they're the ones that are, like, want to spend like mad.
Yeah.
And if Trump does tax cuts, that helps everybody because then you have more money to spend to buy things to help stimulate the economy. I mean, that's what Reagan did in the 80s, and the economy was a boom, like all through the 80s.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that.
And you should be able to keep your own damn money. Like, why should I have to pay for all these wars and illegals and breeders and everybody else? I just want my money. Like, I work hard for it. I did like what you guys said about like Finnish people, how they they work real hard all week and then come Friday when they get off, they just get drunk until it's time to go back to work. And Japanese too. And I thought that's kind of what I do, but not drink.
Yeah.
Like I do other things. It's kind of like that. It's like, oh, it's time to relax because I work all week too. But I just thought that was funny. It made me kind of want to go to Finland.
That was kind of a funny story he told about Tina.
It was about the Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yes.
Had she ever been to America before?
No, I don't think so. No. But they had Kentucky Fried Chicken over there, you know, the franchise. So
yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, most places do in Europe. When I went to Amsterdam, I ate at Burger King there. But it was weird. Their chicken tasted different than ours, probably because they don't put all the chemicals and shit in it, but it tasted quite a bit different.
Yeah. So we're at the very end, but it's like, you know, you got to finish the election, just not come close. And so I definitely feel a lot better once we get these final states in here. So let's see, Pennsylvania's at 92%. Trump has got about a 3% lead. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's 92% done. Michigan is 61%. Trump has a 6-point lead, so that's good. Wisconsin is 86%. Trump has got a 4-point lead. Minnesota, they haven't called yet, although they 64% and Harris has a 3-point lead. I don't think he's going to get Minnesota.
She's not really even winning by big numbers, it seems like.
No, even in states that she should be kicking ass in, like for example, let's say Illinois, it was 51% to 47. I mean, that's not like
really.
Yeah, I mean that's not. No, 51% to 47. It's 2.6 million people voted for her, 2.4 voted for Trump. So that's not huge.
Wow. And it's probably a big chunk of those were Chicago.
Oh, yeah. Chicago ruins the state.
Or anywhere there's a college like DeKalb. Yeah. I think Champaign, don't they have a college?
Well, if you get, college or blacks in a city will ruin it. And so that's.
Well, I thought it was white women that ruin everything. It's funny because it seems like it's always blacks every time I hear about voting. They vote.
White women vote Republican. Honestly, they do. Yeah.
Well, the lady at work voted Republican tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anybody that pays bills and doesn't live with their parents, like these college girls that are concerned about abortion, it's because most of them don't work. They live off mom and dad, so they don't really give a shit where the rest of us do. Or like I said, these older rich white women, these boomer women. But people that are trying to make money, it's like, yeah, we have to worry about things other than killing children. Which is kind of fucked anyway, if that's your whole...
Yeah, that is weird.
It's the only thing you care about. It's like a death cult.
And a lot of the people that worry about it, they shouldn't be in the position anyway to get pregnant. And again, there's birth control. And most of the states, they allow you to have an abortion up to the first trimester. I don't understand it, really.
Well, it's funny. Brandon was talking about that tonight. His sister is like that, too. Mm-hmm. She's in like her late 40s, and her girlfriend or wife, whatever you want to call it, they're both, that's their whole like thing is about abortion, and they're lesbians. They hate children. They're never going to get pregnant, and they can't have kids now anyway because they're too old. And
Yeah.
it's kind of funny. And he was talking about that, like how stupid it is. And it's like, it does seem like it's the people that can't even have kids that are very concerned about this.
I got an update. Nevada finally posted. They're at 56%. Trump is winning by 2 percentage points there in Nevada. So Trump's leading most of these states, but they just need to. He's got to finish it. You know.
Well,
I
that's
don't.
the scary thing, though.
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
don't want magic ballots coming in
right.
somewhere and all that type of stuff. So that's my only worry.
Me too.
Stephen, yeah, being a Kentucky boy, I got a lot of jokes about KFC from English friends when I'm over there. Also, whoop whoop for my home state. If we lose, it sure ain't all our fault. Yeah, Kentucky was one of the first states to be called for Trump. I don't know if you saw that.
Kentucky was.
Yeah, Kentucky. Let me see what they did. They're probably close to Arkansas. Kentucky, they won by they almost did double too. Actually, we did a little better than we had 64% Trump. They had 64, almost the same. We had 38, 3%, 8. They had 30. Yeah, it's almost exact. Kentucky and Arkansas were almost literally exact in the percentages.
Well, is West Virginia the reddest state?
West Virginia. Oh yeah, West Virginia was. That's where Z-Man's from. He won 70% of the vote in West Virginia.
What about Oklahoma? I know Oklahoma's another one that.
He won 66% of the vote. Yeah, he won pretty big on that too.
What about Arkansas? I know we won Arkansas, but
64%.
So, and you said for what for Oklahoma?
66. So we're
okay,
real
so
close.
Oklahoma
2%.
a little bit more than.
Yeah.
That's probably because we have Little Rock and Washington County.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see the best state for Kamala.
Probably California.
Yeah, California, she's got basically 60 to 37. She's got a real huge. California is like a one-party state, really. I don't know what happened there, but it's pretty. I'm sure Hawaii would be really bad too, but they're not posting any data yet.
Well, what time is it in Hawaii?
Yeah, I don't know. The polls may be still open there. I don't know. So that's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we know how Hawaii is going to go.
Yeah, and Alaska will be Republican, but
yeah.
Yeah. So it's come on, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is at 92% right now.
So how late do you plan to stay up and do this, Paul?
I'll stay for a while. I'm not going to stay forever if they do the bullshit. If they pull a water main broke, remember that in 2020?
Yeah, I do remember
that. Then yeah, so hopefully they're not going to do this.
All I remember is I woke up, or I went to bed and Trump was winning, and I thought, oh, this is good. And then I woke up and he lost.
Yeah,
that's what I'm afraid will happen now.
What do you think about Ron Paul on the team? I'm pretty excited.
I love Ron Paul.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. So I think that's going to be pretty good.
It's kind of sad. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to remind people that I'm going to do an evening show tomorrow just because I'm going to sleep in. Plus, I need time for prep. And also, by tomorrow evening, we should have a pretty good feel for. They should hopefully have the results tonight, but definitely by tomorrow evening, I think we should. Because I don't see this really being that close, but we will have to see. Unless there's. There'd have to be fraud in multiple states going on at once. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was kind of sad though on his show today. He was talking about doing something, with the Trump team, and then he said something about time running out because I think he's 89.
Yeah,
and it was kind of sad because I hate to think Ron Paul won't be here forever, but
yeah,
he is getting up there, and I don't know. His co-host is a good guy too. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Hopefully I don't know. I hope Ron Paul lives a long time.
Yeah, I hope so too.
He's probably my favorite politician.
Yeah. I wanted to stay live because Kamala, she went home for the night to bed. Trump is going to speak to people, so I kind of wanted to cover that.
Yeah, I thought that was happening a long time ago. I remember you said that, and I thought, what happened to that?
Well, they're all waiting, and they're not coming out.
Waiting to see if he won?
Well, traditionally, what happens, and we're no longer traditional, because somehow, even though years ago we didn't have as good a technology, they were able to figure this shit out by now. Right.
Mhm.
They were. It was just after the polls closed within a couple hours, they would have the votes. And then traditionally what would happen, let's say like Reagan versus Mondale. Mondale, the news networks would call it, and then Mondale would call like President Reagan and say, hey, I can see the campaign and I wish you the best in your administration. And then Reagan would say nice things to Mondale. And then Mondale would come out. I think that's how it happens. And the loser comes out first and will say something. Well, we gave it a good fight, but I called President Reagan and I conceded, and everyone goes, boo. And then he says, no, we're all Americans. So I want us all we're going to be patriots. I mean, we may fight against him and his policies, but we're all we're all Americans. And then Reagan would come out and, give his acceptance speech. Now, and usually their acceptance speech tend to be conciliatory, like, oh, we're all in this together. They're good people, whatever. And I think that has been broken. That broke with Hillary. Remember when she got drunk and wanted to come down to do her thing?
They said she was like chimping out.
Yeah. And so I don't know if they do that sort of thing anymore. And then the 2020, the election lasted forever because we never knew there was lawsuits and everything. And
well, that's the thing too, because I remember in 2016, I used to work third shift then, and I went into work at like around 10:30.
Yeah.
And it wasn't long after I got to work, and they had announced the winner. Like, I remember that because I went in and my boss was like, he won Florida. He won all these states. People were saying he wouldn't win. Because you remember they said he only had like a 3% chance to win.
Right.
And then he won like all these. I mean, it was great. And so I don't understand nowadays, like, what the hell? It just seems to take forever. Like I said, with Pennsylvania, why the hell does it take so long?
Well,
they're an hour ahead of us. They should have been done already.
They should have been. And it's, I don't know. And
is it diversity counting the ballots or something? Is this what's taken so long?
Honestly, in this day and age, there shouldn't be anyone counting them. They should do it like they do in Arkansas, where you have electronics, so you have the count immediately after the polls close. And if there's any questions, you have the paper ballots to look at, right? And that's how it's just simple. Arkansas, I think, has got the perfect system. And not just because I lived here. It's a really good system.
Well, I saw a lot of people were writing in people, and when I voted, we couldn't do that. They just gave you the options. There was no option to write anybody in. And we used a stylus. You didn't get a pencil or anything.
Yeah,
it was just
yeah, exactly. And I liked it. I went to that rural town, and then it was it's always fun going down there. I rarely go there, but there's a lot of good old boys there, that's for sure.
Yeah, my place was closed because they're doing all this road construction. So they moved. It was funny because I have a neighbor in the trailer park. He's a boomer dude, and he's a commie. He said he was one of the pollsters at the poll place. And I was like, hey, wait a minute, aren't you my neighbor?
Yeah.
And he didn't remember me because a package was delivered here, and it was supposed to be delivered to him, and it got stolen. And then he remembered. It was just kind of funny that he was working up there.
Yeah, I think that's
Fayetteville's kind of a small town to some degree, even though it's bigger.
Even though it's growing.
Yeah.
I got a question here. Super chat. This is Trickshot1100. Your predictions for the year 2025 will be interesting. Yeah, that's coming up in December. Percentage of illegals ousted. I think they're mostly going to stop once from coming in, and I think most of the illegals leaving will be just because it's going to be harder for them to get free shit, so they're going to go back. I think that's probably mostly how it will work. So it won't be huge, but it'll be, like I've always said, even if Trump wins, and we still got to see that, it's not like everything's fixed. And
no, I
wish, but
I doubt he's going to. We can hope that he can at least do the remain in Mexico policy and things like that, but I doubt they're going to get paddy wagons, and I wish they would.
Yeah, I would.
I would be fine with that, but I've heard so many people say, "Oh, the American people can't stomach that." I think they could. I think people are sick of these fucking people, especially when we have to pay for them. Like, that's what really pisses me off. Or you come over here, have a kid, and then, oh, you're a citizen now. They should get rid of that too.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, Trump's not going to save us, but he could put a spigot maybe on the flow of all these people, hopefully.
Yeah. So Pennsylvania's up to 93%. Come on, Pennsylvania. In the betting markets, they have now Trump a 97. Wait a minute. What's the betting markets? And that's what people bet on. Is 98.6% Trump. So the betting markets are really betting on Trump heavy to win. That's not polling, but that's where people are putting their money. So I think that's the good news.
Well, she was just so horrible of a candidate. And like, I know Trump has issues, but I don't know. I mean, it was pretty cool how Trump got shot and he raised his fist up in the air. And that's when I kind of decided to vote for him again, because I was kind of just going to sit this one out at, one point. And then I thought, well, I don't know. Maybe he can make some things better, stop this war with Ukraine and Russia.
Right.
I don't know. Like, I would rather have him in than her. And she's just weak too. And she makes the country look bad. It's an embarrassment, really, if she gets in. It's embarrassing that it's close, that this many stupid people would vote for her.
Yeah, it's embarrassing like California would vote for her, or Vermont, or Washington, or Oregon. That is really embarrassing.
They're just brainwashed, I guess. Like, that's the only way I don't understand why.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't even really have any policies. She never really had anything when people would ask her questions. Or she just Trump's ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a really low IQ individual, and
she is.
She was not a good candidate, and Biden would have to be mad if.
I bet he is mad.
It does look. You say that the GOP will get the Senate. They won back the Senate, and they have the House. So if Trump does get in, he'll have the House and the Senate. So the Republicans have no excuses for doing what they want. They can. I mean, there's some Republicans that are kind of cuckish, but I think it's they got it all.
Well, they had it that first time, and they didn't really do a whole lot. So, like,
I hope he's learned a lot from everything. I really do. I don't know if he has, but I hope he does. So
Well, that's the thing too with Trump. Like, it's like, even if you don't necessarily like him, the people that he wants in his cabinet or were in his administration, I think would be good, like Tulsi and RFK and all those people.
Yeah.
For different things. And it's like, then I heard on The View, they were talking to Liz Cheney and talking about putting her in Kamala's cabinet. And it's like, okay, guys, that's who you get when you vote for her. You get Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
Versus like Elon and maybe Ron Paul. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems better to me.
Yeah, definitely. The quality is better with the Republicans. So I'm not a fan of all Republicans, but they do.
Neither.
Hey, Albion Hustler, thank you.
Hey, it's good to see
$50.
you.
$50. Thank
Wow.
you for that. A good friend in real life. Trump at 248, according to Fox. Pennsylvania win plus Alaska wins the election. But Trump's going to take Wisconsin and Michigan and stomp her. Thanks for the stream, guys. Yeah, so what Albion is saying, he's at 248 now, and if he wins Pennsylvania, and he will win, Alaska is guaranteed. So if he wins Pennsylvania, it's a guaranteed win, basically.
I wish Pennsylvania would hurry up.
Yeah,
I just sold something.
Oh, yeah.
See, people are already excited about Trump. Maybe I'll make some money again. I made $2.
Yeah, I made this is on theory, but I've made Bitcoin went crazy today.
You should sell it and we can go to Japan. I keep telling Paul sell it, because if Camel Toe Face does get in, if she ekes in there, then it's not going to be worth shit.
Yeah, but the betting market says she's not going to, because Trump's a big crypto guy, so that's going to be good news for that.
Good, and then maybe you can eventually sell it, and there's a Lego set that I want.
Yeah, we could get a lot of Lego sets for this.
I know.
But yeah, I don't know. I got crypto a long time. I don't have a lot. I don't know if I have some, and I got a long time ago, so I didn't pay much, but it's worth quite a bit now. Not millions, but still.
I just want to make money again.
Yeah, I know.
It's ridiculous. I used to sell enough on eBay that it was almost like having a part-time job. Now I'm lucky if I sell like one thing a week. And because nobody has any money, everybody's selling stuff. So that makes,
I am looking forward. Are you looking forward? I have to be honest. I'm going to look forward to the Trump derangement syndrome
Oh, it's going to
meltdowns
be
and
so
tears.
awesome. I
You
want to watch
know,
fat women screaming and
oh,
crying and
you know, because all these bitches love to get on TikTok and cry on TikTok. All these women, for some reason, that's what they like to do. I always thought that should be a private thing, but they always have to cry for the camera. And
I
that's
never
their
do
thing.
that. I don't think I could cry on camera.
But they love it. They like
Like,
to
I don't know.
bawl and sob on camera, and then they load it up. Some of it you have to wonder how much is fake just to try to get views. But
Well, I wonder if it's like, I don't know, some of these people don't get enough attention. So that's their whole thing, is they're kind of attention whores. It almost
yes,
seems like the whole, like, I don't know, like the whole country anymore is attention whores. Like all
yeah,
these girls have OnlyFans and just, I don't
right,
know. I don't get it because I have like things I enjoy doing that I don't
yeah,
have to have people stare at me all the time. In fact, it's kind of, even doing
yeah.
stuff like this, I don't even feel like 100% comfortable.
hmm Yeah, no, I mean, you do a good job at it though. But I mean, when I'm on with you, it's just like we're talking, just me and you. It's kind of weird to think because we got 3,200 people watching right now. It's
Wow, total.
less, yeah, and there's just two of us, and if we were in like a big auditorium with that many people, it'd feel like ooh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
But
it's like
it
singing in public.
yeah,
Like when we do karaoke, we used to go, they have a karaoke place
yeah,
in Fayetteville where you'd rent a room out. And a friend of
yeah,
ours did that for his birthday, and then I did it for mine. And
yeah,
it's different when you're singing in a room and it's just your friends. You get really into it. But then I'm like, okay, I'm going to push myself, because the only other time I sang in public
right,
was I went to a bar years ago and I was drunk and I sang a couple songs, but I had to be drunk. And I'm like, I don't drink anymore. So we
right.
went to Vegas and I did at Excalibur and I
You did
almost
a good
didn't
job,
do it.
yeah,
I almost, I know you should send me that. I'll put it on my Rumble
yeah.
channel because I wanted to send it to somebody, but I was like, no, I'm going to push myself and do it. And I don't know how many people were in there. Probably not a whole lot, but there are a lot of people in Excalibur altogether. But I don't know how
Yeah.
many people actually saw me. But it's a lot different. You get shaky. Oh,
Yeah.
I did it at work one time, like 20 years ago. We had a Christmas party and they had karaoke, and my friend was like, "Oh, you should sing something." And I said, "If they have any Devo, I'll sing," because I was going through a Devo phase, and I didn't think they would. And they had Whip It, and so I got up in front of all these people I worked with and sang Whip It, and I was like shaking like a leaf, and I was sober doing it, but everybody seemed to like it.
Wow, we got another big donation from Siege Cats, $100. Thank you,
Oh,
Siege
thank
Cats.
you. Awesome.
Hey, Sasha and Rams, I would love it if a base state like Alaska would put Trump over the 270. That would happen. I think he's going to get over that before then, though. I think they'll win Pennsylvania and maybe Wisconsin. Thank you for all your coverage of content. I've been since the beginning. Thank you. Love you guys. Yeah, I've been streaming. I'm glad I started streaming when I did. I didn't start too early because when I started to stream was when things were heating up. So that was good.
Well, they said Styx passed out. So a lot of people said he already went to bed. He got drunk and went to bed. I don't know if that's true. That's just what I saw your chat said.
If he got
earlier
drunk,
tonight.
he used to be off of liquor, and I sad to see
I
he's
don't know.
back on
That's
it.
what the chat said, and I maybe can't believe the chat, but people were saying
Yeah,
he passed out. But maybe he did. He is an hour ahead of us. But you people go to bed freaking early, because this was like when I was still at work. I want to say it was like 9 o'clock our time when I heard he already went to sleep.
yeah. I find I tend to go to bed earlier as I get older, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. You never know. If everything on the internet's not necessarily true, so.
No, I'm the opposite. If it wasn't for you,
hmm
like on weekend stuff, I'd probably stay up till 3, 4, or 5 in the morning.
Wow, that's crazy.
I've always been a night person. I usually stay up till like 1:32.
Mm-hmm. And let me just refresh the map again. See, I keep refreshing, hoping we'll get a
Well, me too, because I'd like to go take a shower.
93%. Boy, is this taking forever, right?
This is what?
93% Pennsylvania, 65% of Michigan. I don't know what's Michigan's problem.
No, they already called Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wisconsin, 89%. And Minnesota, 74%. The Trump's within striking distance of Minnesota.
I hope he wins, like Z-Man said. That would be awesome if he won.
Let's see, 53% in Arizona. He's only winning by 1% there, so that's actually a tight vote. Nevada is 70%. He's winning that by 4 points, so he's winning Nevada pretty comfortably. So He could win Pennsylvania, get like Nevada. That will put him over the 270. He's getting really, really close though. So, yeah, Nevada's close. So there's a lot of these are pretty close here. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I just don't want to wake up tomorrow or go to bed comfortably tonight and think, oh, we got this. I want to get real excited and know for sure we won. I don't want it to be like 2020 where you get up and you're like, oh, Biden's the president. And I was like, what? Like, I don't want another.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. They found some mysterious ballots,
And then having to go through all that. Like,
Oh,
yeah, I
gosh.
don't want to deal with
Yeah.
that again. I just like you. I want to watch Oprah and all those shit libs melt down.
I want to see him cry and be in panic. And yeah.
Did you see that ad where it showed like this woman and she was like in 2024 or 2020 something, Trump died and JD Vance took over and he's been president ever since. For 30 years, he's been president.
30 years.
Yeah, and it was this dystopian. They almost try to do like these Hunger Game type ads. Like
Yeah.
if he gets in, it's going to be The Handmaid's Tale or whatever.
Well, some of the
Really
things they're trying
funny.
to do dystopian, but they sound kind of good to me. Like, oh, if he gets in, they're going to deport the illegals and the legals. I'm like, oh, sounds good to me.
Oh, that was in this ad too. It was
Oh,
like,
really?
first
Yeah.
It was the illegals. Then it
Yeah.
was the legals. Then it was this. It's like, yeah.
That'd be nice. I mean, that'd be like cool, but yeah, some of the stuff they try to do make it sound horrible. Now the betting market's up to 98.8% Trump win possibility. So, that's pretty amazing. So I don't know. The bettors are really thinking he's got this, but I'm like you, I'm a little skittish. My head thinks he's got it, but I'm just a little, I don't know. We'll have to see here.
Yeah, I just don't want to wake up and find out that he didn't win because I want to have a good day
Well, we
tomorrow.
want to have a good country, and
We
we
do.
just don't want to go through all this.
And I don't want a woman that like slept her way to the top being our president.
Yeah,
I know you
no.
don't believe in women leaders, whatever. But if we were going to have like a woman, I want somebody that's actually like smart and
Yeah.
it's just like, oh, I have no idea what I'm doing. And I hate Hillary Clinton and I'm glad that witch was not president, but at least she was a little bit smarter than Kamala. Kamala is just a bimbo.
Right.
They said she failed her bar the first time she took it. I mean, there were so many like things about her. Everything I think she just slept her way into her positions.
Yeah.
She doesn't have any skill. Even her law stuff. I prosecuted all these criminals, and then all this stuff comes out. Like she really didn't do that many cases when she
Yeah.
was a lawyer. And they had this lady on Tucker's show a while back talking about her. And I want to say she only prosecuted like 8 people or something. It wasn't very many. And they said she only worked. They said like in a year she only worked 8 hours or something. It was really embarrassing, but this lady just kind of covered all the stuff with her. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I don't know. If you're going to have somebody, you should have a Margaret Thatcher or somebody that's actually like good, not just some bimbo.
Yeah, I agree with
That
that.
talks in word salads. And when I was growing up, we knew that the children of the community were the children of the community. Can you imagine having to listen to that
I
for
know.
like 4 to possibly 8 years?
That would really definitely
I think
suck,
part
yeah.
of what hurt her too is she's very fake. And I think people can pick up on that she doesn't really have a personality.
Right.
Whereas Trump has like a larger than life
Oh,
personality.
he does. Z-Man and I were talking about that. He's just really unique in how he does things. So, yeah, I think that's
The McDonald's thing.
yeah,
And
that was
the,
perfect.
that was so funny. And my favorite thing probably the whole time was in Springfield, Ohio, they eating the dogs.
They're eating the cats and dogs. I know.
Well, see, maybe Trump can stop some of that. That's another thing.
Yeah.
If she wins, I feel like that's going to get accelerated and we're going to get more of those kind of people.
Yeah.
Buddy, are you all right? Over there making weird noises.
Yeah. So Elon Musk is making memes of him going in the Oval Office. Let that sink in, so it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
Let me
and
just
that's
show you
another thing. I don't want him to go after all those other people.
Well, yeah, I don't want to lose everything on X because if shitlibs, try to arrest.
Yeah, because X is finally fun. Oh shit! I just got word Fox News called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Did it?
Yes.
Then that will probably be it, babe. If oh wow, is that excellent?
All right. So what does he need now, Paul? Alaska, you said?
He just needs well,
one
let me
other
just do the
state?
math here. Yeah, he just basically needs one other state of so wow, I didn't see they called that for Fox News calls it, huh?
Oh, guess who's on X saying it's time to start the steal? Your buddy Richard Spencer.
So what's your thought about Richard Spencer and Fuentes?
I hate to admit
Z-Man
it.
and I talked about it.
I
Go
hate to
ahead.
admit it. I used to really like Richard Spencer back in the day. I used to listen to him. I know Z-Man said he was dumb. I thought he was kind of smart. He's smarter than I am. Like at least he's better. He has a better education.
He's pretentious. You got to admit.
He is. And I always thought he was kind of pretentious, but he liked Depeche Mode.
Yeah.
And Depeche Mode is one of my favorite bands, and he's near my age. We're only like
Yeah.
a year apart and a few days, I think. I think his birthday's like the day before mine or something.
Yeah.
So we're real close in age, and he likes a lot of the same music as I do. And I used to like him when he was on the shows. I thought he was kind of funny, like when him and JF sang Enjoy the Silence
Yeah.
and all that stuff. And I liked his podcast, and he would go out there and get punched in the face. And I liked that documentary, The Alt-Right Age of Rage. And I still think you should watch it because it's pretty good. And he had that big fat black guy, that Mark Lamont Hill. I think that's the guy's
Yeah.
name. And they were going somewhere, and Richard and him were there. And then he insulted Richard. I don't remember what he said. And Richard was like, "Oh, I thought you were dead because of your obesity." And then they just show him standing around smoking a cigarette, like leaning up against something, trying to look cool. And I don't know. I mean, like you said, he's pretentious, but I always thought he was kind of funny. And I liked some of the things he said. And then all of a sudden, just like, oh, now I'm supporting like Kamala. And it's like, what? And so, yeah, of course he's a dumb shit. And I don't like how you said he treats the help. I don't like that because as somebody
Yeah.
that's always been the help, you should be nice to the people waiting on you and your janitor and your bartender. I always try to be super polite. When we go places, I probably annoy Paul and everybody because I always stack the dishes and kind of clean up after myself. We go to a hotel, I do. I guess I have like OCD about it because I've had to do it for, like I said, for so many years. But I don't really like that when people think they're better than other people because you're
Yeah.
not, just because you happen to be born into money and the rest of us weren't.
Right.
So I think it's kind of sad how he went down that road. And I used to like Fuentes. I know people don't believe that either, but back in like 2018, I listened to him. I thought he was kind of funny. And a lot of the stuff he said I thought was pretty good. And then I don't know, then it just started turning into whenever I would hear him just kind of shitting on like people from the South or working people. And I don't know. I think he's closeted homosexual. And I know people think that about Spencer, but Spencer has kids. I think Spencer's just a narcissist. They're both narcissists, but I think Spencer's just a narcissist. I don't necessarily think he's gay, whereas Fuentes, I think, is legit gay. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It like I said, when he said that he liked Kamala because Kamala's brat and Kamala's a hot messy bitch, and oh my God, I'm a hot messy bitch. That's a weird thing for a straight guy to say. Wouldn't you say that?
And remember when Jaden was on Kino Casino with Medicare and all of them, and he was talking about how he was like he was using a black light to like look
Yes.
for like stains in his. He cleaned his apartment, which is odd.
Yeah.
That would be like if you clean Brandon's house or something. You know what I mean? Straight guys don't do that type of thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's just so many clues. And then he got upset because his friend got a girlfriend. It's like, well, shouldn't you have a girlfriend? How old is he? Like you're pushing 30 and you've never had sex. And that's just weird. I'm sorry. You could say it's because of religious reasons. I don't even believe he's really religious. I think it's just I think he's fake. They said he never goes to mass. He's supposed to be Catholic.
Well,
and the way he
and
treats people and talks to people, it's like you don't act very Christ-like for
And
somebody that's supposed to.
obviously I don't have proof because the FBI doesn't inform me. They keep that confidential. But the fact he never got charged for January 6th when people that did less than he did got heavy prison sentences and he was under investigation just leads me to believe there's a high probability they said, okay, you either play with us or you go to jail. And he's playing with them now.
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
obviously
it's
I can't prove
disappointing on both counts with him and Spencer. It's disappointing.
We got a super chat, $10 from Miku's. Thank you for the stream, Paul and Sasha. I've been looking forward to this funky dance for early in the year. When can we expect it? Fox just called PAs. I typed. I got myself in that funky dance thing, so I'm gonna have to do a funky. Everyone's planning on it, so I can't. I'm not going to Welsh on it. Can I say Welsh? Is that an ethnic slur against people from Wales? Well, I'm part Welsh. Yeah, I'll do it here. I'm not going to do a dance until it's official. I'm not going to curse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I hope.
So are you going to choreograph a dance, or are you just going to get up and do this or something?
I'll get some rap music and dance to it.
Rap music?
Yes.
You and dance rap music? What are you going to twerk?
I did a rap. Patricia McAllister. You remember that's an old video.
Yeah,
of mine
you showed it to me.
That's kind of funny, and I did that by just hearing, so I did that.
You
pretty
should
good,
dance to something cool if you're going to do it. Don't do rap.
All right. Well,
you can do disco or something.
Yeah, I could do that. So I'll put together a fun dance. So
dance to like Rick James or something if you're going to do black
maybe
music.
I can talk a session dancing with me.
I could. What's in it for me?
You're my producer.
Look at this little guy. Isn't he cute?
Yeah.
I'm petting him for good luck. He's going to help us win the election, aren't you?
Well, if Trump does get Pennsylvania, then I think I said before the election, if he gets Pennsylvania and North Carolina, and we for sure he's got North Carolina, then it's over. I don't see a path. Kamala, they said she canceled. She's supposed to speak at some black university tomorrow. She canceled that.
Because she's going to lose?
I don't know. She just went home.
I wonder if she's relieved. Because I don't know. She never really seemed comfortable to me. You have to be somewhat comfortable with the public eye and being able to speak. She's not good at that. I kind of got the vibe she just make money and have kind of an easy job, and then she kind of got in over her head.
It's one of those people that you see sometimes in business. I guess I could have talked to Z-Man about it, but they just get in over their head. They get promoted faster than they should, and they really don't know what they're doing. She kind of got in that position. She got her original positions because of sexual favors with Willie Brown. And then she got put in as a senator, and there's, it's a one-party state in California, so there's no competition. Then she was picked as vice president for DEI reasons. Again, Joe Biden said that, don't blame me. And she was hated as vice president. And, Joe Biden starts to drool on a debate, and here we are, right? So it's kind of funny. It's been a hilarious year. Elon Musk did this meme. It's kind of funny. I'll just show you here. Let that sink in. And what he did when he bought Twitter, he brought the kitchen sink and as a joke. Think about Elon Musk, even though he's the richest man in the world or whatever, he's like a dork, and it's kind of funny, but he is funny. He's kind of a dork, don't you think?
Yeah, I think he's kind of cute. I don't know. I like Elon all right.
Yeah, he is. He's pretty funny. And so I think he's got to be happy. Everything, because he's got his legal issues are going away, so that should be good. And I think he's a fanboy of Trump. You know what I mean? I really do. So
I was surprised Joe Rogan endorsed Trump.
The Democrats have got so extreme, and the point you brought up earlier, I think you brought it up. Sorry, it's late, but will this change the way? Did you ask that? Or will it change how they go forward in 4 years?
No, somebody asked you that, didn't they?
Oh yeah, maybe someone else asked me that. Well, what's your opinion? Do you think this will be a wake-up call for the Democrats? Like, we got to just stop this old woke shit. Let's just go back to being traditional Democrats, maybe about unions and the environment, or is it still going to be their shit, anti-white bullshit?
I don't think they're going to change. I mean, the people running it, how many white people are still in there?
Yeah,
they don't seem to learn their lesson. They didn't learn it with Hillary Clinton. They didn't really learn it with Biden.
Yeah.
They just doubled down on it.
The poly market's got it Trump at 99.3% chance.
Wow, it just keeps going up. So PPP is going to lose a bunch of money. I think I saw that he gambled I want to say $1,500 on Kamala.
Oh, yeah, he cursed it. Yep. If you guys don't know, PPP does a drama show called Kino Casino. It's kind of funny. He goes over. They make fun of like Nick Fuentes, Ethan Ralph, Baked Alaska. Who else? And Medicare are the big ones, right?
No, Medicare's friends with him. Like they were doing a stream tonight, I think. I didn't watch it because I listened to your stream.
Oh no, I don't mean Medicare. I meant the Ricada, the guy that got
Yeah,
in that.
Ricada. Yeah, they did make fun of Styx too.
Oh, Styx they made fun of too.
It was funny though when they did about Styx. It had him and Ralph because I guess Styx went on Ralph's show after he got arrested, and they were talking about how the best people they knew were people in jail, and it was just really funny. He's like, the most base people are in jail. And Ralph's like, yeah, I like the people I was in jail with too. And it's like, come on, guys.
Oh, did you see
Like,
some?
really?
Yeah, that was funny. Styx, he was my co-host, and he's
I
an
like
okay
Styx.
guy.
Yeah,
And a
he's
lot of
fine.
people, I think, exaggerated the whole domestic abuse thing. I mean,
He's always been nice to me. Like, that's kind of how I judge people. He
I think
doesn't
he's
do-
cool, and he's kind of well, he's a libertarian, and he's cool with everything. I don't have a problem with Styx.
No, he's never done anything to
Can
either
he
of
be
us.
cringy at times? Yes, but everyone can. I'm sure I
Right.
am too. So, this was funny. Someone retweeted an old quote of mine I did on Twitter back when it was Twitter, and this kind of appropriate. This was pretty neat. Let me just show you this here. And then, when we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, and your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. That was a Sam Hyde quote. So that was pretty. I'm gonna repost that.
Somebody just did that now.
Yeah, well, they found that out. They retweeted that. So I just that was Trump wins Pennsylvania. I got another thing. Yes, they have now. Trump officially won Pennsylvania, Sasha.
Yeah, well, I thought we already knew that. We're waiting for some other state so I can go take a shower.
Well, I did that because I just wanted more than Fox News, and there's another one that came out and called it him.
Oh yeah, because didn't Fox News call something the last time and then we found out they were wrong? I swear
CNN's
I
done
remember-
that too beforehand. Yeah, that's the situation on that. So I hope Trump can actually pardon Ross Ulbricht. Trump said he's going to pardon a lot of these January 6 people that weren't violent and they just wandered around, and I hope he does. I hope he really does do that. It's
Ticker
funny
guy
though.
says- oh, sorry, go ahead.
This is one of the reasons Fuentes is probably seething, because Trump insinuated that Fuentes already took a deal, and Trump's not interested in pardoning Fuentes. I don't think he will.
Probably not.
And then I don't know how that deal works. Are they still going to, the FBI is still going to have him under the deal after this? Or do they will cut him loose, or what happens? I don't even know what happens. So
I
this
don't
could
know.
be-
I've never had to deal with that myself.
I
So
hope
don't
I never
know.
do either, yes.
Me either.
Yeah.
Ticker guy said he just has to win Alaska now, and Trump's got it.
Yeah, well, Alaska's pretty well guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah, so Trump won then, right? I mean, is it safe to say that he won?
I would think so, unless there's.
Is there like a map of all the states that you've got a map, don't you? You should pull up a map.
Yeah,
and we
I
can
do,
look
but
at
they
it and
haven't
see all the-
updated it. The MSNBC, they haven't called it yet. But I'll show it to everyone so you can see. Pennsylvania now is red. We have a couple of states calling it red, a couple of channels. It's 94% in. And so I think, and he's got a 2%, 3% lead. So yeah.
So there's no way she could win now, or what if she picked up some of these other states, then she could win?
She'd have to win all the other states in Alaska, and Alaska is kind of like an Arkansas.
Oh, okay, so she's fucked.
Yes.
How come Maine hasn't been called? Is
Uh,
Maine a Republican state?
what the hell is with Maine? 41% in? What the hell is their problem? And New Hampshire, 74% in. Harris looks like she's going to win that. Maine is a Democrat state.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
See, and we were talking about this earlier. It's funny because you look right down here. Where do most of the blacks live in the United States? Right in here, baby. You see this?
Yeah.
And that vote's straight red. Why is that? Because whites are red pilled about it.
Yeah.
And then you get these literally white areas. They are all these
And they all
shit
vote
libs.
shit libs. Yep,
Yeah.
they do.
It is a thing. So yeah, no, if he does have Pennsylvania, she does not have a path unless she wins Alaska. And she's not
So
going
we're
to be
still
like,
waiting on Georgia then? Because it's like gridded.
no, Georgia won.
Okay, he
They
did win
called it.
Georgia.
Yes.
Well, why does it look weird like that? See how it looks?
Well, he barely, I don't know why they did
Got
that.
like lines through it.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. This is like close or something. I don't know why
So
they
this is
did
going
that.
to be like 2016 again,
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely.
except not as much of a surprise.
No, it's better than 2016 because 2016 he lost the popular vote. He will win the popular vote this year.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I think that will be good news. So we've had a couple of stations now call Pennsylvania from Trump. AP still hasn't. There's a couple that still haven't yet, but I think it's safe to say if he wins Pennsylvania, yeah, then Alaska always goes Republican, kind of like Arkansas. So it'd have to be just some dramatic bullshit. And they don't have no one campaigns, you know what I mean? They don't have a ground game either side in Alaska. They just count the votes legit there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I don't understand why it takes them so long to count some of these votes.
They should every state should have a system like Arkansas. It's just electronic voting, and then you have both in this state. So you do your electronic vote and you get a receipt, so to speak, of a ballot that's on paper, and then you turn the paper ballot in. And I think it works pretty good. So it's funny. There's little ladies that were working the polls when I was there. I joked that one of the ladies looked like she might have been the grammar school teacher of Abraham Lincoln or Jefferson.
Oh yeah, I heard you say that.
She had to be like 110, I swear. But she's sweet
Man, I
old
love
lady.
the Amish. They're like helping rebuild North Carolina.
Yeah.
Did you see that? They're building all this stuff.
Oh, I got a super chat. Georgia looks that way because it was flipped. Oh, so the reason that was previously a Democrat state in 2020. Remember, Biden won, and I put that in quotes. Georgia. That's where wasn't Georgia where they had the mysterious water break or plumbing break, and they had to stop the voting and kick all the Republicans out, and they put up the cardboard so no one could look in what they're doing. It was the sketchiest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, well, some guy just sent me a message on X, and he said the MSNBC reports that there's going to be another 50,000 ballots in Pennsylvania in 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. Trump has a 200,000 ballot lead.
So he would still win then.
Yeah. Nick Fuentes just saluted to Trump on his stream and claimed that he was with him the entire time.
Do what now? I wasn't really listening.
Nick Fuentes, I just saluted Trump on his stream and claimed he was with him the entire time.
Oh, bullshit. Fuck you.
Yeah, he's trying to
Don't try to ride on his coattails after you black-pilled everybody about the whole thing and told people not to go out.
Yeah,
and all
fuck
these
you
idiots
on
were
that.
writing his name in on the
know.
fucking ballot. Like that retard's ever going to be like president. Give me a break.
Yeah, I know. That was, yeah, they were. Now he's trying to retcon. I was secretly for, that.
Who the hell still watches him anyway? You have to be like off in the head if you still like support him after all this shit.
Yeah, I'm not really quite sure either how that is. So, I don't know. Like I said, I was like you
the whole time. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, the good news is even if they have the 50,000 ballots drop, it won't matter. He's got a 200,000 ballot lead. So, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Where did it come from? A black area or something? I don't know. They could be doing shenanigans, but they're, yeah, that is,
I love Milo. Milo's so funny. I scroll down and he says, Donald Trump has saved us from a female president twice in all caps. He deserves a national holiday. I vote for
know.
January 6th.
I never will trust a Milo, but he's funny.
Yeah, he is funny.
He's been so after Nick too. It's so funny.
He's after everybody. He's after Laura Loomer. I don't understand. Like, they used to be like BFFs, and then something happened, and
yeah, I don't know. Well, Milo, he always gets into fights with everyone, so that's just
he does.
kind of the way he goes. It'd be fun to hear.
So when are you going to do your dance?
Well, not tonight. I'm going to do it later. I'll prepare it. But Trump still has to do. And by the way, I'm not going to do it until it's official. It's still not official. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm feeling good about it.
Because there could be some shenanigans.
Yeah. Oh, babe, look what we found. So we will have to see. Let me just take a look at the betting odds now. And did Trump improve on that? Oh, he's at 98.9. Oh, okay. So
everybody on X is saying he's won.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. I feel good about it. But
itself from what has been. It's like, yeah, we have. We don't have some screeching, annoying woman president. Thank God.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, like you said, unless they do something, I don't know.
I'm just trying to think here. Look, yeah, Mike Cernovich is celebrating. Mike Cernovich. I don't know if he's been drinking, but he's in all caps. You know what I mean? He's just. Let me just show you guys this. All of you lowlifes who doubted me are unworthy of the message and are banished. I fucking told you, people. He just keeps going. It's kind of.
There's already women screaming and hollering.
Is there? Good.
New York City girlfriends after finding out you voted Trump, and it shows this dumb bitch like screaming into her phone.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder how much is it legit screaming, or how much are they doing it for views and monetization.
They might be. Did you know Juanita Broderick still lives in Arkansas? I didn't know that. You follow her on X, don't you? She has a pretty good account. She was the lady that Bill Clinton.
I don't know if I follow her or not, but I know who she is. Yeah.
Yeah, because somebody asked yesterday on X. They said, "What state are y'all voting for Trump in?" And she said Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know she still lived around here.
Yeah. Let's take a look. They're calling Minnesota still close, too close to call. Dolph is Adelman gave us $10. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And yeah, thank you guys. I'd like to get more professional. Like I said, my goal is to become famous. I have a drug problem. Here we go. I probably overused that joke, right? All right.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope, because, of course, there was so much discussion, even over the summer, about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
Yeah, I don't know. They probably should have had a primary looking at it, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad they didn't.
Right.
Let's take our wins where we can get them.
Yes. They were incompetent, and we got to be happy for that. And I agree with you 100% on that. So let's see here. AP still has it called Pennsylvania, but it's at 94%, and Trump winning by 3%. A few 100,000 ballots. So I think that's beyond even their bullshitters, a mysterious convoy coming in. You know what I mean? I think that will be, I'm going to look forward to all the crying and stuff and tears. That's going to be fun. And I want that.
Me too.
Yeah.
It'll be, I mean, I can't wait. We got an email at work telling us because elections can be, upsetting for people. that if your candidate wins or loses, you're not supposed to go to work and kind of show emotion, I guess. And I was like, screw
Yeah.
that. I'm going to go in there like being all happy if my candidate won. I won't say anything, but I'm not going to go in there all mopey. Now, if he lost, then I
know.
would be mopey, but I'm going to be happy that if I'm thinking he won. That's what
Yeah.
everybody's saying. He just has to win Alaska. I know everybody wants your dance, Paul.
Well, I will get one,
Get
not
your
tonight, but I
dance.
will do this.
You'll
Let's
probably
see.
have to put it
Fox.
on Rumble, won't you? Because of music.
Yeah, Fox News analyst did said that they're calling almost Wisconsin now for Trump too, which is
Wow.
just that. So you don't have to wait on Alaska at that point. You know what I mean?
Do you think
If that's the
Kamala is
case.
like home crying now? Do you think this is really upsetting, or?
Well,
I
she's
wonder how
away.
she.
I don't know, because they're not the same type of. Again, the years past when you had two white men that ran for the election, there's a little bit more dignity. You didn't have these hysterical broads crying into their wine. So
I want to see Joe Biden pass off the keys again to Trump. Remember when Obama had to do that, and he just looked so upset, like he looked like a big rod was shoved up his ass. Like I
think it was Z-Man. Z-Man thought that Joe Biden may be enjoying it, and he may be happy just as a fuck you to Kamala. Because there were some rumors, some tongue in cheek, but Jill Biden wore red today, a red dress. That's like Republican color, you know? And there's a.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, they're saying that they called Wisconsin. That's what somebody in the chat's saying.
For Trump?
For Trump.
Well, then he's got it. Then if he's got Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, he's broke the 270. He's won.
Somebody just messaged you. Let's see.
Yeah, this is our friend Dave. The one that gives a great Christmas parties.
Yeah, I know who Dave is.
Great coverage. Well, we have a lot of Daves. Dave became a very popular name for older people. Not that our Dave's that older. I'm older than him. I don't mean to insult him, but you know what I mean? That generation.
No, I went to school with a lot of Daves too.
Yeah, it is. Great coverage. Fox called it all for Trump. It's over Power Chat. Oh, let me look at the Power Chat. Okay, so Dave, $100.
Wow.
Thank you. I really
expect
appreciate
a good
that.
meal this weekend or a present or something. We need to go out and celebrate.
I know we will celebrate. Maybe we'll go to McDonald's and we can biggie size it. You can
I
get
have
the large size.
gastritis. I can't eat McDonald's.
Yeah.
I ate a piece of chocolate today and it was like, ugh.
Lucas T, $5. CNN commentators are crying on TV and many Reddit users are threatening to kill themselves.
Please do.
Did you see this one? This was hilarious by, I love Milo, but he made fun of this celebrity. I don't want to mess it up, so I have to do this. Milo is, gosh. Well, first of all, did you see Milo's new header on Twitter? This is hilarious.
I haven't seen it.
Milo is so. Milo is.
Oh, he has Meg Foster on there. I met her in real life. She's a sweet lady.
Yeah. Let me just see here. He had something that was kind of funny though. I wanted to just.
You stupid.
Yeah. He's a. Let me just show him. This was earlier though. This shitlib was post something. Oh, this was funny. Yeah. This has been a total, the cool kid said felting for Nick Fuentes.
Nice, guys.
He just
Buddy's
totally
excited.
Here we go. Let's see where it was. It's funny. He had a thing about this one shitlib was planned. Oh, here it is. Take a look at this here. This shitlib, Bette Midler said, if Kamala wins, she's drinking champagne. If Trump wins, she's going to drink Drano. And Milo said, the bleach I could conceivably survive. That monstrous fake champagne, because this is like a low-cost champagne, would be the end of me in polite circles. Miss Midler hasn't received a drinks party invitation in some decades and has forgotten the pressure we are all under to avoid such a socially devastating faux pas. I'm sorry. So yeah, drinking cheap champagne or sparkling wine is like. But that was funny. So you think they're all going to be doing themselves in?
Yes. Well, no, they won't.
No.
They
Well,
won't do-
Bono said he's going to
Bono.
drive his Bono is going to drive his car over the cliff. Do you think that will happen?
No, he won't. I hate seeing some of these people though. Like growing up, I loved Bette Midler. I love Bette Midler movies, and it just kind of breaks my heart to see what a crazy shitlib. And then Bon Jovi playing at that Kamala rally was
Yeah.
kind of like a knife in the heart. I just have to pretend like that the Bon Jovi died, and this new guy's like a clone or something, because I can't not like Bon Jovi music. Because I know some people are like, I can't listen to the music anymore or do this. I don't know. I like to try to separate it.
Chad has something. The white vote in 2020 for Trump was 58%, and 2024 was only 55%. What the fuck, white people? So that means Trump won by getting more Latinos and maybe some of the black vote, black men.
Well, I heard that Latinos were, I don't know, maybe 40%,
Well,
30, 40. Like it was more than normal.
Well, what happened, as Z-Man said, and he knows a lot of politics, is that, and I think this is true, that Latino men do not like women politicians.
I don't like women politicians, but yeah.
Yeah,
well,
but
I told you I work with a Hispanic guy, and he was going to vote for Trump, and he
Yeah.
didn't know a lot, and I was kind of schooling him on Trump because he hated Kamala.
yeah,
So yeah, they probably, I don't know, and I think that a lot of the stuff Trump's been through, people see that and they see him as being strong, like getting
Yeah.
shot, and then getting almost shot again.
So
and
do
to
you
keep going out there and doing what he's doing? It's
do you
pretty
think
incredible.
that do you think that corrupt judge is going to try to put him in jail in a few weeks?
If that fucking bitch, she ought to be put in jail. Like Trump should start
No.
going after these people when he gets in. You're disbarred, bitch. I don't know what the rules are for all these things though. And I know he's not a king and he can't go and do what he wants, but I would be seriously looking
Yeah.
at, you're getting fired.
He needs to go after some of these people.
I'm
Yeah.
just afraid he'll be too soft. I almost feel like Trump's a softy deep down. He talks tough, but then when it comes down to it, he's just like a marshmallow. And I wish he would just be a little tougher. Like, thank Trump. They tried to kill you. They tried to put you in jail. Go after these people.
Right.
I hope he does. I hope he learned his lesson from before. I really hope so. And don't put swamp creatures in. Get a good crew of people.
Well, his daughter/wife or whatever Ivanka is, I don't think she's going to be part of this. She's already said
Good.
and her creepy husband Jared Kushner or whatever.
Good.
So that's good. And when I say that, it's not like I think he's having sex with his daughter, but he just loves Ivanka more than anything in the world. Remember that? And she
Right.
really influenced him in a lot of bad ways, I think. And I don't blame her because he's a grown man, but
Sometimes I almost feel like maybe you shouldn't have your family in there with you.
no, you shouldn't. That's
You know what I
nepotism.
mean? I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
because he does use his sons and all this stuff, and I like them. I mean, I like Little Baron, and I like the middle. So was Eric Trump? Like he gave a good speech at the
Right.
RNC, but maybe they shouldn't be. I don't know.
Oh, Chad's saying it was Latinos. Trump got 45% this
That's
time.
pretty good.
That's really good. Yeah.
Good on you, Latinos.
Good on you, Latinos.
Well, they came from shitholes. They don't want America to turn into what they left. They probably see that. Some of them.
Yeah.
I mean,
So all these people, the shills like on 4chan saying, oh, he's totally lost because of that joke at the Madison Square Garden. He didn't even tell that one,
right. And
That
it was a
didn't register.
joke.
Yeah, that didn't register. That was all lies. And I imagine the Trump white vote went down a little bit just because of the shit lib women and the abortion thing, maybe a little bit. I don't know.
Well, and a
That
lot of
could
the
be.
older men, like my dad, all that generation are dying off. And I know he was a Trump supporter, and
Yeah.
those people are gone. Like we lost a lot of people actually the last few years that
Right.
voted for Trump, like in my family.
Well,
so.
the white population is dying off, to be honest. So it's kind of sad.
Well, I've
but-
heard that younger the men coming up,
Mm-hmm.
that they're more like on the right, but the girls are super shit. And I think you guys talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
I think it's college.
It is.
Because most of these girls, because I talked to this lady at work and I think I told you this, her daughter is the abortion thing. And it's just like so many of these young girls, that's all they care about. And it's like, do they really care about it? Or is it because they're told by these like commie professors and stuff that that's what they're supposed to? Because you're impressionable when you're young like that.
Yeah.
And it's more girls are going to college now than guys are. And
Mhm.
it's like, so they're indoctrinating them. That's what I
Yeah.
think. And this lady said I had to explain to her, and it's kind of like you almost do have to explain, because I had somebody young in my life I had to explain this shit to, because it's like you'd think you'd kind of understand this stuff, but they don't teach civics anymore.
Well, there's so much fake stuff that was put out, lies by Kamala. Like, you heard on our roundtable, that guy said that woman said, "Oh, well, Trump, if you have a miscarriage, you'll go to jail," which is so unbelievable.
Right. Well, I'm
And
glad people kind of started seeing through the lies, though. As many lies as they told, like the Project 2025, how many times did we hear that? And Trump was like, I'm not, I didn't even read Project 20. And they just kept on with it.
I
And
know.
the ads and everything else.
And
And
he
I
had
think,
nothing to do with it. Or that, he wanted to put Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad. Remember how they reported that lie? And even Bill Maher
Yeah.
was shocked how the media lied about that.
yeah. And I
So,
mean, if you have like people that are like liberal, even saying like, hey, you guys are taking it too far, that's pretty bad. And these people like Bill Maher, he has Trump derangement syndrome, but even he's like, we don't need to make up stuff to hate him.
right. Exactly. It is, this is pretty, I mean, this has been a magical time. And I saw someone was freaking out, giving me shit because last December I predicted that Biden would win again, not Trump. But it was it was like a miracle. I mean, I'm impressed with Trump. I got it wrong. I didn't think he could overcome all this legal stuff, all the everything, and he just overcame it all. It's just amazing.
I just hope
So
that he has a good presidency. I really hope that some of the stuff, I just hope.
I'm really optimistic. I'm optimistic with JD Vance. I think we haven't talked about Republicans, but when you have to say, because Trump only, this is his last term he can run. So wouldn't you say that JD Vance now is elevated potentially in 2028 for the Republicans?
Yeah, I think he will. And I think after that debate with Tim Walz, people really saw how good he was and how he handles the media. And he's younger. I think that's good too, because we've had all these really old people running for a long time. Maybe we should have some younger people.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not super young, but he's 4. He just turned 40.
What would what's your, we talked about it with Z-Man, but do you think Kamala or Tim have a future politically, nationally?
No.
I think they're both finished.
They're done. Well, she didn't get any votes before.
Right. Well, and as Z-Man said, in politics, and you know this, Sasha, they're assholes and mean to each other, and they're just going to throw her under the bus viciously. They're going to say it's all
they
her
will.
fault.
If she wasn't so evil, I would almost feel sorry for her.
Right. What do you think Joe's thinking now?
I don't know. He's probably in bed.
Yeah, he's probably
he's probably thinking about ice cream and sniffing kids or whatever. I don't know. It'll be nice to be rid of him too.
He's probably
I'm
thinking
sick of
that.
him.
Oh yeah, as VP, Kamala has to certify Trump in 2025. That is funny. Remember Pence in 2020 had to certify Biden. He's got to count the electoral votes, so that's kind of funny. The other question I had I didn't get to Z-Man, but I was going to ask you. I told people my opinion. Are we going to see Antifa violence and burning down Washington, D.C. like 2016, or do you think that's past us?
God, I don't know. I want to say it's past us, but I don't know. If
There's
these people can try to derail his presidency, they will.
I heard there's some assholes just tonight were trying to cause issues in Seattle, but the Seattle police just busted their heads and took them in. So they may not. I don't know. I think people are tired of that bullshit. I really do.
Yeah, I hope so.
So I'm hoping there won't be a lot of violence on the left. So I'm just mostly waiting to watch the tears and have fun. So all you shit libs, please cry, bawl. And it gives me a lot of materials, and we will laugh at you. So please do that. All you women out there that are going to cry and sob for the camera. Of course, they don't really mind. They want you to watch them because they get monetized for it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that would be it. Let me just see here. Let me just bring this over here because he's in the building. And he's going to address the nation here soon, President Trump, and it looks like...
So now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who...
It was funny, and I'm muting this, but you saw some powerful senators and congressmen. They decided to fly to Trump's rally once they saw the results coming in. But I mean, they wouldn't even come beforehand. You know what I mean? What a bunch of snakes you people, politicians are. If you're doing well, they just love you. If you do bad, they just act like they don't know who you are.
Well, didn't you say that Mark Cuban guy was going to do that? Like after shitting on Trump and
Yes.
saying the women supporters were all idiots and all this
Yeah.
other stuff. I don't remember exactly what he said, but something along those lines that.
Oh, I
when
could
he
work with
wanted to-
Trump.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, sure, asshole. Tell him to go to hell.
Well, one of the things that got him upset with Kamala was that unrealized capital gains bullshit. And he was like, oh, no, not doing that.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that's what kind of worried me about her, too, that unrealized capital gains.
Well, to be fair, at least according to the initial, her proposal would have just been for millionaires initially, but then it would
Yeah,
have hit us
initially,
all.
but isn't that how that stuff always starts?
That's how the income tax started.
It
It
always
was just
starts
for, yeah.
like, oh, it's
Yeah.
for rich, and then they realize, hey, we can steal your money too.
Yeah, exactly. And that would really suck if they put that in there.
Well, it'd be fun to be there waiting for Trump.
You don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
that's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak publicly.
Yeah, Kamala's not going to speak, and she's probably out of it. That's a thing that's changed. And again, there used to be more dignity in this, where the other side would call the winner, and then that person would go out and address his audience and say, hey, support. You know what I mean? They don't do that anymore. They're kind of poor losers.
Holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
she didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were assembled there for hours for her. It just seems very ungracious. By the way, it ended up being...
Yeah, what do you think about that, not speaking to your supporters? Hillary started that trend when she got drunk and was having a fit, but at least she sits someone down. Do you think that's right, just to send an email telling everyone to go home?
I don't know. I mean, she should if she's there. If she's not, but I don't know. I think it's good to maybe to speak to your supporters.
I think you should. I think that's just a character thing to do. But these people don't have character anymore.
It was funny. They trotted all these celebrities out. Kamala did, and they still lost. It's kind of like people don't give a shit about you guys anymore. You know, we don't care about what you think.
Well, someone told me a while back, and they know a lot of politics, that endorsements really don't help someone. They can just hurt you. You know, like if someone really bad endorses you, that can hurt you. But they really don't move the needle. Like Taylor Swift, did that move the needle? Everyone thought that was going to be the big thing. That was going to, she's got Taylor Swift, all the Swifties. It didn't make any difference. So.
Musk and Dana, he's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency. Only two have done it, and that is Mark Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is what the Republican Party looks like now.
Yeah, I just thought it was, here we go. We got I got a text from our friend that I was worried about. So.
What did he say?
He just said victory, so I just, he's real
I'm
private,
about to...
so I didn't say his name. So you're going to stay up and watch his speech or?
I need to take a shower before I go to bed.
That's fine.
Are you going to put the speech on? I can listen to it.
Well, I'm hoping he gets his butt out here and speaks soon.
Because it's already 1, and after 1.
Yeah, my philosophy was to watch the speech and probably wrap up tonight. Let's see here.
I mean, I will if it's going to be quick enough. I just want to get in the shower.
Yeah, well, I don't obviously control what he's going to
Yeah, I
do.
know.
So I can't. I will text. Let me text Trump for you and tell him he needs to get it. Sasha's getting mad. Get your ass out there.
No, I'm not mad. I'm just.
No, I'm just joking.
I just need a
Trump.
shower.
Trump has won the popular vote by 5.2 million votes.
Oh, now everybody's going to start texting telling us he won. I wish we
Yeah,
could
I
have a
know.
party right now.
Well, we're kind of having a virtual party right now, so it's kind of neat. I'm enjoying this, and I'm loving all of you, and it's great to see this. And podcasters and X for the win. It's good I can see Scott Adams' tweets now because he blocked me long ago, but now blocks don't work anymore. So
I like Scott Adams.
I know. I never mean to get him upset. I just told him to calm down when he was flipping out, and that was when he was having his problem with that wife he had at the time, that gold digger. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, you got a
It's so
super chat.
Super chat. Okay, let me get that here.
$20.
Thank you. I think you missed my previous super chat, but I don't mind sharing more of the tragedy bucks. I'll look up for it in case I'll do that. I've enjoyed your shows before you were on the 2016 Murdoch meme war vid. I love Murdoch. He was great. The sweet isn't out sweet without the sour. Yeah, we've been through some, as a people, some rough times, and I agree with that. And there's been some lows, and it's been I kind of got a little nostalgic just looking back on like 2016, all that's happened since then. And I got another one from him. Let me read this. Sorry, Adam, I missed it. Ramsey, it was a long, hot, sweaty summer as a plumber, electrician crawling in Cape Cod basements and old attics. Have some tradie bucks. Tonight's victory has only empowered my spirit. Yeah, it does me too. And I think we should always not have despair. We'll always have to fight. And it's don't get too down either way. And we still have it's not over. We have a long road ahead of us. But I have a faith in our people, and I really believe there's been a lot of progress, Sasha. There really has, if you think about it. And I'm kind of getting almost a little nostalgic about just all. I mean, geez, it's been a long, strange trip on like YouTube. I started in 2008. Now here we are in 2024, right? And I've been kind of mixed up in all this, and it's been a wild ride. That's for sure. And I thank all you guys for being part of it. But man, it's been pretty crazy, and
it has. A lot's happened since then, for sure.
Yes, it has been really great about it. So that was good news. And Alex Jones is real happy. He's probably hoping Trump helps him. So
everybody's happy. I'm on X now, and everybody's excited.
Yeah.
I guess they're trying to blame her for being black is why she lost. That's going to be the cope this week. I guess we're going to have to hear about how racist America is. Because she was a shit candidate with shit policies. That's why the bitch lost.
Adam, this timeline has given us all the chance to be heroes. Well, I don't know if you heard Sasha when I was talking to Z-Man, even though I'm not super huge like some of these people. I think a lot of my ideas, and in fact, I know they have influenced a lot of people and have percolated up high, So it's, I don't know. I just feel real happy about things, about, I'm not trying to become, because you see all the examples of certain people have egos too big and think it's all about them. But just doing a little bit makes me happy. I've been able to do that in my life a little bit. What's your life? Just sit around and work and die? It's nice that you can leave somewhat of a legacy. So I think that's kind of cool. And I don't include myself, I'm not alone. I could include all you guys as part of that too. It's being part of something really cool. So yeah, all you guys are heroes going out there supporting Trump. I really do appreciate that. And I think that's really cool.
It's funny. They're all crying. AOC. We ran 80,000 election simulations and women are pissed off and well organized in every one of them. And all these people are like, yeah, we're not. Your people are.
Yeah. Yeah, well, okay, women. So now y'all are going to have to get pregnant and carry babies. So that's.
I know it's funny. Do these people not remember in 2016? Trump
Yeah, I
was
know.
president for 4 years. I guess everybody memory hold that.
You know, it's like, well, it's almost like they really have this. It's almost like a porn fantasy they have. Like all these men are going to rape them and make them have babies, and
I think they wish that.
on some level,
sometimes.
I think kind of that's what I'm saying. It's like this weird fetish. Like, wow, that didn't happen. Well, what are you talking about? And they like to dress up in that handmaiden tale. Is that what it is? I never saw
Handmaid's
that
Tale.
thing.
And that was supposed to be like she wrote that back in the 80s
Yeah,
about Iran and the stuff that
yeah,
happened. It had nothing to do with America. And they're like, oh, it's about American women and how put down. Where it's like, no, American women are treated very well.
yeah.
Go
They
to some of
really
these other
are.
countries where they're not treated well and they're not even allowed to read. You have to cover up your face and everything else.
Uddles, what do you think Trump should do on January 20th? I think pardon all J6 political prisoners, yes. Immediately begin an investigation into fraudulent election practices in 2020, 2022, and 2024. I do think your first thing is, yes, I think should happen on the first day. The election practices, that needs to take over time. I would like to see a standard setup like we have here in Arkansas. I'm not trying to brag about how we have it up, but show your ID, you get it into the electronic voting, so you get the results instantaneously, but you still have a paper ballot. I think it's perfect. So we're happy to share with like Arizona, you guys have always problems. In California, we're happy to share. I would like to see that standardized across the country. And this ID will prevent a lot of fraud. But my number one day stuff is number one, shut the border, like put back in the day remain in Mexico policy, and also number one, day one, tell Ukraine that no, we're getting a ceasefire and we're going to end this war. Did you know Grover Cleveland was a Democrat? He probably was. Is that one of those? Yeah, it is kind of funny because it's
I had a
sort of
cat
like,
named Grover.
oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, I had little Grover.
Yeah, I never met him, but yeah, I remember
No,
you
he
said
died
that.
like 10, 12 years ago.
Yeah, that is something. Boy, Cernovich is going on. The evil of the last 8 years cannot go unpunished. I agreed. Reddit's having problems. All these women are crying and suicidal. I think it's hilarious.
Oh, it's fun to watch everybody melting down on X too. Somebody's like, Trump cannot win. This was like 5 hours ago. We're not going back. And all these people are like showing memes of Trump holding boxes of tissues and stuff. Oh, it's going to be so much fun the next couple weeks.
It is. It is. Oh, I
It's
saw what
awesome.
Shitlib this wrote. This is unironically worse than 9/11.
Yeah.
And this is going to be great. These tears are just going to sustain me. And yeah. So now I guess they were saying that Fuentes says his quote, he was always secretly hoping for Trump. That was.
Oh
is
yeah,
like
right. Oh, it's funny that everyone's making fun of him too. I saw Ralph posted a meme of
Yeah.
him going like this, and it says "still at FAG" on it
Oh yeah.
with a check mark. Have you seen that?
No, but I can imagine that. Yeah, that's.
I thought he was sucking up to him not that long ago, though. But I guess he goes back and forth.
Well, Ethan Ralph is not the highest character. I'm not trying to be horrible with Ethan Ralph, but he's kind of like a Milo. He has his own issues.
Everyone's shitting on Nick. It's awesome. What a good
Yeah,
day.
Yeah, it is. BJ Heller, $20 from Australia. Congratulations from Australia. We have a saying down under, when America sneezes, we catch a cold. Hopefully we get a flu. Looking forward to traveling the red states still here. Yeah, hopefully you're in this area. Let us know. We'd love to meet you.
Yeah, you should come here. It'd be fun.
Yeah, this is a great red state. Yeah, I think this election will have consequences throughout the world, in Europe, and I think this ends like the climate change bullshit. That's going to be going away now. I think the wars are going to stop in Europe. I definitely think that. And the way JD Vance is talking about, he's had enough with Israel too. So I think, I don't know. I just think good things. And I'm going to have this night. I know I'm typically a cynical guy. I get it, but
Me
I think,
too.
let's give us this night, right? Don't try to bring forward misery and thinking bad things that can happen.
I already
Uh,
saw some loser in the chat earlier bitching. Trump said this and Trump says lots of shit.
yeah, I know.
Like, I'm just going by what happened last time. Aside from COVID, the economy's good. And yeah, Trump's done things I don't like either.
Oh,
But he's
we got
way
it.
better than Kamala.
Speaking of which, we got a report from Damien. This is from the chat. He said he saw, I assume he saw this in the news, but he said Kamala just called Trump and conceded.
Oh, that's
So the
good.
Democrats, she has officially conceded. Trump, at this point, does look like he will be the next president. Do you think he should go hard after the people that have engaged in shenanigans on the Democrats, or should he let bygones
Yes.
be bygones? Yeah, I
No,
think so
he
too.
should go after, fuck them. Like, he should go after them. That's how it always is. The right will not go after the left, but the left always goes after the right. That's just like, no, you need to start fighting back too.
Yeah.
He should go after these people.
What a story arc Trump has. 2 assassination attempts. He almost got his head blown off, but he just happened to move his head a little
know.
bit. It's just been incredible. It's just been a journey like I haven't seen any other
When
man
everybody
have.
tried to say he lost that debate with Kamala, and then like Scott Adams was like, no, I think he actually won because the only thing I can remember from the debate is they're eating the cat's
I know
butt.
it,
And it's just like
exactly.
it was. And then Tim Walz's horrible performance at the debate. I'm
I
friends
know.
with school shooters. Or they even made fun of that on SNL. Like, he's not going to say something stupid, is he? Like, and I mean, that guy, she should have picked a better VP too.
That guy was horrible.
I guess he'll still be governor of Minnesota for now.
Yeah. Let's see. Ryan, thank you. $2. White pills again. What a great day for our people. I agree. It was a great day for our people. And they're all gathered to see Trump speak. So I hopefully we'll be able. So hopefully they will deliver the speech here. And then the plan is we'll watch the speech and I'll close up shop for the night. And then I'm going to have a show. What's tomorrow? Wednesday or today actually is Wednesday.
Wednesday.
I'm going to Wednesday night I will do my show just to have a time to kind of process everything. CBS called Pennsylvania for Trump, so it's over. You know what I mean? That there's no path for Kamala, and she's conceded, I think, officially. So let's just take a look at the betting market. Yeah, so it's like 99.4% chance for Trump. I think it's 100% now if she's conceded. At least she called and conceded, so that was good. I bet he'll come out, try to be, good. It'd be great if he came out saying, I'm going to put that bitch in jail.
I hope so. But I doubt it.
No, he won't.
I bet in some ways she's relieved. Like
Yeah.
I said, I really think she was out of her element. She didn't know what she was doing.
Man,
It's not
you
like
think-
Hillary Clinton, where I think Hillary really wanted to win. I think Kamala was just
she was.
like,
Hillary Clinton's Lady Macbeth. She's one of those characters,
she'll probably come out and say something about Trump now.
Yeah.
He always comes out too, and her voice is just so grating. And
yeah, she was that was something here. So it's going to be hopefully Trump. I'll try to. If you got Trump's text number, I'll give him a text and we can tell him to.
I know I'm gonna have to go here soon.
Oh, Dolph Vivek for Secretary of State, $5. Thank you. Vivek would be good Secretary of State. I hope he has a good cabinet and gets some base people in there and just doesn't do all the usual type of people. Keeps the neocons out. I've had enough of neocons, and that's pretty obnoxious.
Did you read the Donald Joy one? What constitutes official results for Funky Dance?
Oh yeah. Well, no, I'm going to be doing a funky dance. That is coming, so I will not begin on that. So
do you have to dance to a whole song, or is it
I
just
didn't specify. I'm just going to have a little track I'll do. So we'll have fun that. I'm going to put a funky dance up for you guys. So don't worry about that. That will happen.
Somebody had said before you should watch Napoleon Dynamite. I don't know if you could do that. That dance he did was pretty complicated. At the end of Napoleon Dynamite.
Sasha, our generation, although people say I'm a boomer, but that's okay. I consider myself Gen X. Gen X delivered to gave it the election.
Oh yeah, that's my
Gen
age
X.
group.
Yeah,
that's
Gen
our
X.
age group. Yeah.
Well, this is my age group, 45-64. That's my age group. So my
Yeah.
age group delivered it to Trump. We delivered.
Yeah, we were the best.
Yes. Woo.
Gen X rocks.
Yeah, we did.
We're the best.
Boomers suck. Millennials suck.
Zoomers suck. Sorry guys if you're
sorry
any of
guys.
those things.
Now we're getting everyone mad at us. But so yeah, no, that's
and white
cool.
women delivered too.
They did.
So no
White
more
women
shitting
did.
on white women for at least a week.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Then Nick can go back saying how gross women are. So
Well, that's because he's gay.
well, we don't know that. So
Yeah, we do.
So
And there's
yeah,
that video where he was talking, and he's like, and then they've got their peak and their bodies, and he was going on about men and women, but it was kind of like that South Park where Mr. Garrison's writing the book about the woman, and he's like, Rebecca's nipples, and he's like, huh? And he can't think of it. He's like, Ryder's black, and then he's like, and then there was a valley of penises. There were penises of all shapes and sizes. Remember that? And he was nominated for like best erotic gay fiction or something.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he, like it's just like that. He's like
Oh.
Mr. Garrison.
well, I don't know.
Except Mr.
I
Garrison
don't
is
know for
funnier.
sure. He does have strange mannerisms. So, you see Reddit, they leading national suicide prevention
Oh
lifeline.
God, I don't understand Reddit. Everybody hates Reddit, but a lot of times I get good information about things on.
Oh, they
Reddit.
have good stuff. Sometimes I look
And
things
it's like,
up on
but I
Reddit,
guess
yeah.
it's dominated by shitlibs.
I
never
want to
really
check.
looked at that
I really
stuff.
want to check out 4chan because 4chan has been swamped by professional shills that have been leftists. Because usually poll is right wing, but they paid a lot of shills to go on to 4chan recently, and that's funny. Stephen Campbell, I'm just going to have fun with it tonight. I agree with you. I've been texting my normie cons relatives and celebrating. We can all get cynical in a few months if we want. We need a reprieve from the black pill shit. It's medicinal. I agree. We don't need to always constantly be negative and, oh, Trump's going to suck. Oh, he loves Israel. You know what I
Will be
mean?
better than her. Just always
Yeah,
remember
I
that,
know.
guys. And would you rather listen to Trump and his funniness for 4 years or listen to her? And here's the thing with Trump. I don't feel like Trump hates the American people. Like Biden and Kamala and
Yeah.
all them, I don't think they really like Americans.
Let's take a look here, Sasha. Here we go. Oh, well. I'm going to get a copyright on that, but I don't give a fuck. I'll wait till he starts. Look how tall Barron is. You see this, Sasha?
Oh, he's big.
He's like a giant.
I think they said he's like 6'8" or something. He's like Brandon's height.
He's the one that got him on Joe Rogan. There's a son. There's I don't see Ivanka. Maybe she'll be up
There's
there.
a
I don't
lot
know.
of them. There is that her? There's a blonde.
Is that her in the blue there?
Yeah, that's her. I think.
Yeah, that was really exciting. So that's I wonder. There's a lot of people up there, a lot of hanger-ons. He's just taking in and enjoying the moment. I'm just muting it right now, guys, because they're playing that song, and I don't want to get YouTube all upset about the copyright. Boy, they tried. Look, all the people try to pour into on the stage there. There's nothing like victory gets people to love you, right? They just like, hey, I was always right behind you. Who's that bald guy? I'm not quite sure. He looks
I don't know.
yeah. Oh, there's Melania. Barron, he's just becoming a unit. He's so tall.
He is.
And there's Don Jr. I like Don Jr. I think Melania, she's going to be first lady again.
Yay! We don't have to look at Joe Biden for 4 years.
No, that'd be good. Yes.
Who's that blonde lady? I don't know who a lot of these people are.
I don't either. Trump will fix it. Okay, well, we'll wait till the... Oh, there's J.D. Vance. Look, he's
There's
the
a-
vice president.
She looks pretty too.
Did he dump his Indian wife for that blonde? Maybe so. He traded
That's
up.
Ivanka.
Oh. Maybe he could marry Ivanka.
That'd be cool. But they're both already married.
All right, here we go. We'll listen. And then we'll wrap up the show after this. It's funny how that USA chant has become like
This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Yeah, that is kind of unusual.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
They did win the popular vote.
Yeah. He's winning Michigan despite Fuentes' attempt right for War II.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you.
I love Trump's mannerisms. It's very nice.
Of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room.
Probably the most love ever in the world.
People standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
You want me to kiss you on the cheek
she's
like
done
that,
a
Sasha?
Great job. Works very hard.
Like,
Works very
don't
hard to
touch
help
me.
people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great.
He's got a large family.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Well, he's had a journey, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, there's his wife.
She really adores him. You can tell by how she looks
his
at him.
absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them.
He does. He's really good at it.
He does, yeah.
Say a couple of words.
He could be the 2028 president.
I hope so.
JD.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie. Come.
It was a good campaign.
Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris.
Yeah, this is
Susie
the old
likes
school
to stay
guy.
in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team.
That guy did a
and,
nice
of course,
job. The campaign
even my
was
boss,
really
Susie
spot on.
Wiles, the best. Thank you.
He looks like a guy you want as your campaign manager.
And thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him.
I'm going to have to go soon if this goes on much longer.
Yeah.
Great
I could see Trump rambling for an hour like he did with RNC.
And we also have
he does tend to
Dana White
ramble
who
a
has
little
done
bit.
some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports.
Okay, listen up. They don't want you to know this. Would you
We have
pay
an ad they were showing?
$4,000 for this solar system? That's worth over 20.
A couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this.
I think I'm going to check out. I got to go take a shower.
Yeah, I'm going to.
I want to thank
Well,
some
thanks
people
for joining,
real quick. I
Sasha.
want to thank the Nelt Boys, Aiden
Bye-bye.
Ross,
See you later.
Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that On behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He can, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it. I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And It's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was, and I want to thank you guys. It's been a crazy election night. It's been a fun night, and I'm happy I was able to do this with you. And thank you for Z-Man for showing up on the show. I really did enjoy it. It's great to have him. And Sasha, thank you for her showing up. It's been a great stream, a marathon, but it's been a lot of fun, and I appreciate it. And let's see here, how long? It's been a 5 hours, almost 6 hour stream. 6 hour stream. It was a good stream. But it's been a lot of fun, guys. And this is, it's late. Well, it's already Wednesday morning. I'm going to do my show Wednesday evening just because I'm going to sleep in, then I can prepare, get my thoughts together. So we'll do a show Wednesday evening. Well, usually I do my show Wednesday evenings anyway, so that makes sense. So anyway, thanks, guys. God bless you. And we'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.